Chapter 1893. An hour later the sun-moon corona gradually descended. Its brilliance also weakened as it slowly landed on the ground in front of Xiaohua. Looking at the mountain range in the distance, a fire ape that was several feet tall appeared. Its body was covered in flames. The fire ape's ferocious gaze was filled with doubt. As it flew, it turned its head left and right, looking into the distance and peeping into the valley. It was hesitant and puzzled. When the fire ape saw Xiang Yang and the other cultivators sitting cross-legged in the valley and the sun-moon corona in the array, it couldn't help but roar in joy. The flames on its body surged and a merciless pressure rushed over, covering the entire valley. Gee! A thunderous sound came from a distance away from the fire ape. The fire ape actually stopped its descending body and obediently stayed in the air, waiting behind it with its hands hanging down. A few miles behind the fire ape, another pitch-black spirit beast that was about 6 meters tall was flying over. Hundreds of miles below the fire lake on the altar in the space, Elder Yuan had finished resting. He flew into the air again and raised the 5 spirit flags. He chanted, "Vermilion bird." The third disciple patted his storage bag and a fire crow floated out. Like the previous spirit beast, this fire crow was also unconscious. Shock appeared on the faces of the spirit husbandry sect disciples who were watching. The fire crow was an ordinary spirit beast and was a far cry from the vermilion bird of the 5 spirit beasts. The disciples didn't expect this thing to come out. However, before they could exclaim in shock, the disciples who were watching had already noticed that something was amiss. A faint red line emerged from the fire crow's beak and passed through the fire crow's abdomen. It then appeared from the fire crow's tail and passed through its back. It then landed on the fire crow's forehead and connected with the red line on its beak. Seeing such a strange scene, everyone was enlightened. This fire crow was definitely not an ordinary spirit beast. Sure enough, as Elder Yuan cast his spell, fiery red blood seeped out of the fire crow's forehead. The blood was so hot that one could almost see the flames contained within it. The blood shadow of the vermilion bird was also covered in flames. It was even more vivid than the previous 2 blood shadows. Similarly, after a day and night when the vermilion bird formation had become a sparkling and translucent piece, Hu exclaimed in shock, "Elder man, the bloodline of this fire crow is actually so pure. The formation in the spiritual sense is much more transparent than the previous 2. Yes, that's right. This fire crow was probably found by Elder Yuan in the Flame Forest Swamp, right?" Man Yun nodded and said, "The vermilion bird is of the fire attribute. Since the Flame Forest Swamp is so hot, there must be a continuation of its bloodline. Furthermore, it is easier to stimulate the vermilion bird's bloodline in the Flame Forest Swamp compared to the other 4 spirits." After that, Elder Yuan rested for a while and instructed the disciples to take out the spirit beast that was said to have the bloodline of the black tortoise. This time, as expected by the disciples of the spirit husbandry sect, a 3-foot-long black tortoise flew out of the storage bag. After another day and night, a black tortoise formation had formed into a crystal. At this moment, the bloodline of the 4 spirits had been injected into the altar of the 5 essences awakening formation. Although the bloodline of the black tortoise was extremely faint and the formation wasn't sparkling and translucent, it was still much brighter than before. Furthermore, it had formed the shape of a black tortoise, which made Elder Yuan break out in cold sweat. "Elder Yuan." When Zhiqiping and the others saw that Yuan Feng's complexion wasn't good, they landed once again and said, "Now that the 4 spirits have been refined, let's wait for another day for the last spirit. I'm afraid that Elder Yuan's magic power isn't enough now." Yuan Feng clapped his hands and took out a few spirit pills. He placed them in his mouth and smiled bitterly. "I originally had the same thoughts and plans. However, elders, look at these 5 spirit flags." Man Yun and the others looked up and saw that the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise on the 5 spirit flags were much larger than before. They vaguely took up the entire 5 spirit flags, while the Qilin was squeezed into a corner, as if it was about to fall out of the flags. "Everyone look at the altar again." Yuan Feng pointed. Man Yun and the others used their divine senses and saw that the 4 spirits' altars had merged together. There was a gap between the altars and the last stone altar. The gap was where the Chao Chi's bloody mouth was. This mouth vaguely emitted a vicious aura. "I'm afraid that time waits for no one." Zhiqiping nodded slightly. 4 of the 5 spirits have already refined their bloodlines. If the last spirit isn't refined in time, the formation will change. That's right. Yuan Feng nodded and smiled. Elders, please return to the cave. I'll be done soon. Elder Yuan, thank you for your hard work. The 3 knew that the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be fired. They could only cup their hands and fly into the cave. Where's the Qilin? Yuan Feng didn't dare to delay. He immediately shouted the moment he saw the 3 of them. The last golden core disciple shook his storage bag. A scarlet spirit beast with a horn on its head that looked like a horse floated above the altar. He, unicorn? The spirit husbandry sect disciples exclaimed again. This was a legendary spirit beast. Chapter 1894. This. Yuan Feng hesitated. It was obvious that the unicorn's bloodline was not the Qilin's bloodline, or perhaps its bloodline was extremely thin. Continue, or stop. Yuan Feng did not dare to use the spell that he was forming. The Qilin's blood shadow danced anxiously on the altar, as if it was afraid of the evil aura. Go. Thinking of the price he had to pay, Yuan Feng was unwilling to give up. He pointed his finger and used the spell. The Qilin's blood shadow flew into the mouth of the last spell formation. Wang, the spell formation shook violently, and the stone spell formation seemed to be lifted up. An indescribable aura and evil aura surged from the stone spell formation, rising into the air. This aura was so fierce and so threatening that the disciples who were in the Qi refinement stage were forced to the ground. This is bad. Yuan Feng panicked. He changed the spell in his hand continuously, and his face was suffused with red light. Finally, Yuan Feng slapped his forehead, and a faint big hand appeared from the top of his head, grabbing at the stone spell formation. The big hand landed on the spell formation, and a strong suction force was produced from the big hand. The Qilin's blood shadow that had rushed into the spell formation was actually pulled out by the big hand. Following the appearance of the Qilin's blood shadow, the spell formation immediately landed on the altar, and the soaring aura disappeared. Return. Yuan Feng shouted, and the big hand disappeared. The Qilin's blood shadow also shook, shaking off the unicorn's blood, and flew back into the 5 spirit flags. Elder Yuan. Seeing this, how could Man Yun and the rest still stay in the cave? They all flew down. Sigh, I am ashamed. Yuan Feng's pale face was filled with shame. I thought that I was infallible and thought that the rare unicorn had the Qilin's bloodline, but such a big change occurred. I am really ashamed of what the 3 elders and the sect master have entrusted me with. Seeing that the spell formation had a problem at the last step, Man Yun and the rest were filled with regret. However, since Yuan Feng had done so much, how could they not comfort him? Everyone could only say something about how fate had yet to arrive, and that it was an ominous record. However, in the end, everyone fell silent. Only Hu Yu spoke of the knot in everyone's hearts. What kind of spiritual beast has the Qilin bloodline? Even Yuan Feng, who had studied the 5 Skandha's awakening formation for over 100 years, didn't know about it. How could others know about it? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to guess. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for the next time. Man Yun was about to speak when all of a sudden, Yuan Feng's eyes lit up and he said anxiously, I know what spirit beast it is. What spiritual beast? Man Yun and the others were shocked as well, and they asked in unison. Earth-warding beast. Yuan Feng said resolutely. Dust-repelling beast? This isn't very possible, right? It seems to have nothing to do with the Qilin. Hu Yu said hesitantly. After all, the dust-warding beast was far from the legendary Qilin. Even if it isn't, it's almost the same. Yuan Feng was very agitated, and he said with some regret, the spell formation Jade Scroll mentioned the dust-warding beast many times, but I didn't think of that at all, really. As he spoke, he slapped his hand and took out a spirit storage bag from his waist. He called out to the disciple who had just released the unicorn and transmitted his voice to him. That disciple nodded vigorously and then flew to the stone wall. I'll rest for a while. Elders, please protect I. Yuan Feng slapped his hand and took out 4 pills of various colors. He put them in his mouth after taking a quick look at them, then he cupped his hands and said to Man Yun and the rest. Elder Yuan. Shi Qiping was a little hesitant and he said, the pills that I took just now, it's fine. It's already at the last moment. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll activate this spell formation and let the spiritual beasts of our spirit husbandry sect disciples evolve." Yuan Feng waved his hand and smiled, then he sat cross-legged in midair. Man Yun and the rest stood by Yuan Feng's side, forming a triangle on guard, afraid that the spell formation would change again. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yuan Feng's pale face gradually regained its redness. When the disciple who took the dust-repelling beast to deal with it returned, Yuan Feng also stood up in midair. "How is it?" Yuan Feng asked calmly. The Golden Core disciple said respectfully, "It's done according to Elder Yuan's instructions. It's no different from the unicorn from before. And go to the eye of the formation as usual," Yuan Feng instructed. When the Golden Core disciple left, Yu smiled, "Elder Yuan, it's already late. Why don't you rest for another half a day?" "It's fine, you all can just watch from the sidelines." Yuan Feng shook his head. "However, if we succeed this time, the spell formation will be activated. We'll act according to what we discussed earlier." "All right." Man Yun and the rest looked at each other and there was even more joy in their eyes. Yuan Feng flew under the 5-spirit flag again and slowly formed hand seals. When the image of the Qilin moved above the 5-spirit flag, Yuan Feng shouted again, "Where's the Qilin?" The Golden Core disciple received the order and slapped his spirit storage bag. A dust-warding beast that had yet to mature flew out. Similarly, a black iron needle pierced the side of the dust-warding beast's horn. The Qilin image that flew over from the 5-spirit flag caught the crimson blood. With a tearing sound, the Qilin's blood image was formed instantly. However, this blood image wasn't as solid as before. Great! While Yuan Feng was delighted, all the spirit husbandry sect disciples below the altar cheered, and some of them forgot themselves. Yuan Feng smiled. After waiting for a while, he swept his gaze across the disciples and all of them kept their joy. "All of you are ready," Yuan Feng said softly. "When the spell formation is activated, there will be the spirit essence of the spirit beasts flowing out. All of you can absorb it according to the instructions of the Heart Sutra. Helping your spirit beasts is the same as helping yourself. Do you understand?" "We understand. Thank you, Elder Yuan, for fulfilling our wish." The disciples' voices were as loud as the mountains. "Go!" Yuan Feng changed his hand seal again and pointed his finger. The Qilin's blood image rushed into the spell formation. Rumble, many sounds could be heard. The last piece of the spell formation started to protrude slowly, and then it started to spin at an extremely fast speed. Yuan Feng injected his magic power. He thought that the spell formation would be the same as before, and he would need another day and night to refine it. However, just as his magic power entered the spell formation, a suction force appeared. Yuan Feng's magic power was like an unstoppable flood that was sucked into the spell formation. At this moment, the other 4 spirit spell formations also started to spin. As they spun, they also spun around the entire altar. Yuan Feng wanted to stop his magic power from being sucked out, but he didn't dare to. He could only clench his teeth and pour out his magic power. The magic power of a Golden Core late-stage cultivator was injected into the Qilin spell formation. In an instant, the spell formation started to become crystal clear. Furthermore, the moment the spell formation became crystal clear, the other 4 spell formations also started to change and gradually became transparent. However, the suction force didn't decrease. Instead, it became even stronger. "Elders, come and help me." Yuan Feng obviously couldn't hold on any longer and hurriedly asked for help. Man Yun and the rest didn't dare to delay. They all flew over and injected their magic power into Yuan Feng's body, allowing the next spell formation to absorb it. "Woo!" The 5 arrays cried out at the same time, and the 5 spirits also raised their heads and cried out. An aura soared into the sky, and a huge amount of 5 elemental spiritual qi also rushed out of the underground fire lake along with the aura. As the 5 elemental spiritual qi rushed out, the transparent 5 spirit spell formation suddenly flashed with a 5-colored brilliance. Then, a wisp of black gas appeared from the center of the spell formation. The moment the black gas appeared, it started to spin in a spiral and rushed out of the entire transparent spell formation. The entire spell formation started to turn turbid. In an instant, the 5 spell formations turned into 5 spiraling balls of gas. At this moment, the suction force of the spell formation also gradually disappeared. The magic power of the 4 golden core late-stage elders of spirit husbandry sect was completely sucked away. Yuan Feng and the other 3 hurriedly consumed pills to recover their dermic powers. Their eyes and spiritual senses covered the entire array again, waiting for the next change. However, at this moment something strange happened again. A black and white light flashed and an aura that soared into the sky pressed down. Suddenly, 5 strange cultivators appeared in the 5 clouds of Qi. In the valley on the mountain range, the lightning beast that appeared had a human form. Its body was extremely black and covered with purplish-black scales. Each scale was the size of a palm, and between the scales there were flashes of lightning. 2 wings that were dozens of feet in size swayed in the sky with purplish-black lightning. Looking at its face, it was indigo in color and also covered with dense scales. Its 2 eyes were like golden bells that were protruding out of its head. Its mouth was a bird's beak that was sharp and protruding out. Its head was a ball of flame that was so bright that it dazzled everyone's eyes. This is the lightning beast? Xiaohua had never seen a lightning beast before, and when he saw it he couldn't help but be astonished. It was far from what he had imagined. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The lightning beast opened its mouth and a low rumble of thunder sounded. The fire ape seemed to be able to understand this rumble. It raised its head and roared, pointing at the sun-moon corona on the ground. The lightning beast also swept its spiritual will over, and Xiaohua could almost feel the brutality and cruelty in the spiritual will. As if they were negotiating something, the lightning beast and the fire ape kept making noises and moving their limbs. In the end, the lightning beast spread its wings and actually flew down, while the fire ape stopped in midair. This is bad. Xiaohua was shocked. He was worried for Xiang Yang and the rest who were sitting cross-legged in the spell formation. These Foundation establishment disciples couldn't be outside the spell formation. They could either hide far away or stay in the spell formation as bait. At this moment, the plans of the Golden Core stage cultivators were all wrong. Of the 2 beasts, only the lightning beast flew down. The fire ape didn't enter the trap. Obviously, if the lightning beast killed several people and took away the sun-moon corona, everyone's plan to ambush the 2 beasts would be ruined. At this moment, Xiaohua activated the sun-moon corona again. This object immediately emitted a faint red light, attracting the lightning beast's attention. The fire ape hesitated in midair for a moment, but in the end, it couldn't resist the temptation. The flames on its body flickered and it flew down. To be continued. Chapter 1895. Rumble. When the lightning beast sensed it and was about to turn around and scold the fire ape, it heard Xiang Min's chuckle in midair. The 5-element plate that was hidden in midair suddenly appeared, and a 5-colored light barrier covered the fire ape and the lightning beast that were tailing it. Roar. The fire ape roared angrily and the flames on its body suddenly erupted. Its entire body rushed up and grabbed at the 5-element plate that was in midair. However, just as the flames flew up to a height of about 10 feet, the 5-element plate in midair suddenly rotated. Then, like the Milky Way pouring down, a stream of water appeared out of thin air and covered the fire ape. Boom! The fire ape opened its bloody mouth, and a scarlet flame rushed up to the sky and stopped the stream of water. Tisk hisse hisse. Continuous sizzling sounds were produced at the intersection of the 2 sides. Fellow Zhang, fellow son, where are you? If you don't make a move now, when will you? Xiang Min chuckled and shouted with great confidence. As Xiang Min's voice fell, Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong appeared on both sides of the fire ape. Zhang Qingguang was holding a jade bottle in his hand. It was his favorite magic treasure, the Profound Wind Bottle. Under the activation of his magic power, the Profound Wind Bottle poured out a pool of blue water light, which was directed at the fire ape's upper body. Sun Shangkong's magic treasure was the clear water pearl. It flickered with a clear water light, and under the activation of his magic power, it became a foot long and shot toward the fire ape's lower body. Roar! The fire ape was suddenly attacked by 2 people, and it became even more embarrassed and angry. Its left hand grabbed at the air and a string of big fireballs immediately appeared. With a slight wave, it rushed toward the water light like a thunderbolt. With a series of rumbling sounds, the water light of the Profound Wind Bottle was scattered in all directions, and it couldn't condense for a while. At the same time, the fire ape's right leg bounced up, and a wall of fire appeared out of nowhere. The raging flames blocked the pure aquapearl and burned fiercely. Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong bitterly smiled in their hearts as they felt the true essence surging within their bodies and their magic power being absorbed by the two magic treasures. They both had a water attribute physique and were invited here by Xiang Min to confront the fire ape. Although the two of them were both at the early golden core realm like the fire ape was a natural fire beast and its ability to control fire was far more tyrannical than a cultivator's. The strength of its fire techniques was also because of the strength of its physique that surpassed those of its peers. In addition, the fire attribute's spiritual energy within the flame forest swamp was abundant. Calm down, fellow Taoists. Xiang Min chuckled and the water light that was rushing towards the fire ape changed again. It actually turned into specks of crystal particles and fell from the sky. As a result, the flames spewed out by the fire ape could no longer be blocked. Most of the crystal particles fell through the gaps of the flames, and the entire area around the fire ape turned into a colorful world. Great! Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong felt the abundant water attribute's spiritual energy around them and were overjoyed. As they activated the Yunchuan bottle and the pure aquapearl, they continuously threw out water attribute spells. One after another, water balls crashed into the fire ape's body, and waves of water that looked weak rushed towards the fire ape's flames. Roar! The fire ape danced with joy, and it seemed that it could no longer produce fireballs as freely as before. The flames around its body were also slowly extinguished under the impact of the spells and magic treasures. The fire ape was already at a disadvantage under the pincer attack of the spell formation and spells. Roar! The fire ape's ferocious nature was stimulated under the disadvantage. It pulled its hand and crimson flames appeared on its sharp claws. It actually tore apart the water light of the pure aquapearl in an instant. Then it suddenly clenched its fist and smashed the pure aquapearl. With a bang, the pure aquapearl was smashed a few feet away. Taking advantage of this gap, the fire ape stood up and extended its fiery claws again, rapidly stabbing towards Sun Shangkong's forehead. Sun Shangkong didn't dare to meet the fire ape head-on. He flicked his water sleeve and a misty green brilliance blocked in front of him. But still, like silk being torn apart by the flames, the fire ape directly grabbed Sun Shangkong's forehead. On Sun Shangkong's forehead, a light blue protective brilliance appeared like the clouds, trying to block the fire ape's claws. However, under the fire ape's tremendous strength, a crack actually appeared on the protective brilliance. Sun Shangkong was shocked. He quickly retreated and commanded the pure aquapearl to rush towards the fire ape again. The fire ape opened its mouth and revealed its white teeth. The strength under its fiery claws was regenerated, and it wanted to crack Sun Shangkong's skull open. At this moment, the specks of crystal particles that covered the fire ape's body suddenly turned into foot-sized rocks and smashed towards the fire ape. If it was under normal circumstances, the fire ape would have been able to dodge. But now, seeing Sun Shangkong's brain matter in front of it, the fire ape had the will to fight. Its other hand slashed outwards and a wall of fire appeared in front of it again, protecting its body. Its left hand continued slashing downwards. Bang bang bang. The fire ape's body shook continuously. The flames protecting its body were also on the verge of being extinguished by the water light of the profound wind vase. With a tearing sound, Sun Shangkong's protective brilliance was actually torn apart by the fire ape. Its sharp claws had already landed on Sun Shangkong's forehead. "Fellow Daoist Xiang, save me." Sun Shangkong was shocked and called for help. As soon as Sun Shangkong's voice sounded, his body swayed and suddenly disappeared. The fire ape's claws also missed. Roar! The fire ape was stunned. Just as it was about to roar, Sun Shangkong appeared under it. His face was still panicked, but hatred flashed in his eyes. He circulated his magic power desperately, and the pure aquapearl that had smashed into the fire ape's right calf suddenly shrank by several times. Like a small rock, it fell into the fire ape's protective flames. At this moment, the rock broke through the fire ape's protective flames and smashed into its calf. With a crisp cracking sound, the fire ape's solid calf bone was actually broken. The fire ape staggered and almost fell down. It couldn't help but cry out in grief. Unfortunately, when the fire ape looked around, there was no trace of the thunder beast around it. All it could see was the huge rock and the suffocating water light. At this moment, A wave of speechless dizziness inexplicably appeared in the fire ape's head. A kind of tiredness that it had never felt before also spread out from the fire ape's body and limbs. The five-element soul-capturing formation was indeed powerful. Roar. The fire ape was shocked. Its left and right hands blew hard on its chest. When it raised its head and let out a long howl, a fist-sized crimson inner core was spat out from its mouth. Instantly, heat and violence filled the fire ape's surroundings. The rocks that were smashing towards it, as well as countless waves of water and other objects, all gradually disappeared under the pressure of the inner core. Seeing the fire ape spit out the inner core, Zhang Qingguang and Sun Shangkong were not shocked. Instead, they were overjoyed. They knew that this was the fire ape's last resort. Although they had exhausted more than half of their magic power, as long as they could persevere, the fire ape would definitely be killed. Chapter 1896. The only thing they were worried about now was that Li Fengzhu, who was in the center of the water formation, was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. They didn't know how long his magic power could last. Once the five-element soul-capturing formation collapsed, the fire ape would definitely escape. Within the flame forest swamp, even 7 golden core stage cultivators wouldn't be able to catch up to or kill the fire ape. Attack! Sun Shangkong clenched his teeth, and the pure water pearl made a turn in the air and flew toward the fire ape's inner core. Zhang Qingguang did the same. He opened his mouth, and a misty green brilliance fell on the profound wind bottle. The jade bottle suddenly expanded, and the water within the bottle shrank several times. A ray of brilliance as thick as a thumb flew out. It was the essence of the profound water, and it lingered around the fire ape's inner core. Not only was the fire ape in danger and forced to spit out its inner core, the lightning beast was in even more danger. The lightning beast was about to turn around and roar to stop the fire ape from following it. However, before it could roar, the 5-colored light screen had already enveloped it. The thunder beast was enraged. With a flap of the wings under its armpits, its body suddenly shot up and charged towards the 5-colored light curtain. Moreover, the thunder beast raised its 2 pitch-black arms at the same time. Its 5 fingers flashed with purplish-black lightning as they stabbed into the 5-colored light curtain. Rip! The lightning beast actually tore a crack in the 5-colored light screen. Swoosh, 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 a series of sounds could be heard. Dozens or even hundreds of large fireballs leaked out from the crack and fell like raindrops, smashing towards the lightning beast's body. Roar! The lightning beast was shocked. It didn't dare to use force to tear open the crack. It flapped its wings and wanted to escape far away to avoid the fireballs. However, as the lightning beast flew, the fireballs also changed direction and continued to smash towards the lightning beast's head. Seeing that it couldn't dodge, the lightning beast stood in midair and flapped its wings and hands. Streaks of lightning formed a net and flew into the air. With a series of crackling sounds, all the fireballs were extinguished by the lightning net. However, just as the thunder beast was about to flap its wings again and fly into the air, a crimson whip that was dozens of feet long appeared in the air. It circled in the air and actually turned into dozens of small fire circles that covered the thunder beast's head. The thunder beast bared its fangs again and waved its hand. A streak of lightning appeared out of thin air. Then, with a flick of its claw, the streak of lightning turned into dozens of tiny lightning bolts and flew into the dozens of tiny fire rings. After a series of thunderous rumbles, the fire rings were all destroyed, leaving only the whip still suspended in the air. How strange! A low voice sounded. The short Lu Mingxing appeared near the long whip and sighed. You are indeed a beast born with the ability to control thunder. I can't wait. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed his magic treasure, the sun-chasing whip. With a shake of his magic power, a spark appeared in his hand and flew along the sun-chasing whip to the tip. Everywhere it passed, it grew larger. When the sun-chasing whip streaked across the air like a dragon and hit the lightning beast's chest, the spark was as bright as a round sun. Jake, the thunder beast, seemed to have a ferocious nature. It didn't know how to dodge at all. Thrusting its 2 hands forward, it actually struck the fireball with lightning speed. A bit of purplish black appeared within the fireball, and then it suddenly exploded. Ouch! A scream sounded. Looking at Lu Mingxing again, his body was actually flickering with a layer of lightning. He fell from the sky, and the sun-chasing whip was in the lightning beast's hand with lightning lingering around it. Take this. The lightning beast flapped its wings and wanted to chase after Lu Mingxing again. However, with a roar, Zhen Yi, Jiang Zhuqing, Feng Shuqing, and their disciples appeared beside it. It is indeed a rank 6 spiritual beast. Even in the 5 elements formation, it is still so powerful. Feng Shuqing's eyes flashed. He said fiercely, "If it wasn't for fellow cultivator Xiang, I wouldn't have dared to face this beast. Let's attack together." Zhen Yi clapped his hands and a pitch-black ring flew into the air without the slightest flicker of light. Rumble, another loud rumble rang out, and the giant green tree rolled toward the thunder beast from all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. Roar. The lightning beast didn't seem to be afraid. With a wave of its hand, more lightning blocked the giant green wood. "Go." Zhen Yi pointed with his finger. The ring flew into the giant green wood. The giant green wood blocked the ring and the lightning beast didn't notice it. Zilala, the lightning blocked the green wood and easily destroyed them one by one. However, when the ring suddenly appeared in the middle of the green wood, all of the lightning actually rushed into it like birds returning to their nest. This was the corroding lightning ring that Zhen Yi had been searching for over 100 years. The lightning eclipse ring appeared at the perfect time. It instantly absorbed all the lightning from the lightning beast. The greenwood caught the lightning beast off guard and smashed down. It unexpectedly drowned the lightning beast. Roar. The lightning beast roared angrily. Its entire body spun rapidly within the greenwood. Its body was emitting lightning and it looked like a lightning ball about 20 feet wide. Many green trees were once again crushed by the flickering lightning from the lightning ball and were gradually annihilated. At this moment, the lightning erosion ring could only absorb the scattered lightning from the lightning ball. It could no longer absorb the lightning from the entire lightning ball. Zhen Ye's face was filled with astonishment. He had a thunder attribute physique and understood thunder magic the most. This thunder corroding ring was something he had specially used to deal with the thunder beast. But he hadn't expected that the thunder beast would be able to break the thunder corroding ring with a simple spell. Attack. Jiang Zhuqing saw that Zhen Ye's efforts were futile, so he tossed away the transcendent artifact, Wooden Dragon. A staff-like transcendent artifact flew into the air and transformed into a long green dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it charged towards the thunder beast. Go. Feng Shuqing wasn't slow either. With a wave of her hand, she took out a jade pipa from her storage bag. She waved her hand. Although there was no sound, the sound of the pipa was already attacking the lightning beast. Jiaming, Qianhan, and Feng Jiu also took out their magic items and attacked the lightning beast with all their mana. In an instant, light flashed everywhere and the spiritual energy in the air was completely disrupted. Shi Yan had already flown to Lu Mingxing's side and caught Lu Mingxing, who had been knocked out by the thunder beast. He waited for Lu Mingxing to wake up before he took out his own magic tool and guarded his master's left side very cautiously. In his other hand he held a shiny talisman. The greenwood dragon charged into the lightning ball. Its 1-foot-long tail smashed into the lightning ball. With a rumbling sound, the lightning ball was scattered. Looking inside the lightning ball, the lightning beast seemed to have fainted and was in pain. It held its head with both hands and staggered. This beast is injured. Jiang Zhuqing didn't expect his wood dragon to be effective. He was overjoyed and shouted, "That's what I said. So many of our fellow Taoists died when we attacked it last time. How can it be fine?" Zhen Yi and the other gold core cultivators charged into the ball of lightning within a few years. As expected, they saw blood seeping out from the corner of the lightning beast's mouth. The purple lightning in the gaps between the scales on its back dimmed, and some pitch-black liquid had seeped into its back. Rumble, the lightning beast suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its 4 limbs spread out and a series of thunderous roars came from its mouth. If the others were fine, but Feng Shuqing spat out a mouthful of blood. His body went limp to the side. The jade pipa's sound was broken by the lightning beast, but Feng Shuqing was already suffering from the backlash of the sound attack. Feng Shuqing was already so heavily injured, but the lightning beast was not much better off after forcefully breaking through the invisible pipa. Azure blood gushed from its mouth as its wings trembled violently. Go, Zhen Yi and Jiang Zhuqing looked at each other. The lightning corroding hoop flew into the air. The wood dragon entered the hoop and rushed toward the lightning beast with it. Sizzle. The lightning beast waved its hand with some difficulty. Lightning flickered in an attempt to block the wooden dragon. However, the moment the lightning touched the lightning-corroding ring, it was sucked in. The wooden dragon charged directly to the lightning beast's chest. Just as everyone's faces lit up with joy, they heard a clear whoosh. A fist-sized purple lightning beast's inner core was spat out from the lightning beast's mouth. The purple lightning beast's inner core was faintly moving, and countless tiny lightning bolts flashed within. Bang! The inner core smashed into the wood dragon and the lightning-corroding hoop. A fist-sized hole appeared on the wood dragon's body. The lightning-corroding hoop also buzzed. Finally, with a crack, the lightning beast's inner core actually cracked. Ah! Zhen Yi and Jiang Zhuqing screamed at the same time. They both covered their hearts with their hands. Clearly, they were both injured, with two early golden core cultivators injured. The lightning beast, who was already injured, naturally couldn't avoid it. The lightning beast opened its mouth and tried to suck back the inner core. But at that moment, a cultivator flew out from the side of the lightning beast. This cultivator's upper body had already turned into a beast. He looked like a bull, and his thick body made his Taoist robe bulge. This cultivator was Shi Yan, who used the talisman. Shi Yan's eyes were crimson red. His arm, which had swelled to twice its previous size, was wrapped around a thick blue chain. As Shi Yan approached, the chain was activated by Shi Yan's mana. Like a spirit snake, it streaked through the air and struck the thunder beast's back. There was already a lot of blood gushing out from the spot where the thunder beast was. Shi Yan's chain actually hit the lightning beast's back. The huge impact was obviously beyond the lightning beast's expectations. The lightning beast, who was in the middle of sucking back the inner core, staggered, and its inner core was slightly off course. However, the impact of the chain only managed to break the lightning beast's protective light, revealing its true scales. A few drops of green blood actually dripped down. Roar! The lightning beast was furious. Its wings trembled slightly and its entire body crouched down. It quickly grabbed the chain with one hand. A string of lightning followed the chain and struck at Shi Yan, while its other hand quickly burned Shi Yan's chest. It easily tore apart Shi Yan's defense. Shi Yan was shocked. He gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and punched the lightning beast's chest. Chapter 1897. Peng. At the same time, Sala moved. When Shi Yan's fist struck the thunder beast, his own chest was also torn apart by the thunder beast's sharp claws. Bloody innards immediately fell from the sky. Shi Yan's corpse also rapidly shrunk and fell. Zhen Yi and the others were shocked. In the blink of an eye, a Middle Foundation establishment cultivator was so easily killed by the thunder beast. Woo! The thunder beast let out a sorrowful cry. It held the place where Shi Yan had risked his life to strike with one hand. Seemed to be in great pain. Rumble. At this moment, between the thunder beast and its inner core, many stones appeared and smashed towards the thunder beast. A trace of confusion actually appeared in the thunder beast's ferocious eyes. It seemed that the 5 elements soul capturing formation had taken effect again. But let's hurry up and do it. Zhen Yi was overjoyed when he saw the situation. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiang, separate the thunder beast's inner core from the thunder beast." Just as Zhen Yi said, Xiang Min was overjoyed when she saw that the two beasts were about to be trapped. She tried her best to urge the 5 elements soul capturing formation and was about to increase its power again. She wanted to make a final strike before Xiao Hua and Li Fengzhu's magic power was exhausted. But at this moment a strange change occurred. The place where the unknown pressure had been produced once again produced a fierce aura that rushed straight to the sky. Around this aura, a huge amount of heaven and earth's spiritual chi of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were produced. This spiritual chi was full of blood and strangeness. As soon as it appeared, it immediately produced a huge suction force. It sucked in all the heaven and earth spiritual chi within 100 miles. Wing. The 5 elements soul capturing formation actually let out a sorrowful cry. Not good. Xiang Min was shocked. Just as she was about to pour her magic power into the 5 elements plate, the 5 elements plate suddenly exploded and split into 5 pieces that entered the 5 formation eyes. Following the 5 elements plate's entry, the 5 formation eyes were immediately filled with a huge amount of 5 elements spiritual chi. Xiao Hua and the others who were sitting in the formation eyes immediately began to spin. Before the 5 of them could do anything, a kind of oppressive force descended from the sky. A black and white brilliance faintly flashed. The 5 people's 5 elements plate and the 5 magic treasures all disappeared. Ah? Xiang Min and the rest were dumbfounded. Seeing the 5 elemental soul capturing array collapse without any reason, they were really caught off guard. The fire ape and the lightning beast, who were besieged by the 7 people, suddenly rushed into the air. Each of them executed their natural superpowers and fled in the direction they came from. Where do you think you're going? How could Xiang Min, Zhen Yi and the others allow the 2 beasts to escape? With a shout, the 7 of them split into 2 groups and followed the flame and lightning beasts up the mountain range. Xiao Hua. Xue Xue said sorrowfully as she stared blankly at the empty space. Shi Yan's corpse was on the ground, but not a single hair of the 5 people in the eye of the formation could be seen. The sun-moon corona that Xiao Hua had just used was also thrown to the side. Xiao Hua actually didn't have time to put it into the space. Go. Let's catch up to Martial Uncle Zhen. Only he can help us find Xiao Hua. Seeing that the other disciples were all following their own masters, Xiang Yang didn't dare to hesitate and urged Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian also didn't dare to delay and pulled Xue Xue. Xue Xue had no choice but to take the sun-moon corona and follow Zhen Yi. 100 miles away in the underground space of the Fire Lake, Yuan Feng and the other 4 elders, as well as many disciples of the spirit husbandry sect, were dumbfounded as they looked at the 5 rotating masses of black gas and the 5 cultivators who suddenly appeared within the masses of black gas. Who else could these 5 cultivators be? Naturally, they were the 5 formation eyes of the 5 elemental soul capturing array. Xiao Hua, Li Fengzhu, Qing Hao, Zhu Ming and Li Mian. The 5 elemental soul capturing array extracted the spiritual energy of the 5 elements nearby for its own use, and the 5 essences spirit awakening array took up even more of the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. With the power of the 5 spirits and the 4 late golden core realm cultivators, wouldn't the formation eyes of the 5 elemental soul capturing array be used by the 5 essences spirit awakening array? Xiao Hua and the others were teleported into the 5 spirit formation eyes of the 5 essences spirit awakening array. How could the 4 early foundation establishment realm cultivators resist such a short teleportation? When their figures appeared in the black gas, they were already unconscious. Only Xiao Hua, who was a Qi refinement realm cultivator, had a strong physical body. He only felt his vision darken and fainted slightly. His vision became even darker. That's right, it was like that. The figures of Xiao Hua and the others only appeared for a moment in the black gas. Yuan Feng and the others didn't even have time to see them clearly before the soaring aura and the spiritual energy of the 5 elements pressed down, completely messing up the 5 masses of black gas. Xiao Hua and the others' figures were covered by the black gas, and the 5 masses of black gas fell onto the altar and merged together. The entire altar was boiling with black gas at this moment. Bubbles of various sizes continuously bubbled out, and a blurry pattern gradually formed by the black gas became clearer and clearer. Disciples, get ready. Yuan Feng was overjoyed. He didn't care about the abnormality of Xiao Hua and the others and waved his hand as he shouted. At this moment, a bark-like sound rang out from the black gas. A sharp aura was born from the black gas. That aura was very cold and cruel. Seeing that the Chao Wu's soul essence was about to appear, Yuan Feng shouted, "Collect." The spirit husbandry sect disciples who were already prepared opened their spirit storage bags. All kinds of strange spirit beasts flew out from their spirit storage bags. However, no matter how many spirit beasts there were, they were all suppressed by the aura. Although they didn't piss their pants in terror, they all hid behind the disciples obediently. The spirit husbandry sect disciples all activated their spirit-devouring cultivation method and waited for the Chao Wu's soul essence to appear. However, time passed. Very quickly, the soul essence that they were waiting for still didn't appear. Just as Yuan Feng and the other elders were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather on the altar in the air. On the other hand, Xiao Hua was extremely bewildered. He felt his vision go black, and when he opened his eyes again, Zhen Yi and the others were gone. The lightning beast was gone, and even the earth element magic treasure that was before him earlier had vanished. Naturally, the force that absorbed his magic energy had vanished as well. However, his vision was still dark. He couldn't see anything. What's going on? Xiao Hua's body floated in the black gas. He scanned with his divine sense and tried to think of a solution. Unfortunately, the black gas seemed to be very large. Perhaps it was suppressing his divine sense. Xiaohua couldn't see anything. Just as Xiaohua clapped his hands and wanted to use the cloud-suppressing seal, an almost irresistible pressure fell from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua couldn't react in time and was pushed down. This is bad. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately used the bright thunder escape. He wanted to fly up. At this moment, a barking sound was heard. Xiaohua's body tightened and his magic power was instantly condensed. Chapter 1898. Xiaohua was caught off guard and his entire body fell down. He was greatly shocked. What was the difference between this situation and the previous encounter with Xiang Min? Xiaohua did not hesitate. His body shook and the phoenix celestial body immediately came out of his body. The cry of a phoenix sounded and protected Xiaohua. Immediately after, Xiaohua urged his magic power. The flame of the fire essence flame crystal quickly circulated in his meridians and forcefully poured his magic power into his body. Only then did he barely stop his body in the air. Boom! Xiaohua was like a lit match. His entire body was surrounded by flames, and with the brightness of the flames, Xiaohua could clearly see the situation around him. Xiaohua almost cried out in surprise. He was able to see clearly. It would have been better if he hadn't seen clearly. The pitch-black gas had submerged Xiaohua's surroundings and he couldn't see the end of it. Moreover, within the black gas he could faintly see countless faces. Some were humanoid, some were beast-like and some were even bird-like and so on. Damn it, it must be Xiang Min's doing. Xiaohua did not need to think at all and immediately cursed. That guy saw that the fire ape and lightning beast were about to be killed, so he had the heart to take everything for himself. I don't know what he did with the 5 elements soul capturing formation. These vengeful spirits must have been captured by that guy before. Although Grandmaster Zhen was prepared, he was on the other side of the valley after all. It was impossible for him to do anything in the formation. Xiang Min took the initiative to activate the formation, and those gold core cultivators were unlucky. Ouch, eldest senior brother, eldest senior sister and Shui. I'm afraid they are also doomed. Xiaohua immediately became anxious when he thought of Shui. He released his divine sense again, wanting to find traces of Shui. However, he immediately thought of the pressure and the faint feeling of teleportation just now, and knew that Shui might not be here. At this moment, a black fog rolled in front of Xiaohua, and the unconscious figures of Zhu Ming and the others appeared. Senior Zhu. Overjoyed, he was just about to call out when he saw the rolling black fog condense in front of him as if it had a life of its own. In the blink of an eye, a dog's face that was 10 feet in size appeared in front of Xiaohua. Ah, Chow. Looking at such a huge dog face, Xiaohua turned pale with fright. In his mind, he involuntarily thought of the name of a kind of fierce beast and cried out in alarm. Moreover, the phoenix celestial body flying above Xiaohua's head suddenly flapped its wings and smashed that fierce dog face into pieces. However, something strange happened very quickly. The phoenix dharma body only shattered the black gas. After a short while, the black gas condensed again, and the ferocious face appeared again. Xiaohua understood and slapped his hand. The cloud-suppressing seal flew out from the space and firmly protected him. He calmly looked at Chao Cheng. When Chao Cheng's face appeared, although its fierce eyes were condensed from black fog, they also emitted a cruel and ominous light. It swept across Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body, seeming to be somewhat puzzled and also somewhat fearful. Then it landed on the bodies of Zhu Ming and the others. Woof! With another roar, the souls of Zhu Ming and the other 3 immediately flew out and entered the Chao Yu's mouth. Immediately after, a cold wind blew past, and the clothes of Zhu Ming and the others quickly decayed. Their exposed bodies also gradually turned black and decayed in the cold wind. In the end, only a few sets of white bones were left. Even the white bones gradually became rusty and slowly turned gray until they finally turned into ashes. Ah, Xiaohua's eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. What kind of method was this? The 4 of them were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Just like that, they were unknowingly taken by someone, by Chaoli while they were unconscious. Moreover, their corporeal bodies had undergone such a shocking mutation. However, Xiaohua immediately understood that this was not some great divine ability, but a kind of deadly poison of Chao Cheng, a poison that was almost incurable. Thinking of the deadly poison, Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He looked around again. Of course, since the cold wind had deadly poison, how could the black fog around him not have it? Fortunately, the flames of the fire essence flame crystal were so pure that the fierce flames actually forced the black fog out. With a jie sound, Xiaohua did not dare to let Chao-Ching attack him first. He activated his phoenix celestial body and spread its wings. Two sharp claws flashed with cold light and grabbed at the black fog-formed Chao-Ching. Woo! The wind naturally blew towards the phoenix celestial body. Unfortunately, the phoenix celestial body was not a real body. When the cold wind blew past, it did not cause any harm to the phoenix celestial body. Of course, the black fog of Chao-Ching was once again defeated by the phoenix celestial body and turned back into black fog. Whoosh whoosh! The phoenix celestial body flapped its wings again, stirring up the surrounding black smoke. Even though the Chaui couldn't take shape, the space where the black smoke was located was immeasurably large, and it didn't seem to have any special effect. Let's go. Xiaohua saw that the phoenix celestial body was ineffective. The magic power in his body flowed and he used the lightning escape technique and flew upwards. With a peng, Xiaohua only flew for about 10 feet when a restriction appeared above his head, blocking his body. Xiaohua hurriedly released his divine sense. Just as he wanted to see what this restriction was, he heard a bone-chilling mournful sound from the darkness all around him. That's right, it was a kind of mournful wail. Following the light, Xiaohua was shocked to discover that the various faces that were silent just now had now turned into the shape of malicious spirits. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced at him. Moreover, all kinds of bewitching sounds were continuously produced from the black fog, rushing towards Xiaohua like waves beating the shore. Goldie! This was Xiaohua's first reaction, but then he smiled bitterly. Ever since Goldie swallowed Yikuan, it had been in a deep sleep and had not woken up at all. At this time it was impossible for it to save him. What should I do now? Xiaohua was somewhat anxious. He saw that countless souls were crowding towards him as if they were going to annihilate him. Hong Long Long, Xiaohua threw out several dozen fireball talismans without hesitation. A series of explosions were also effective. The black fog that had just approached him was blown away, becoming dim. However, when the fireballs were all annihilated, the black fog gathered again. Xiaohua opened the Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye on his left hand, and saw that his entire body, front, back, left and right were all illusory figures. They were either humans or beasts. They were the souls of the creatures that Chao Ti had swallowed. Buddha's Saraira. Xiaohua immediately thought of the first ability of the Buddha's Saraira, Transcendence. However, when he used Transcendence last time, his mind was inside the demonic long banner. Now that his physical body was outside, he did not know if it would work. Moreover, Xiaohua was somewhat regretful at this time. If he had refined the demonic long banner earlier, he might have been able to succeed at this time. Forget it. At this time, Xiaohua did not have time to think too much. Seeing that many vengeful souls were crowding towards him again, he threw out another fireball talisman, and used the exquisite leaf scripture. Lin, when the Buddha's Saraira in Xiaohua's mud pill palace shone with golden light, he immediately chanted an incantation. The hidden swastika character on his forehead gradually appeared, and then it quickly spun. After that, it projected an extremely small golden light in front of Xiaohua's head. That golden light gradually expanded along with the circulation of Xiaohua's Buddhist mantra. A Buddha's Saraira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground gradually formed. This Buddha's Saraira continued to grow. Only when it grew to over a foot tall did it stop. The 1-foot-tall Buddha's Saraira flickered with golden light, illuminating the nearby black fog. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, although the black fog was illuminated, the countless vengeful souls did not seem to be afraid of the golden light and Saraira at all. Instead, they were like flies that had seen blood, risking their lives to pounce over. Looking at the expressions of those vengeful souls, it seemed they even carried great joy. Damn it, don't tell me. I'm a sheep that entered a pack of wolves. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbfounded, but he did not dare to be negligent. The Buddha's Saraira formed an incantation, and from his mouth he chanted the Lin word. Once the incantation came out, it immediately transformed into a golden light that covered one of the vengeful souls. Seeing the golden light descending, that vengeful soul did not know how to dodge and viciously welcomed it. However, when the golden light landed on the vengeful soul's body and passed through it, the vengeful soul's ferocious expression immediately disappeared. The entire vengeful soul also became transparent. The vengeful soul seemed to have woken up, and a pious expression appeared on its face. It bowed towards the Buddha's sarira and said, "Many thanks to the Venerable One," following which the vengeful soul gradually shrunk and turned into a speck of dust, disappearing to an unknown location. Great! Xiaohua had already seen this kind of situation inside the devil artifact Long Banner. He knew that the Buddha's sarira was successful and he could not help but smile. Following which he quickly circulated the exquisite leaf scripture, and chanted them Lin word after Lin word. Every time he chanted a vengeful soul, no matter if it was a cultivator, a mortal or a bird or beast, none of them were unhappy. They all bowed and disappeared. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua himself did not know how many vengeful souls he had transcended, but, compared to the seemingly endless amount of vengeful souls, it seemed like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. This transcendence was actually a journey without end. If it was simply like this, Xiaohua would not be alarmed. What made Xiaohua somewhat worried was that his Buddha's sarira seemed to be a delicacy that all vengeful souls yearned for. Just when he was transcending the vengeful souls, numerous vengeful souls also threw themselves into the golden light of the sarira, wanting to devour the Buddha's sarira. Admittedly, all of the vengeful souls that bit down on the golden body of the Buddha's sarira, as if they were struck by the Lin word, abruptly awakened and disappeared. However, they were unable to withstand the biting of these vengeful souls. It was originally not a complete Buddha's sarira, and now it was incomplete. Although Xiaohua disregarded everything and circulated his heart sutra, wanting to make up for these incomplete parts, his speed was far from comparable to the biting. Xiaohua could predict that 2 hours, 4 hours might not be a problem, but what about 6 hours? What about a day later? This Buddha's sarira would be devoured in the end, devoured by those mindless and unconscious vengeful souls. The Buddha sect's sacrificing body to feed the eagle. I'm afraid this is the outcome, right? Xiaohua inexplicably thought of an inexplicable story in his heart. And at this moment, a similar restrictive force as before was born again, enveloping towards Xiaohua. Evidently, it did not want to allow Xiaohua to circulate his Buddha sect's heart sutra calmly. Chapter 1899. Xiaohua felt the power of imprisonment and hurriedly split his attention. On one hand he maintained his Buddhist mantra, and on the other he urged his phoenix body to block in front of the power of imprisonment, trying his best to stop this spell. Xiaohua's cultivation was still limited, and his phoenix body had not evolved enough. He could resist this power of imprisonment, but it was clear that the power of imprisonment was shrinking bit by bit, and the space that Xiaohua could resist was shrinking. What should I do? Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat. He saw the vengeful spirits surrounding him, and the power of imprisonment appeared again, but he still had not seen Chao Cheng's true body. Withdraw. Xiaohua's cloud-suppressing seal was already out, but it couldn't stop the vengeful souls, nor could it resist the power of imprisonment. He might as well withdraw it. Then he opened his mouth and the dream executioner flying sword flew out. Split into 2 and then split again. 8 sword lights flew into the black chi. He used sword plays the world and recklessly stabbed out without regard for anything. Ah! A series of heart-wrenching screams came out. Out of Xiaohua's expectations, the power of karma on the dream executioner flying sword could actually stab the vengeful spirits. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed, but just as his joyful mood rose, he felt that something was wrong and his heart was moved. These vengeful spirits were originally pitiful. If they could be reincarnated by the Buddha's sarira, they could probably be reincarnated, but to be assassinated by the dream executioner, their souls should be scattered. With this thought in mind, the dream executioner flying sword immediately slowed down a lot. But Chao Cheng did not give Xiaohua a chance at all. The vengeful spirits that filled the sky sped up their biting, and the power of imprisonment became even stronger. Sigh, forget it, Xiaohua sighed. This young master can't even protect himself, how can I care so much? I don't know when these vengeful spirits died in the hands of Chao Cheng, but today, they can be considered to have transcended. Therefore the dream executioner flying sword did not show any mercy, and killed in a crisscross pattern in the air, incomparably fierce. Woof! A dog's bark that had not sounded in a long time suddenly came out from the black chi, and it seemed to carry pain and shock. Here Xiaohua did not hesitate and urged the Dream Executioner flying sword to stab towards the dog's bark from all directions. Unfortunately, it was merely a miserable cry and there was no further movement. Moreover, Xiaohua's divine sense didn't seem to have discovered anything. Clearly the cry that Xiaohua heard just now was not sleep talking. At the very least, the strength of the confinement was 30% stronger, indicating Chao Cheng's anger. Boom! Xiaohua once again sped up the circulation of the prairie fire mantra in his body, forcing the flames of the fire marrow flame crystal out of his body. He did his best to resist this confinement force that he had never encountered before. At the same time, Xiaohua had no choice but to multitask. Not only did he have to circulate the Buddhist mantra to repair the Buddha Sarira, he also had to continue urging the sword playing the world to search for Chao Ti within the black gas. At this time Xiaohua was already exhausted. He was unable to think why Chao Cheng, who was so strong, did not fight him head-on. Instead he repeatedly avoided her. Very quickly 2 hours passed. Xiaohua's situation was precarious, and he had already reached the final edge. Not to mention that there were not many Buddha Sarira left, the swarm of vengeful spirits did not decrease at all. Even Xiaohua's Phoenix Dharma body was somewhat exhausted, gradually unable to resist the confinement force that had not weakened in the slightest. Xiaohua's face was ashen. He really did not understand where Xiangmin had brought him to. He simply had a feeling of dying with everlasting regret. Perhaps if I quickly force Chao Cheng out, the situation will improve? Xiaohua was somewhat whimsical. He did his best to urge the Dream Executioner flying sword to fly for 2 hours in vain, killing many vengeful spirits, but not even catching a single strand of Chao Cheng's hair. However, at this time a strange change occurred. The fire marrow flame crystal that had long since dimmed suddenly extinguished. Xiaohua's spiritual power immediately lost its support. Not only could he not use his flying technique, even his figure fell towards the black chi. Oh no! Xiaohua hastily used the ethereal steps levitation technique and tried his best to stabilize his body in the air. Just as a strand of scattered grief was born in his heart, an indescribable pressure emerged from Xiaohua's body and instantly enveloped the entire darkness. Moreover, this pressure continued to rush out of the restriction and enveloped the area within a radius of dozens of miles. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within dozens of miles became completely chaotic. The originally tyrannical fire attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth became even more wanton, crashing in all directions, rushing towards the sacrificial altar under the fire lake. Moreover, in the fire lake above the sacrificial altar, the originally boiling magma was like frozen ice water, emitting crunch 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 sounds, gradually becoming colder. The fire mice, fire bats and other spiritual beasts simply could not escape and were all sealed within. As the magma in the fire lake condensed into grayish-white lava, the fire attribute spiritual energy within completely condensed into fist-sized scarlet-red crystals, floating in mid-air. Looking at the surrounding dozens of miles, these scarlet-red crystals could be seen everywhere, sparkling and translucent to a terrifying degree. Foundation establishment. Xiaohua immediately understood, and with a groan in his heart, a kind of incomparable happiness filled his entire body. A kind of feeling of surviving a disaster spontaneously arose in his heart. Immediately after, Xiaohua slightly looked inside his body, and saw that the fire marrow flame crystal within his meridians were completely gone, and there was not much true energy left in his meridians. At this time, this true energy was violently boiling, comparable to boiling water, and had already begun to liquefy a little. It was precisely because of the liquefaction of his true energy that Xiaohua's body produced a suction force, and as the pressure around Xiaohua's body increased, the suction force on his body also became stronger and stronger. Great! Xiaohua waved his hand and without hesitation, took out 9 foundation establishment pills from the space and swallowed them all at once. The foundation establishment pills immediately turned into liquid and entered his body. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent, and immediately dissolved this pill according to the condensing experience that Zhen Qing had left for him. Foundation establishment pills were indeed foundation establishment pills. An abundant medicinal power rushed into his meridians, and not only did it replenish his true energy, it also accelerated the liquefaction of the true energy in his meridians. The suction force around Xiaohua's body gradually increased. Previously, there were still restrictions in the surroundings that prevented the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from entering, but in the end it could no longer be stopped. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into Xiaohua's body like a tidal wave, and the many fist-sized scarlet-red crystals also poured into his meridians. 9 foundation establishment pills are indeed not enough. Xiaohua felt the liquefaction of his true energy slowing down, and he hurriedly waved his hand again, and 9 foundation establishment pills entered his mouth again. Not to mention Xiaohua's sudden foundation establishment in the space under the sacrificial altar. All the disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect who were guarding outside the sacrificial altar were stunned. After the 5 balls of black gas suddenly appeared on the sacrificial altar, there was no more movement. Only the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to pour in, and Chao Chen's soul essence did not appear for a long time. Although many disciples were waiting for the soul essence to appear, how could they not be lazy after 2 hours? Yet just as they were being lazy and when Yuan Feng and the others were bewildered, the vision of Xiaohua's foundation establishment appeared. Chapter 1900. Why? Is someone condensing a core? Hu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, but she immediately shook her head. But this pressure is different from a golden core. It seems far from enough. Moreover, the divine sense isn't a golden core divine sense. Only the condensation of the world's spiritual energy is somewhat similar to an initial golden core. Man Yun was also a golden core cultivator, so she naturally knew the difference. Elder Yuan, this is... Shi Qiping was also puzzled and looked at Yuan Feng. Inside the formation, there's only Chao Wu's soul essence. Can Chao Wu condense a core? Yuan Feng was completely confused. Could it be those cultivators who appeared just now? Yu suddenly asked. Impossible. Although Yuan Feng didn't see their faces clearly, he could clearly see their cultivation bases and flatly denied it. They're all in the initial stage of foundation establishment. How can Chao Wu condense a core in such a short time? What should we do? Just wait like this? Man Yun frowned. Yuan Feng smiled bitterly and said helplessly, Elder man, why are you talking nonsense? No matter who condenses a core inside, the surroundings are controlled by the celestial phenomenon. Our divine senses can't even get close, so how can we do anything else? But if Chao Wu condenses a core inside, I'm afraid our plan will change. Hu was somewhat anxious. Yuan Feng frowned slightly and said unhappily, Elder Hu, if Chao Wu condenses a core, what do we have to be afraid of? Moreover, if it's Chao Wu condensing a core, would I need to make such a big fuss? Hu Yu's face reddened and she didn't say anything else. Let's wait first. Yuan Feng said with a smile. It's just a core condensation. It won't be a big hindrance to our actions. Elder Yuan's words are reasonable. Although Man Yun said this, she still felt strange when she saw the fist-sized crystal fly into the altar. As for Xiaohua, who was below the altar, he was safe and sound at this moment. Because the foundation establishment's celestial phenomenon had confined the surroundings, those seemingly endless vengeful spirits were all confined in midair, unable to move. The phoenix Dharma body was also suspended above Xiaohua's head, not waiting for him to move. Xiaohua's entire person was sitting cross-legged, taking the foundation establishment pill while converting the true qi absorbed into his body into true essence. Other people might take an hour or 2 to build their foundation, but Xiaohua took an entire day and night to build his foundation. He took a total of 360 foundation building pills in the space, which was exactly the number of great circulations. Only then did the true energy in his body turn into true essence. Afterwards, the heaven and earth spiritual qi that entered his body was also refined by the Heart Sutra, turning into true essence that circulated within his meridians. Just as Xiaohua stopped taking the foundation establishment pill and checked the condition of his body, he suddenly discovered that in the center of his lower dantian, there was a virtual point that was much lower than a grain of rice. It was slowly rotating. What is this? Could it be a gold core? Xiaohua was shocked and thought to himself, But it's different from a gold core, it's a virtual point. Could it be, because there was something just now, that something appeared in my dantian because of Ancestor Gen's core condensation? However, Xiaohua was very clear that this was almost an impossible matter. The comprehension of core condensation was only the comprehension of breaking through the realm. It definitely would not increase the realm of a cultivator. But if that was not the case, then what was the reason? Forget it. Xiaohua secretly shook his head. I'd better wait for the foundation establishment restriction to disappear, then quickly think of a way to escape from here. Sigh, this hateful restriction, even I can't break through it. Otherwise, I could borrow the power of the celestial phenomenon and escape. What was hateful was not only the foundation establishment restriction, there was also the celestial phenomenon that shocked Xiaohua even more. It was gathering in the sky above the flame forest mountains that had already condensed into lava. In the sky above, the dark red clouds became denser and denser. Threads of heavenly lightning as thick as a thumb were faintly jumping about. When the thunderclouds pressed down on the fire lake, the power of the heavenly lightning had already enveloped the entire altar. This is bad. The first to sense it was Yuan Feng and the other elders. With a sweep of his divine sense, he was greatly shocked. He shouted loudly, "Disciples, quickly store your spirit beasts into your spirit storage pouches. You all also sit on the ground. You can only hold your breath and concentrate. You are not allowed to operate your heart techniques or release your divine sense. This is a spirit beast. The lightning tribulation of core condensation has nothing to do with us." When the disciples heard this, they hurriedly stored their spirit beasts. Following Yuan Feng's instructions, they distanced themselves from the altar and sat cross-legged on the ground. "Elder Yung," Yu transmitted her voice. "When did the lightning tribulation appear when a spirit beast is core condensation? From what I know, I'm afraid that the lightning tribulation will only appear when it's out of shape, right?" Yuan Feng smiled bitterly. He looked around and also transmitted his voice. "How would I know? I've only read some foreign books when I went to millions of Meng mountains. When ancient demonic beasts evolve, there will be a crimson lightning tribulation. Look at the crimson color of the dark clouds in the sky right now. It's somewhat similar to the crimson lightning tribulation. Could it be that the Chao Wu is out of shape?" Yu said abruptly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, before Man Yun and the others could reply, she blushed. It was obvious that the Chao Wu's soul essence was suppressed under the formation. Without the support of its fleshly body, how could the Chao Wu be in shape? Yuan Feng quickly smoothed things over and said with a smile, "It's all my fault for not explaining clearly. Other than the Chao Wu's soul essence, there shouldn't be any other spirit beast under the altar. However, because the Chao Wu is a ferocious beast, the living beings it devours can't enter the six paths and can't be reincarnated. There should be many souls controlled by the Chao Wu's soul essence under the altar." "Souls?" As expected, Man Yun said in astonishment. "It's said that such otherworldly items are necessary for fiendish cultivators. If we have any fiendish artifacts, it will be of great use. Even if we have fiendish artifacts, we can't refine them without fiendish cultivation techniques." Yu said, "Moreover, we extracted the Chao Wu's soul essence. Those vengeful souls dissipated. We can treat it as a great merit." "Ah, Elder Hu, our Dao sect only cultivates Dao techniques, not merit." Zhiqiping laughed. Just as he was laughing, he heard a series of muffled sounds of heavenly thunder. No, a strand of lightning thinner than a strand of hair fell down. It rushed straight through the fire lake, passed through the stone wall and entered the altar. Xiaohua, who was inside the black qi, had already completed his foundation establishment. The meridians in his body were incomparably stable. Water-like true essence flowed smoothly in his meridians. Xiaohua only waved his hand and shot out the fireball technique with incomparable familiarity. A fireball of the same size as before, but the fire spiritual energy inside was condensed several times over, was born from his hand. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the fireball. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He said to himself, "No wonder Master always emphasized foundation establishment. Foundation establishment's true essence really can't be compared to true qi. Although I already had a certain concept before, when I really built my foundation I really had true essence. Only then did I understand the profoundness within. My magic power. I don't know how many times deeper than before." Xiaohua's face immediately revealed a sinister smile. I took 360 foundation establishment pills to build my foundation. How can I compare to ordinary cultivators? Before building my foundation, I already had the ability to contend against ordinary late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Then what about after building my foundation? Thinking of this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He raised his hand and was about to throw the fireball at those vengeful souls that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws again. However, just as the fireball was thrown out, a heavenly might even more fierce than before emerged around Xiaohua. Everything was unable to move. What's going on? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. The true essence that had just been born in his body seemed to have solidified. It seemed as if it couldn't flow. He really didn't understand. Since he had already built his foundation, was there still anything that couldn't be done? Rumble, rumble, rumble. A burst of thunder resounded in Xiaohua's ears and even in his heart. A burst of indescribable fear emerged from Xiaohua's heart. This is heavenly lightning? Soundless lightning? Xiaohua had experienced the soundless lightning in the myriad Thunder Valley and immediately had some understanding. Could it be that foundation establishment also has a lightning tribulation? A vague imprint related to the lightning tribulation appeared in Xiaohua's memory. It was a kind of fear, a kind of joy, and a kind of worship. Oh my, how do I know so much? Xiaohua was once again puzzled. Cao Cao from before was also like that. How do I know? Could it be the fire ape's soul essence? Just as Xiaohua's puzzlement emerged, he saw a heavenly might descend from the sky. A scarlet lightning net sprinkled down. Fear, excitement, pleasant surprise. All kinds of emotions actually emerged from Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body. On Xiaohua's body that was firmly pressed down, those 13,200 tiny dots also had a kind of eager impulse. They wanted to break free from Xiaohua's bones and rush into the phoenix dharma body. Kachacha. ZZZT ZZZT ZZZT. A burst of complicated sounds rang out. The scarlet lightning net first fell on Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body. That phoenix dharma body was instantly defeated and scattered into 13,200 tiny red dots. These tiny dots only had tiny blazing flames at this moment. The fine threads of lightning struck in. First they pressed the spiral-shaped netherworld wind into the tiny dots. Then the lightning also condensed into the tiny dots. Wind, fire, and lightning faintly flashed within the tiny dots. Just as the threads of lightning passed through the phoenix dharma body, those 13,200 tiny dots flashed with a fiery light. Like a phoenix undergoing nirvana, a hurricane was born within the tiny dots. However, within this hurricane there were more threads of fire and lightning. The phoenix dharma body was gradually taking shape again. Ouch, Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out miserably. He felt the same as the phoenix dharma body. The phoenix dharma body was defeated like this. It was as if his body was being torn apart. How could he endure it? However, his consciousness was so clear that he couldn't faint even if he wanted to. Every bit of pain was transmitted to his mind. This was an inhumane torture that Xiaohua had never experienced before. Bone erosion and soul search. I'm afraid this is the only way, right? Xiaohua felt that death was better than living. However, this was merely the beginning. Below the phoenix dharma body was the Buddha's Saraira. The scarlet lightning net also mercilessly struck the Saraira. Similarly, a ZZZT 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 sound rang out. The lightning net covered the Buddha's Saraira. A kind of numbing and itchy feeling was immediately born. Just as this feeling was born, Xiaohua felt as if he was reborn. However, immediately after, it transformed into an even more indescribable pain. Xiaohua wished that he could grow 1,000,000 hands and scratch the Buddha's Saraira. This numbing itch really pierced his heart. Chapter 1901. As this feeling deepened, the Buddha's Saraira, which was about to disappear, gradually regained its golden light. The damaged parts were also repaired. Buddha's Saraira can actually be cultivated like this? Xiaohua's heart was filled with thousands of hands, but he couldn't reach out. He could only hatefully think about it. But in an instant Xiaohua thought of the Saraira he got from Misty Mountain. Fortunately, Xiaohua only had his physical body and couldn't move. His mind still had some freedom. Without hesitation he took out the two Sarairas from the space and threw them into the lightning net. Sure enough, the moment the Saraira touched the lightning net, it melted. However, the melted liquid didn't repair the Saraira like Xiaohua thought. Instead, it gathered under the Saraira's feet, forming a thin layer. The final lightning net finally landed on Xiaohua's body. At this time, Xiaohua didn't feel any pain. Even if the lightning net tore his body apart, he was torn into 132 million small pieces. Xiaohua's entire body became a bloody mess that people couldn't bear to look at. He could only watch coldly. This demonic beast's physical body tribulation was really too fierce. Xiaohua thought that his body was already incomparably strong, but it was so easily torn apart. Fortunately, just as his flesh was about to fly, the scarlet-red bones with a tinge of orange emitted a gentle light. The bones tightly absorbed the 132 million small dots. Even the scattered blood didn't lose a single drop. And these small dots were like greedy babies, swallowing the lightning threads scattered in his body one by one. As the lightning threads were swallowed, the light on the bones gave birth to a healing power. His body was repaired bit by bit, and the blood was once again drawn into his blood vessels. It was a faint dragon's roar. Just when Xiaohua thought that the lightning tribulation was over, his meridians moved again. The dragon transformation art madly circulated again. The lightning net passed through his body and finally landed on Xiaohua's dragon veins. Piercing pain, sore and itchy, his meridians were torn apart again. Xiaohua was speechless. I'm only at Foundation establishment. Another hour passed, but there was no more movement within the formation. Woof! A light sound broke the tranquility of the formation. Less than 30 meters to the left of Xiaohua, a crimson-black Chao's soul essence appeared. This soul essence wasn't large, only a foot long, and there were several strands of lightning lingering around it. Obviously, it was affected by Xiaohua's inexplicable lightning tribulation. Chao and I soul essence? Xiaohua immediately understood that the lightning tribulation was coming to an end. Xiaohua's body was being repaired and he couldn't move for the time being. However, he could see with his naked eye. What's suppressed under this array formation is the Chao Li's soul essence. Those vengeful souls are also being driven by the Chao Li's soul essence. Listening to the sound of the Chao Ting's soul essence, it seems that the damage is not light. I think I have a chance. Immediately, Xiaohua looked around and looked at the countless vengeful souls from before. Most of them had already been destroyed by the lightning tribulation. The remaining ones were mostly fish that slipped through the net or people with tyrannical cultivation when they were alive. Great, Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. However, he couldn't move at the moment and couldn't use his divine ability to kill the Chao Li's soul essence. Just as Xiaohua was feeling disappointed, 5 lumps of light that weren't brilliant appeared near the barking. As soon as the 5 lumps of light appeared, they immediately surrounded the Chao Li's soul essence. The 5 colored lumps of light constantly attacked the Chao Li's soul essence. With every attack, the Chao Li's soul essence would tremble, seeming to be heavily injured. 5 spirits? Xiaohua was dumbstruck again. He moaned, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise and qilin. Heavens, this array formation. Where the hell is it? That's not right. That doesn't seem to be a qilin. Xiaohua observed for a moment and immediately realized that something was wrong. The lumps of the 5 spirits were all in the shape of the 5 spirits. Only the qilin's soul essence couldn't help but be fat. It was actually somewhat similar to the dust-repelling beast. Woof! At this moment the Chao Li moved. The lightning threads around its body already disappeared without a trace. At the same time that the vengeful souls flew around it, its body also emitted a black and red lumps of light to attack the 5 spirits. Damn it, hurry up and move. Xiaohua used all his strength to break free from the shackles. Unfortunately, this was the shackles of the lightning tribulation, the might of heaven and earth. How could he move? And the vengeful souls that were forced back by the lightning tribulation just now were flying towards Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira. Fortunately, after being baptized by the lightning tribulation, the golden light of the Buddha Saraira seemed to be even more dignified. Previously, if the vengeful souls had to eat 10 mouthfuls to transcend, now they only needed 1 mouthful to repent. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua was finally able to move. He opened his mouth without any hesitation, and the dream execution flew out, transforming into 8 sword lights that rushed towards the Chao Li's soul essence. At the same time, the Phoenix Dharma body also let out a cry and flapped its wings, grabbing at the soul essence with its sharp claws. Naturally, the first layer of Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was also used. After going through the lightning tribulation, the word Lin became even more powerful. It was 3 times bigger than before, and one word could transcend 3 times the number of vengeful souls. At this moment, the 5 spirits had been knocked around by the Chao Li, and their lumps had become much weaker. Especially the Qilin. Not only had its lumps become weaker, its speed had also become much slower. The Chao Li was also cunning. When it saw the Qilin was weak, it focused on attacking it. The 5 spirits formed the 5 skandhas formation of spirit awakening. If the Qilin was broken, the formation would be broken, and the Chao Li would naturally be able to escape. It had to be said that spirit husbandry sex method was like asking a tiger for its skin. If they were slightly careless, and there was no need to say careless, they had basically gotten themselves caught in a trap of their own making. Xiaohua's 8 sword lights had joined in at the right time. The power of karma was what the Chao Li feared, and it could also injure the Chao Li. Therefore, wherever the sword lights reached, the Chao Li had no choice but to deal with them. Of course, it was only to deal with them. Xiaohua's cultivation was far too inferior to the Chao Li's. Even though he had just entered foundation establishment and his strength had increased greatly, it was still not enough to deal with the Chao Li. The Phoenix Dharma body flew over, and its seemingly huge body and seemingly sharp phoenix claws were produced with a bark from the Chao Li's soul essence. The Phoenix Dharma body hurriedly spread its wings to resist the binding force. How could the claws reach down? Seeing this, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. With a buzzing sound, it smashed towards the Chao Li's soul essence. However, the truth was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. The cloud-suppressing seal smashed towards the Chao Li. Although the Chao Li was apprehensive of the power of karma, he was not afraid. He dodged slightly and dodged it. The cloud-suppressing seal was unable to succeed. Since the cloud-suppressing seal was ineffective, Xiaohua did not waste his efforts. He used all sorts of magic treasures like the Yi-Yang fan and the Fireball Talisman. Unfortunately, none of them were effective. Instead, they angered the Chao Li and waves of binding force enveloped Xiaohua. Forget it. Xiaohua saw that all his methods were useless and could only use the Phoenix Dharma body. Chapter 1902. Not to mention that Xiaohua saw that all kinds of methods were useless, he could only use the Phoenix Dharma body and do his best to circulate the Buddhist Dharma cultivation method to save the souls of the dead and reduce the burden of the 5 spirits. Among the 5 spirits, the Azure Dragon let out a dragon roar, shaking the black fog of the dead souls away a little. Then the Azure Dragon's light ball suddenly elongated, and the brilliance suddenly converged. Like the Azure Dragon swinging its tail, it began to rotate in the air and a strange fluctuation was born. At the same time, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise also roared as if they had received an order. The 4 light balls immediately began to rotate, and 3 different kinds of fluctuations were born. Then the fat Qilin let out a weak cry and then slowly rotated again. The brilliance of the light ball was also intermittent, and the fluctuations it produced were also intermittent. The 5 kinds of fluctuations intertwined, giving birth to a new kind of fluctuation. It was like a net that covered the Chao-An-I from top to bottom. Although the Chao-An-I was rarely afraid, it was suppressed by the 5 spirits. No matter how hard it tried, it was unable to escape. Under the cover of this fluctuation, the Chao-Ni's soul essence became smaller and smaller. In this way, the entanglement lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The Chao-An-I opened its mouth slightly and with a woof, a black gas rushed towards the Qilin's light ball. Why, it was as if boiling water was poured on top of ice and snow. The light ball that the Chao-An-I had been attacking for a long time suddenly flickered. The Qilin in the light ball clearly could not hold on. Not good. Xiaohua cursed in his heart. Seeing the other 4 spirits' brilliance dim at the same time as the Qilin's brilliance, the net-like fluctuation also began to tremble. He knew that the 5 spirits would not be able to hold on for long. When Xiaohua was anxious, he thought of the dust-repelling beast in his space that he did not know what to do. Let's give it a try, Xiaohua thought, and with a wave of his hand, the huge dust-repelling beast was taken out by Xiaohua. The originally ordinary dust-repelling beast's corpse. Once it entered the array, the sharp horn on its forehead immediately emitted a gentle brilliance. This brilliance was incomparably pure, and a kind of holy power immediately spread out. When Chao Xiu's soul essence was illuminated by the brilliance, it was extremely alarmed. It wanted to hide in the darkness, but the 5 spirits had already formed an array and suppressed it. There was a limit to its ability to hide. When Xiaohua saw this, he was overjoyed. He resisted the shackles of the Chao Ti and flew towards the place where the 5 spirits were. When he got close, the Qilin let out a long cry like a horse and rushed into the body of the Chao Ti beast with incomparable speed. When the Qilin light came out again, it was already several times stronger than before. The brilliance was even more brilliant. Moreover, the image of the Qilin inside was really like a Qilin. It was no longer as fat as before. This is bad. Xiaohua didn't have time to cheer. In his field of vision, he saw that Chao's soul essence actually took advantage of the fact that the 5 spirits' coordination was a bit uncoordinated to break free and fly down. Could it be that there's something else beneath me? Xiaohua's divine sense swept out. Now that Xiaohua had reached the foundation establishment realm, his divine sense had greatly improved. Although he was restricted by the array formation, he could still see the bottom. The place where Chao Ti had escaped to was a flaw in the array formation. There was still a faint lightning glow at this flaw. It had actually been broken by the lightning tribulation just now. Chao Ti wants to escape. Xiaohua was slightly shocked, but then a trace of joy appeared in his heart. If Chao Ti's soul essence had escaped, wouldn't he be able to escape as well? Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua was scheming in his heart, hundreds and thousands of suction forces suddenly appeared above his head and directly covered Chao Ti's soul essence. The disciples of Spirit Husbandry sect were already waiting impatiently outside the altar. Under the command of Elder Yuan Feng, they all released the spirit-devouring cultivation technique. Elder Yuan Feng was indeed a genius. This spirit-devouring cultivation technique was the nemesis of all soul essences. Even if Chao Ti was a ferocious beast and its soul essence was extremely ferocious, the thousands of spirit-devouring cultivation technique still easily absorbed Chao Ti's soul essence. Woof! Chao Ti barked in panic. If it was under normal circumstances, it might not necessarily have no means to escape. However, under Xiaohua's lightning tribulation, it was extremely weak and couldn't escape at all. It stopped at the flaw in the array formation and the 5 spirits surrounded it. Chao Ti then charged towards the brilliance of the 5 spirits a few times. Although it was able to gain some benefits every time, the suction force of the thousands of spirit-devouring cultivation technique constantly tore Chao Ti's soul essence away. Woof woof! Chao Ti barked again. The few souls left in the array formation gathered towards Chao Ti, wanting to help Chao Ti resist the spirit-devouring cultivation technique. Xiaohua laughed loudly. You doghead, you still want to be lucky at this moment. After saying that, the Buddha Saraira stood up and chanted mantras as it flew in front of Chao Ti, blocking the souls from gathering together. It was unknown how many souls had passed through the Buddha Saraira. The golden color that had been baptized by the lightning tribulation was tattered and almost dimmed. Luckily, the 2 Sarairas that Xiaohua had sent into the Buddha Saraira had turned into a thin layer of golden liquid that stopped at the feet of the Buddha Saraira. Every time the Buddha Saraira's golden body was exhausted, it would rush towards the Buddha Saraira along with Xiaohua's exquisite scripture, repairing the golden body. There was still some golden liquid under the Buddha Saraira. From the looks of it, it should be able to last until Chao Ti was torn apart and absorbed by the spirit-devouring cultivation technique. At this moment, another 4 even more ferocious spirit-devouring cultivation technique entered the array formation. It was executed by Yuan Feng and the other elders. These 4 were even more powerful than the previous ones. Once they absorbed Chao Ti's soul essence, in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Chao Ti's soul essence had shrunk by more than half. Chao Ti was also unlucky. The 5 spirits were originally the methods of Spirit Husbandry sect, but if it wasn't for Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira and the lightning tribulation, Spirit Husbandry sect wouldn't have been able to defend against the ferocious Chao Ti. Just Xiaohua's final lightning tribulation had destroyed 70% of Chao Ti's soul essence. Otherwise, the 5 spirits wouldn't have been unable to find Chao Ti's soul essence until the very end. Of course, if it wasn't for the 5 spirits of spirit husbandry sect and the spirit-devouring cultivation technique, Xiaohua probably wouldn't have been a match for Chao Ti with 30% of its strength. In the end, Xiaohua would only have been a dead spirit of Chao Ti's soul essence. However, spirit husbandry sect on the surface and Xiaohua in the dark directly led to the end of Chao Ti's soul essence. Seeing the 4 powerful suction forces, Chao Ti's soul essence suddenly shrunk, causing more than half of the spirit-devouring cultivation technique to fail. Furthermore, when Chao Ti's soul essence expanded once again, it continued to expand. With a loud bang, not only did it break free from the restraint of the 5 spirits, it also broke free from the suction force. Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was shocked. All the disciples of spirit husbandry sect outside the sacrificial altar were also surprised. Quick, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yuan Feng suddenly came to a realization. These soul essences don't have Chao Ti's imprint. Both spirit beasts and I can use them. As he said that, he sat down cross-legged and used the spirit-devouring cultivation technique to refine these soul essences. Man Yun and the other elders and disciples were all surprised. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Therefore, everyone sat down cross-legged and worked hard, no longer mentioning the Chao Ti's soul essence in the sacrificial altar. Chao Ti wants to escape. This was the first reaction of Xiaohua, who was inside the sacrificial altar. He hurriedly used his spiritual sense to scan for the flaws in the formation. However, what shocked Xiaohua was that the 5 spirits had already blocked the flaws and Chao Ti's soul essence wasn't there at all. Xiaohua was rather surprised. Where did the dog head go? Just as this thought appeared, a trace of vigilance came from the phoenix spell body. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly used his spiritual sense to scan the sky. He saw an extremely dim Chao Ti's soul essence flying towards him. Damn it, your opponent is the 5 spirits, not me. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly used the bright thunder escape to dodge. However, very naturally, Chao Ti's power of confinement appeared from all sides and suppressed Xiaohua. Xiaohua tried his best to urge the phoenix spell body. The spell body flapped its wings and blocked left and right, wanting to block Chao Ti's soul essence. At the same time, the 5 spirits also discovered the abnormality here and rushed over from the flaws. Woof, Chao Ti barked. It seemed to have dodged the phoenix spell body's obstruction and was about to rush into Xiaohua's body. However, just as the 5 spirits were about to surround it, it suddenly retreated and quickly flew towards the flaws in the formation. Damn it, this dog head actually knows how to feint. Xiaohua's little heart trembled in fear. Just as he was about to rejoice, a strange situation appeared again. That Qilin light seemed to have expected Chao Ti's actions. It actually took a step forward and flew in front of Chao Ti. The horse neighed and crashed into Chao Ti, blocking Chao Ti's escape route. Chao Ti's soul essence weakened again and had no choice but to fly towards Xiaohua. Dust-warding beast. You fat pig. Xiaohua was furious. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken you out. The 5 spirits actually surrounded Chao Ti and Xiaohua. Xiaohua was flustered. Just now, all his magic treasures were useless. Now that Chao Ti was close to him, what should he do? Spiritual fire. Seeing Chao Ti close in and Xiaohua release the dream executioner, Xiaohua thought of the scarlet spiritual fire ignited by the fire origin. Pooh. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth and spat out a scarlet spiritual fire. That spiritual fire was absolutely bewitching. As soon as it flew out of his body, it immediately scattered a faint light throughout the entire space. Not only was Chao Ti afraid, even the 5 spirits stopped in their respective positions and didn't dare to go forward. Damn it, this spiritual fire is actually so powerful. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His hand began to form a shaky hand seal. He pointed his finger wanting to activate the spirit fire. But just as Xiaohua was about to activate his magic power, the true essence in his body began to flow rapidly. His magic power began to flow uncontrollably into the hand seal. This was the first time Xiaohua used some ancient fire control divine art. He didn't expect it to consume so much magic power. Only when half of the magic power in his body was used did the hand seal in his hand take shape. Go. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and formed the hand seal. A thin line of fire flew out from the spiritual fire and drew a beautiful arc in the air, directly piercing Chao Ti's soul essence. Woof! With a miserable cry, Chao Ti's soul essence was ignited. His entire body tumbled in the air. When the bewitching red light was extinguished, Chao Ti's soul essence was only left with a thumb-sized shadow. At this time the phoenix body let out a long cry and stretched out its beak. It opened its mouth and sucked in Chao Ti's soul essence. Roar! One of the 5 spirits, the azure dragon, also let out a dragon cry. It seemed to be dissatisfied with the actions of the phoenix body. Roar! For some unknown reason Xiaohua's meridians also moved. Xiaohua involuntarily opened his mouth and let out a long cry. Moreover, the spiritual fire in his hand also suddenly moved. At this time the azure dragon was speechless. It watched as the phoenix body sucked Chao Ti's soul essence into its body. Just like before when it absorbed the fire ape's soul essence, Chao Ti's soul essence also flew into a small dot and stopped moving. Then a huge amount of memories rushed into Xiaohua's mind. It's like this again. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Following the pain in his head, he once again sealed the majority of his memories. Seeing Chao Ti's soul essence disappear, the 5 spirits circled around Xiaohua for a while. Then they flew above the spell formation and stood in different positions, no longer moving. Chapter 1903. Xiaohua withdrew the spiritual fire and flew to the weak point of the formation. He first looked around but did not rush to escape. Instead he activated the Buddha Sarira and continued to transcend the remaining dead souls. As Xiaohua transcended the dead souls, the Buddha fire in the Buddha heart within the Buddha Sarira had already taken shape. Until several hours later, all the dead souls had been transcended. There was not a trace of black energy left in the entire formation. Another few hundred strands of spirit-devouring cultivation technique rushed into the formation. The 5 spirits on the formation also began to move. Xiaohua knew that the formation was about to be opened. Damn it, even though my cultivation is at foundation establishment right now, it can't compare to Xiang Min. This bastard. With such a ruthless method he must have already succeeded. If I rush out now I will definitely fall into his hands. Why don't I escape first and see if there is a chance later? Thinking of this, Xiaohua did not hesitate and immediately rushed out of the formation's flaw. Outside was still the bottom of the fire lake. But because Xiaohua had built his foundation he had absorbed all of the fire-type spiritual energy. Now it had turned into lava, and Xiaohua used the earth escape technique to easily escape from it. You are ready. On the altar, Elder Yuan Feng instructed, the Chao Wu's soul essence is definitely not this little. There must be some remaining soul essence hidden in this formation. Once you see any soul essence, immediately use the spirit-devouring cultivation technique. Immediately after Yuan Feng used the technique, the 5 spirit flag fluttered in the wind, and a 5-colored brilliance shot out and rushed into the altar. Immediately after, the surface of the altar that was surging with black mist just now once again turned into 5 sparkling and translucent spirits. This Qilin seems to be wrong. Elder Yuan Feng, who was in charge of the array formation, was very sensitive. Then without thinking he waved the 5 spirit flags. The 5 spirits actually flew up from the altar and rushed into the 5 spirit flags, revealing that there was probably a space of several miles under the altar. However, when the formation opened the space was also revealed, but the space was completely empty. It was as clean as a thief leaving a building. This. Yuan Feng and the other 3 elders scanned with their divine senses. How could they not know? They could not help but be dumbfounded. Elder Yuan, there seems to be a flaw in the formation, Man Yun said in a very experienced manner. Yuan Feng scanned with his divine sense and gritted his teeth. No wonder. Even though we've gained a lot of benefits, but we haven't gotten most of the spirit beast's soul essences yet. It turns out that this bastard escaped from the array's flaw. It must have the help of other spirit beast's soul essences. Let's chase after it quickly. After he finished speaking, he instructed a portion of the disciples to clean up the mess. A portion of the disciples, under the lead of the other elders, went ahead and chased after Xiaohua. Then he put away the 5 spirit flags and sealed the array formation as before. After that he brought the other disciples and chased after Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't go far. After the spirit husbandry sect disciples left to clean up the mess, the underground caves were empty. Xiaohua suddenly appeared in one of the caves. He looked down at the lifelike sacrificial altar and thought to himself, spirit husbandry sect? It was the spirit husbandry sect. How was this possible? It's normal for them to covet the soul essence of the Chao Ao, but why was I sent here by Xiang Min? Could it be the formation? Xiaohua had eavesdropped on the conversation of the spirit husbandry sect disciples who were cleaning up the mess. He already knew most of the truth. However, he didn't expect that he would mess up the spirit husbandry sect's plan. Furthermore, he could faintly feel that the reason he was sent here was related to the formation. After all, Xiang Min's plan and the spirit husbandry sect's plan were different. If Xiang Min had joined forces with the spirit husbandry sect, she wouldn't have joined forces with Zhen Yi. Since that's the case, Xue Xue and eldest senior brother definitely aren't here. Xiaohua frowned, then they should be the chasing thunder beast, right? But where is the chasing thunder beast? Xiaohua waved his hand and was about to take out the sun-moon corona. However, it was a pity that the sun-moon corona was no longer in his space. How could he take it out? I'm afraid I've fallen into the 5-elemental soul-capturing formation. Xiaohua was a little regretful. However, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes soon after. He sat cross-legged in the mountain cave and released his phoenix celestial body and divine sense. After a while, Xiaohua opened his eyes and flew out of the cave. He flew into midair and looked at the depths of Flame Forest Swamp. It was a completely different direction from where Spirit Husbandry Sect was chasing. He frowned and said, "The Sun-Moon Corona was refined by me and the Fire Ape's spirit essence is also in the Phoenix spell body. However, why can't I sense the exact location of the Sun-Moon Corona? Why can I only sense it vaguely? If it was in someone else's storage bag, I wouldn't even be able to sense it vaguely. It must be in Xue Xue's hands. Forget it. No matter what, how can I not care about Xue Xue's safety?" Xiaohua chuckled and suddenly flew into the air. The bright thunder escape was executed very easily. After Xiaohua entered the Foundation Establishment realm, how could his divine ability be predicted using common sense? The true essence in Xiaohua's body flowed smoothly like mercury, and a comfortable feeling that he had never experienced before was born in his meridians. Abundant magic power surged in his body and Xiaohua had an impulse. He felt that even if there was a golden core cultivator in front of him, he could still fight for him. However, after thinking deeper, Xiaohua felt a little discouraged. Currently, all of his techniques were chi refinement spells. Not to mention golden core, he didn't even have many foundation establishment techniques. How could he fight with a golden core cultivator? At this moment, a golden core cultivator's divine sense swept over and Xiaohua had no choice but to stop and wait respectfully in the air. After a while, an unfamiliar cultivator swaggered over and looked at Xiaohua and said coldly, "Which sect are you from? You just entered the Foundation Establishment realm and you dare to come to the depths of the Flame Forest Swamp? Do you not want to live anymore?" "Senior, please no. I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect and followed Martial Uncle Zhen Yi here. However, because we were separated by accident, I am here to find Martial Uncle Zhen Yi. May I know if Senior is my Martial Uncle?" Xiaohua controlled his temper and asked respectfully, "Imperial Thunder Sect? Zhen Yi?" The Golden Core cultivator was clearly happy when he heard Zhen Ye's name. He said with a smile, "I was wondering why Martial Nephew's flying speed was different from others. So you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Does Martial Nephew know the lightning escape technique?" Xiaohua saw the Golden Core cultivator's attitude and suddenly became a Martial Nephew. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He bowed and said, "Junior's lightning escape technique is only at the entry level. It can't be said that I know it. It's already not bad." The Golden Core cultivator said with a smile, "May I know if fellow Taoist Zhen Ye's lightning escape technique has reached mastery?" Xiaohua really couldn't continue chattering with this cultivator. He said with a smile, "Junior doesn't know about Martial Uncle Zhen Yi, but I'm afraid he hasn't reached mastery either." And the Golden Core cultivator nodded and said, "I am Xie Zhiqian from the Immortal Ascension sect. I have long heard of the Imperial Thunder Sect's lightning escape technique. I have also long heard of fellow Taoist Zhen Ye's reputation." Xiaohua was happy when he heard this. he said with a smile, my martial uncle is probably in front. If Senior Xie has time, there is no harm in letting Junior lead the way. You will definitely be able to see my martial uncle. Chapter 1904. Alas, what a pity. Xie Zhiqian looked back at the flame forest swamp and shook his head. I just found one thing, I need to find another one. I'm afraid I can't go. Xiaohua was very disappointed and smiled apologetically. In that case, I won't waste Senior Xie's time, please. Don't worry. Xie Zhiqian clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. He immersed his divine sense in it and wrote something on it. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, this is for fellow Taoist Zhen. Please give it to him on my behalf. I have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Zhen, so please pass it to him. No problem. Xiaohua accepted it with a smile. Xie Zhiqian took out another medicinal pill and said with a smile, there is a saying in the mortal world that an emperor does not lack hungry soldiers. Martial nephew Minghua, please accept this pill as a token of my appreciation. Seeing that Xie Zhiqian was so amiable and approachable, truly worthy of the Qian in his name, Xiaohua was somewhat flattered. He hurriedly took it and said with a smile, I don't dare to disobey an elder's words, and I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift. Senior Xie, please rest assured this junior will definitely take care of this matter. And I will wait for fellow Taoist Zhen's message. Xie Zhiqian cupped his hands and flew away with a smile. After Xie Zhiqian left, Xiaohua looked at his back and thoughtfully said, Meng country's immortal ascension sect? Why did a Meng country cultivator come to my country of Xi's flame forest swamp? Then he looked at the jade slip in his hand and put it in his storage bag. He said self-deprecatingly, they are looking for martial uncle Zhenyi, not me. Why do I think so much? After flying for half a day, the number of cultivators they met became less and less. The fire lake under their feet gradually became bigger and bigger. The sun-moon corona also began to feel erratic. However, Xiaohua's heart relaxed a lot. Since the sun-moon corona was moving, it meant that Shui was fine. Just as Xiaohua was flying past the edge of a fire lake, a large group of fire bats suddenly flew out from their habitat at the edge of the lake and rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua could practically see the sharp fangs in the mouth of the closest fire bat. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily. He opened his mouth and the dream executioner flying sword flew out. 8 sword lights flew into the group of fire bats. Then he slapped his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out of the space, sprinkling a bronze brilliance to protect himself. However, the dream executioner was unstoppable. Every time it flashed, it would kill a few fire bats. The fire bats were immediately thrown into chaos. Xiaohua also didn't want to stay for too long. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fireball talismans smashed into the air, causing the fire bats to become dizzy and disoriented. Then he increased his speed and flew over the fire lake. By the time the fire bats regrouped and looked for Xiaohua again, where would there be any trace of him? It should be here. Xiaohua didn't stop in the slightest. He waited until he arrived at a place densely packed with stone spikes before he stopped in midair. However, he saw that there was no fire lake in this area of several hundred li. There were only stone spikes that pierced into the air. These stone spikes were of different sizes and they were all reddish-brown in color. There wasn't the slightest bit of vegetation on them. Xiaohua paused for a moment. He only heard the sound of wind blowing through the spikes. There wasn't any other movement. He carefully released his divine sense again. There wasn't any special place within a few dozen li. Not only were there no cultivators, even the fire bats and fire bats were nowhere to be seen. Not to mention the fire apes and lightning beast. Strange. Xiaohua used ordinary flying techniques and slowly cruised in the air. He constantly released his divine sense to find the whereabouts of the sun-moon corona. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, suddenly in a very short period of time, the aura of the sun-moon corona appeared about 10 li to the west of Xiaohua. Xiaohua immediately activated the bright thunder escape. The distance of 10 li was covered in an instant. It's here. Xiaohua's figure descended, and right under a mountain range of stone spikes, he found a cave that was several zhang in size hidden under that craggy boulder. This cave was very well hidden. If it wasn't for the aura of the sun-moon corona, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have been able to find it. Xiaohua landed beside the cave and released his divine sense. He actually found that there were some incomplete restrictions inside the cave. It was precisely these restrictions that were blocking the aura of the sun-moon corona. This is not good. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He waved his hand and took out the invisibility talisman. Under the urging of his magic power, it turned into a shining talisman. Xiaohua patted his hand and placed it on his body. Xiaohua's figure gradually disappeared. Although the restrictions of the cave had blocked the aura of the sun-moon corona, they couldn't stop Xiaohua from entering. Xiaohua easily entered the cave. However, using the invisibility talisman didn't allow him to use his magic power. Xiaohua could only walk along the uneven path inside the cave. However, after entering a few dozen zhang, Xiaohua had no choice but to use his magic power. Because the outside of the cave looked normal, there was no fire lake. However, the inside of the cave was huge. The lava was like an underground river flowing everywhere. There were many places where there were no paths at all. One could only rely on magic power to fly through. Xiaohua became even more worried when he saw that the further they went, the deeper the cave became. Moreover, the surrounding environment also became increasingly worse. He clearly understood Shue's cultivation. In this kind of scorching hot place where lava constantly flew out, Shui only had the strength to protect herself. If the fire ape were to attack her, she would not be able to withstand it. I have to hurry, Xiaohua thought. He quickly increased his flying speed and flew towards the aura of the sun-moon corona. However, after flying for a cup of tea's time, an arrogant, cold, and tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept out from the depths of the cave. It swept past Xiaohua's body and rushed out of the cave. Because it sensed Xiaohua's existence, the divine sense immediately swept back, trying to lock onto Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked. Without hesitation, he stopped using his magic power. His whole body fell into the lava like a rock. He used the fire-earth escape technique to hide his body. However, just as Xiaohua fell into the lava, a swarm of fire rats swam over. They disgustingly tore at the light protecting Xiaohua's body. Damn it! Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that the divine sense didn't find anything in the air, it immediately swept towards the lava. Moreover, the sharp teeth of the fire rats were extremely fierce. In a short moment, they swallowed a lot of Xiaohua's escape technique's light. Xiaohua was helpless. His body flew towards the wall next to the lava. When Xiaohua disappeared into the wall, the fire rats resentfully swam to different parts of the lava. Xiaohua appeared from the other side of the wall. He immediately activated the invisibility talisman and then quietly released his Buddhist sense. Sure enough, the divine sense couldn't find anything in the air. It dived into the lava again and carefully searched around. It even swept past the place where Xiaohua was. Fortunately, the invisibility talisman could avoid the detection of divine sense. That Buddhist sense was also mysterious. Divine sense couldn't detect it. After a cup of tea's time, the divine sense withdrew into the depths of the cave. Previously, Xiaohua didn't dare to move. He waited for a moment before he activated his magic power and continued to fly in the direction where the divine sense withdrew. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense also followed him into the depths of the cave. Soon Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness tracked down the entrance of an immortal's cave. Although the immortal's cave was not closed, there was obviously a restriction that prevented Buddhist awareness from entering. Only when Xiaohua was about 10 feet away from the immortal's cave did he stop. He activated the invisibility talisman and approached the entrance of the immortal's cave step by step. Just as Xiaohua approached the cave mansion, the same divine sense swept out from the cave mansion. It swept past Xiaohua's body twice before sweeping into the distance. Xiaohua didn't dare to move. He stood there obediently and waited for the divine sense to return. Then he walked step by step towards the entrance of the cave mansion. The door of the cave mansion was open. Xiaohua walked in without asking. However, when he saw the situation inside the cave mansion, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then his hair stood on end. What entered Xiaohua's eyes was a huge cave mansion. This cave mansion was filled with corpses and bones. Not only was the ground covered in white beast bones, but the entire cave mansion was also filled with a hot aura and an incomparably fishy odor. Before Xiaohua had time to clearly see the situation inside the cave mansion, he heard a thunderous beast roar coming from the corner of the cave mansion. It was the roar of the thunder beast that Xiaohua had heard before. This roar attracted Xiaohua's gaze. When Xiaohua saw the situation in the corner, he couldn't help but be even more furious. He saw two huge thunder beasts standing in the corner. One of them was the one that Xiaohua had seen before. Its body was covered in blood and it was missing a wing. The other was shorter than the thunder beast by a head, but its body was much fatter. Its two large breasts were exposed and swaying. Looking to the left of the two thunder beasts, Xiaohua saw a few familiar people. Zhen Yi, Feng Shuqing, Lu Mingxing, Jiang Zhuqing, and a female cultivator's corpse were lying on the ground. Zhen Yi and the other 3 gold core cultivators' abdomens had been dug open and their flesh was badly mangled. Their skulls were also clawed open, revealing fist-sized black holes. Clearly their brains had been eaten by the 2 thunder beasts. At this time the 2 thunder beasts were hysterically roaring at the corner of the cave mansion. Through their flapping wings, Xiaohua saw that Shueshue's face was deathly pale. She spread her arms like an old hen protecting her chicks. Behind him, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's mouths were stained with blood. Their Taoist robes were also stained with blood. Their eyes were filled with panic, roar. The female thunder beast suddenly spread its wings and stretched out its pitch-black claws, wanting to grab Shueshue's skull. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Without hesitation he spat out the execution dream from his mouth. It instantly flew out and split into 8 sword lights, stabbing towards the thunder beast. As for the male thunder beast, it was also strange. It actually waved its hand wanting to block the female thunder beast's claws. But at this time the 2 thunder beasts simultaneously turned towards Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua's flying sword attack, the 2 thunder beasts no longer cared about Shueshue and the others. They simultaneously turned around and opened their mouths. One beast wanted to block Xiaohua's flying sword with a lightning net in its mouth, while the other beast spat out a lightning net that flickered with blue brilliance towards Xiaohua's head. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1905. Xiao darling, be careful. Shueshue's eyes flashed with surprise and then she cried out, quickly run away. Xiaohua's heart warmed. He clapped his hand and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out. It flashed with a bronze light and flew towards the lightning net. Ping. He. With a burst of noise, the cloud-suppressing seal flashed out several clouds and randomly smashed onto the lightning net. The lightning net flashed violently and effortlessly annihilated the clouds. Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger and once again urged his magic power. The cloud-suppressing seal suddenly expanded and pressed down on the lightning net. ZZ, under the thunder beast's control, the thunder net abruptly wrapped around the entire suppressing cloud seal. Flickering threads of lightning surrounded the suppressing cloud seal. The faint brilliance surrounding the suppressing cloud seal was extremely powerful. This innate divine ability was not something an ordinary magic treasure could compare to. Go! At the same time Xiaohua took out the cloud-suppressing seal, he spat out a mantra. His sword art did not delay at all. 3 sword lights flashed and rushed into the other lightning net. The other 5 turned in the air, dodged the lightning net and flew towards the male lightning beast. Xiaohua had advanced to the foundation realm, and his divine sense had increased greatly. It could actually cover an area of several dozen li, which was several times larger than a normal foundation realm cultivator's 10 li. Of course, it was still a bit smaller than the maximum range of 100 li for a golden core realm cultivator. However, this divine sense was barely enough to control 2 magic treasures. It was much better than before when he could only control 1. Roar! The male lightning beast saw the dream executioner flying over and was slightly shocked. The negative karma on the dream executioner was very sensitive to spiritual beasts, and it was the most frightening thing. The male lightning beast did not dare to be careless. It flapped its wings and its body quickly turned around wanting to dodge. Unfortunately, one of its wings was already damaged and the other flapped, it could not fly. Instead it staggered and its body was unstable. Whoosh! 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 5 sharp sword lights pierced through the air, and the dream executioner stabbed in front of the male lightning beast. The male lightning beast had no choice but to use its two sharp claws to grab. The lightning between the claws was still flashing, but it was obvious that the lightning was much weaker than before. Papa, there was no suspense. The two sword lights were instantly struck by the male lightning beast's claws. After a few flashes they disappeared. Xiaohua's divine sense also felt like it was struck by lightning. It was abnormally painful. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. He didn't expect the thunder beast's attack to be this powerful. He urged his sword art again, and the three sword lights that were already close to the male thunder beast accelerated again, stabbing towards the male thunder beast's armpit and chest. With a piercing sound, the three sword lights pierced into the male lightning beast's body at the same time. As expected, three protective lightning bolts appeared on the male lightning beast's body. The three lightning bolts that looked like Xiaohua blocked the three sword lights. Xiaohua coldly snorted. He urged his magic power and the three sword lights suddenly began to rotate. Immediately the areas where the male lightning beast's protective lightning bolts were shining like fireworks. The three sword lights actually had the tendency to break through the male lightning beast's defenses. Roar! The male lightning beast was greatly alarmed and roared. The female lightning beast originally wanted to urge the lightning net again, but seeing the male lightning beast in such a hurry, she had no choice but to turn around. She waved her two hands and two lightning bolts appeared, striking two of the sword lights. The male lightning beast hurriedly swatted the last sword light away. Grandmong, this thunder beast's attack can actually hit divine sense through flying swords. Xiaohua was somewhat miserable. Taking advantage of the female lightning beast helping the male lightning beast, while complaining he used the lightning escape technique and flew towards Shueshue. Wu, the female lightning beast's divine sense swept over and it was furious. It flapped its pitch-black wings and its short and fat body flew up slightly slowly. It waved a lightning bolt towards Xiaohua's side. This female lightning beast seems to have a problem. Only now did Xiaohua see that the female lightning beast's abdomen was bulging. It seemed to be pregnant. But in this life and death situation Xiaohua didn't dare to be compassionate. His body shook and with a phoenix cry his phoenix Dharma body flew out. Its huge wings flapped and the lightning bolt was blocked by the Dharma body. When the female lightning beast suddenly saw Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body, it was also stunned. Then when it saw Xiaohua taking the opportunity to fly towards Shueshue and the others, it became even more furious. It flapped its wings and directly rushed towards the phoenix Dharma body. The phoenix Dharma body's sharp claws swiped down. With a ping sound, the female lightning beast's claws unhesitatingly hit the Dharma body's claws. The Dharma body trembled for a moment, and was knocked back more than 4 chi. Roar! The female lightning beast's body only trembled slightly, and then it went to grab Xiaohua's back. Seeing that the blue lightning bolt was about to hit Xiaohua, Xiaohua slightly waved his hand, and his smiling face revealed his white teeth. Then he suddenly waved his left hand and a huge devil hammer was taken out from the space. With a woo sound, it smashed towards the female lightning beast's abdomen. From the sound of the wind, the female lightning beast knew the strength of the devil hammer. How could she dare to let the devil hammer get close to her? Without hesitation she retracted her hand, and the lightning bolt shot towards the devil hammer. Her sharp claws also blocked in front of her abdomen. Peng ping peng. Seeing that the devil hammer had succeeded, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He waved his hammer 3 times in a row, and the lightning beast had no choice but to use its sharp claws to block. Admittedly, the lightning beast's strength could split a lion and a tiger, but Xiaohua's strength was even more terrifying. After 3 hammer strikes, the female lightning beast's body trembled continuously. Its arms were weak and it was almost unable to raise them. Again, Xiaohua shouted and once again raised the devil hammer. Gathering all the strength in his body, he smashed it towards the female lightning beast's abdomen. The female lightning beast's fierce eyes were also filled with determination. Without hesitation, it raised its arms and used its elbows to block the devil hammer. With a loud ping, the female lightning beast's whole body was sent flying, and fell into a pile of white bones. Moreover, the moment the female lightning beast landed, its face suddenly turned pale, and its whole body trembled incessantly. Its broken arms struggled to reach its abdomen, which was starting to squirm violently. Rumble, the male lightning beast flew to Xiaohua's side with great difficulty, blocking Xiaohua from flying towards the female lightning beast. It opened its mouth and a lightning beast's inner core that was flashing with blue light flew out. It flashed with a frightening brilliance and smashed towards Xiaohua. "Oh, not good." The inner core's attack was comparable to a magic treasure, and it was even more flexible than a magic treasure. Xiaohua wanted to try using the devil hammer, but he didn't dare. With a wave of his hand, the sun leaf fan appeared in his hand and without hesitation he waved it. A fire dragon was born and rushed towards the inner core. Unexpectedly, the inner core didn't dodge at all. The flickering lightning easily destroyed the fire dragon, and continued to smash towards Xiaohua's head. Chapter 1906. Go. Xiaohua's figure quickly retreated. He pointed his finger and the suppressing cloud seal flew over. Another loud pung sound rang out. The suppressing cloud seal was hit by the inner core, and it continuously flipped a few times in midair. It was entangled by lightning and fell to the ground. Damn it, how can it be so powerful? Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He hurriedly opened his mouth and that scarlet spirit fire flew out. Xiaohua did not hesitate and pointed his hand. More than half of his magic power gushed out, and that scarlet flame rushed towards the thunder beast's inner core. As soon as the spiritual fire appeared, the entire cave was filled with a crimson brilliance. Although the scorching heat did not change, the thunder beast could clearly sense the difference in the spiritual fire and immediately became anxious. Seeing the spiritual fire fly towards its Niden, the male thunder beast did not dare to be negligent. A thumb-sized thunderbolt was produced from its Niden and rushed into the long and thin crimson flame. See, the lightning was actually melted by the scarlet flame. Roar, the male lightning beast turned pale with fright. How could it dare to let its inner core touch this scarlet flame? It hurriedly opened its mouth wanting to suck back the core. But right at this moment, a sorrowful cry rang out. The female lightning beast that had just fallen to the ground was rolling around on the white bones, and beneath its body, dirty blood flowed all over the ground. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not care about morality and hurriedly pointed his finger at the spirit fire. It continued to fly towards the male lightning beast while he himself flew in front of Shueshue. Quickly go. Xiaohua waved his hand and said. Eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law are injured and cannot fly. Shueshue did not care about anything and hurriedly said. Let me. Xiaohua walked in front of eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law and hurriedly said, Excuse me, senior sister-in-law. As he said, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a person's arm with one hand. He turned around and was about to fly out, but at this moment he heard an extremely shrill roar in the entire cave house. Then the cave house that was originally annihilated by the scarlet spiritual fire was covered with a thick layer of blood color. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and saw the male lightning beast standing in the center of the cave. It seemed to not care about the spirit fire flying towards it. The blood all over its body flew out and fell around the cave. A layer of blood light also rose around the cave and quickly wrapped around the entire cave. Blood seal. A thought immediately appeared in Xiaohua's mind. This blood-colored seal was the innate ability of certain spiritual beasts of the 5th rank and above. At the most critical moment, the spiritual beast's life and blood essence would be sacrificed to form an extremely powerful restriction around its body. This restriction only had the effect of sealing and suppressing, so it was called a seal. However, any living creature within the blood-colored seal, unless their cultivation was 2 ranks higher than the spiritual beast, would not be able to break the seal. Xiaohua understood the meaning of the blood-colored seal and his expression immediately changed. Although he could take the risk and rush to the entrance of the cave, he only had Xiangyang and Enchanting. Shueshue was not in his hands. How could he abandon Shueshue? Junior brother. Xiangyang glanced at Enchanting and tenderness appeared in his eyes. Enchanting immediately understood Xiangyang's meaning and stuck the escape talisman on Xiaohua's body. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Xiangyang placed his hand on his forehead. Hurry up and activate the escape talisman. He shook his head and said, eldest senior brother simply doesn't know, he simply didn't think of it, he simply doesn't know anything, he just didn't want to drag me down, so he threatened me with death. And so benevolent and righteous, worthy of being Xiaohua's eldest senior brother. Xue Xue said very virtuously, Xiaohua is truly fortunate to have such an eldest senior brother. That's right. Xiaohua said with a smile, so I can't leave. I have to think of a way to break the seal here. Even if eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister-in-law died, I still have to bring their bodies back to the Imperial Thunder Sect, to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Xue Xue also nodded resolutely. Moreover, your husband's flying sword, cloud-suppressing seal, and that little bit of spiritual fire. Because I fled too hurriedly, they were all left behind in the seal. I'm afraid that your husband can't easily leave. Xiaohua said again. Xue Xue pondered for a moment and nodded. That's right, that spiritual fire is so powerful that even 6th grade spirit beasts are afraid of it. Of course it can't be left here. Seeing that Xue Xue didn't ask about the origins of his flying sword and spiritual fire, Xiaohua didn't explain. After letting Xue Xue take some medicinal pills to adjust her breathing, Xiaohua set up a rabbit formation near the seal. He and Xue Xue hid inside it and then carefully thought about how to break the seal. Now Xiaohua already understood that his memories of the Chao Wu's soul essence, the 5 spirits, and the blood seal all came from the flame's soul essence. And after the Chao Wu's soul essence was absorbed by the Phoenix Dharma body, its memories were also given to Xiaohua. This blood seal might be relying on the Chao Wu's soul essence. Of course, the memories of these spirit beasts and vicious beasts weren't Xiaohua's own. Only when he encountered a question could he find the answer. If he directly looked for the question, he still couldn't find the answer. The blood seal was exactly what Xiaohua knew. It was the last method that some extremely powerful innate spirit beasts used to perish together. It was the most troublesome. If one wanted to break it, one must be 2 ranks higher than a high-grade spirit beast. In other words, only 8th grade spirit beasts could break it. This was also the strength required to break it from inside. 8th grade spirit beasts, that was the cultivation of early nascent soul stage. Only nascent soul stage cultivators of the Imperial Thunder Sect could possibly break this seal. If they were confident, they would have to be in the middle or late nascent soul stage. Chapter 1907. Xiaohua thought for a long time, but he had no clue. He thought of going back to the Imperial Thunder Sect to ask for help. But obviously, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were only Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivators. In the Myriad Thunder Valley they were considered the mainstay, but in the Imperial Thunder Sect they were nothing. Seeing how Xiaohua killed 2 Foundation Establishment initial stage cultivators in the Imperial Thunder Sect without attracting any attention, Xiaohua knew that it might not be useful if he went back to ask for help. Moreover, the Myriad Thunder Valley was helpless because there were no nascent soul stage cultivators on good terms. Or ask Zhen Qing. Senior Sin Ming. Xiaohua thought for a while and shook his head. These 3 seniors are only golden core stage cultivators. It is not realistic to ask them to trouble nascent soul stage cultivators. Or directly ask Thunder Mengzhenren. Although Xiaohua had the sect master token in his hand, he did not dare to ask the Imperial Thunder Sect Master. The best he could think of was Thunder Mengzhenren. That is a nascent soul stage cultivator. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He was not so naive as to ask Thunder Mengzhenren for help after meeting him twice and having a good impression of him. Yes, there is still Zhenyi. Xiaohua suddenly thought of Zhenyi, who died in the cave. Zhenyi is a golden core stage cultivator and also an alchemist of the Thunder Palace. He will definitely be valued by Thunder Mengzhenren. And there is no need to go through so much trouble. How can Thunder Mengzhenren not come after knowing that there are lightning beasts here? Xiaohua immediately stood up. But just as he stood up, he hesitated. Yes, Thunder Mengzhenren opened the seal and saved Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, but what about his spiritual fire? What about his flying sword? Wouldn't it fall into Thunder Mengzhenren's eyes? Moreover, that is the inner core of a lightning beast. What if Thunder Mengzhenren has some thoughts that he does not want others to know? Xue Xue, Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian and himself, are we all going to? Xiaohua did not dare to continue thinking. Although he really wanted to have a good impression of Lei Meng Daoist, but after all he had never seen Lei Meng Daoist twice. He did not dare to take the risk. Because of the inner cores of the two lightning beasts in the seal, Xiaohua did not dare to ask others to help him open the seal. I can only think of a way. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He looked at Xue Xue, who had a serene expression. As long as she was by his side, she would always feel safe. He stood up and walked out of the formation. The cave abode in front of Xiaohua was still wrapped in blood. It was quiet like a cocoon. Xiaohua walked to the front and released his Buddhist consciousness and divine sense. They could not enter, and he could not sense the dream slayer, spiritual fire, and other things. Soon after, Xiaohua took out the devil's spear tip and stabbed it with all his might. The devil's spear tip simply couldn't leave any traces. After that, he tried all kinds of magic treasures such as the leaf sun fan and the aqua pearl. Even Xiaohua released his phoenix celestial body, but the sharp claws were unable to do anything. How is it, husband? Xue Xue also walked out of the formation and asked with concern. Sigh, it still doesn't work. Xiaohua sighed. Don't worry, husband. We'll stay here with eldest senior brother. It doesn't matter if it's a day, a year, or even 10 years. You just have to slowly think about it. If you can easily break the blood seal of a 6th grade spiritual beast, wouldn't that be amazing? Xue Xue consoled. I know. Xiaohua nodded. He looked around and asked, That's right, how did you all come here? Where's the fire ape? Where's Xiang Min and the others? Husband finally asked. Xue Xue said with a smile. Soon after, she recounted what happened after Xiaohua disappeared. As it turned out, after Xiaohua was teleported, the 5 elements soul detention formation collapsed. The lightning beast and fire ape escaped from the valley. The 7 golden core cultivators brought their disciples and chased after them. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the mountain range, the fire ape and lightning beast separated and fled in different directions. Xiang Min, Zhang Qingguang, and Sun Shangkong naturally led their disciples to chase after the fire ape. Zhen Yi, Lu Mingxing, Jiang Zhuqing, and Feng Shuqing naturally chased after the lightning beast. However, the lightning beast's flying speed was extremely fast. Zhen Yi and the other 3 golden core cultivators were naturally able to catch up to it. The Imperial Thunder sect was known for their lightning evasion. Although Xiang Yang's lightning evasion was not good, he was still better than the other 2 Foundation Establishment middle stage disciples from Xuanyan School. Furthermore, Feng Jiyu's flying technique was also extraordinary. Thus, they were able to chase after the lightning beast for so long. The lightning beast was already injured, so they were able to catch up to it. Moreover, they were able to kill it several times. Unfortunately, the lightning beast used its inner core to break through and escape. When they finally reached the lightning beast's immortal's cave, everyone was delighted. They thought that the lightning beast was at the end of its road and would not be able to resist. However, what welcomed them was actually another female lightning beast. Although this female lightning beast was pregnant, its emotions were explosive and it was very cunning. As soon as it saw them, it blocked the entrance of the immortal's cave and killed Feng Shuqing by surprise. Then the 2 lightning beasts joined forces. They were equivalent to 2 middle-stage golden core cultivators. How could Zhen Yi, Lu Mingxing, and Jiang Zhuqing be a match for them? However, after the female lightning beast swallowed Feng Jiyu's brain matter, it wanted to attack Xue Xue again, but it was blocked by the male lightning beast. The female lightning beast then wanted to attack Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, but it was blocked by Xue Xue. As a result, the male lightning beast only managed to injure the 2 of them, which also prevented the female lightning beast from attacking any further. As a result, for the next few days, it was all thanks to Xue Xue's protection that Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's lives were saved. Today, however, the female lightning beast went berserk again, wanting to swallow Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's brains. That was why Xiaohua encountered it. Xiaohua was naturally somewhat puzzled. He did not know why the male lightning beast wanted to protect Xue Xue. Perhaps it was because of the true blood in Xue Xue's body? However, Xue Xue did not mention it, so Xiaohua could not ask. After all, cultivators had their own secrets and many of them could not be told to others. Alas, Marshal Uncle Zhen, I bet you didn't expect there to be 2 lightning beasts. Xiaohua sighed. Sometimes it's better to be a little less greedy. That's true, but if it's related to lifespan, no one can be calm. Xue Xue shook her head and said. Alas, Xiaohua sighed and returned to the formation. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand and took out the method to control the spiritual fire. Previously he felt that this thing was really obscure, and because he had to learn new words he only looked at a little bit. Only now did he know that this fire art was so powerful. He was afraid that it would be of great use in the future. Moreover, it was the most powerful method he currently had. In addition, the spiritual fire was also left in the seal, so he could tamper with the spiritual fire. Unknowingly, several days passed. On this day, just as Xue Xue was about to leave the formation, Xiaohua, who had been frowning and closed his eyes all this time, suddenly stood up from the ground with a whoosh. He laughed loudly and said, "The heavens have not forsaken me. This young master can use this method." "Darling Xiao." Xue Xue also stopped in her tracks. She turned her head back to look in surprise. "You really have a way? Don't be impatient, don't be impatient." Although Xiaohua's eyes were somewhat apprehensive, his footsteps were firm. Chapter 1908. Outside the seal, Xiaohua closed his eyes and thought for a moment. He chose a place to sit cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a shabby oil lamp was taken out from the space. Then with a tap of his hand, a drop of oil flew out from the oil lamp. Xiaohua put away the oil lamp and waved his hand. The Samadhi true fire was created and burned the oil lamp. Unfortunately, the oil lamp did not change in the slightest under the Samadhi true fire. There was no sign of it being ignited. Hiss. Xiaohua took a deep breath. His face became more and more complicated. Then he opened his mouth and spat out the icicle jus flame, but it still could not ignite the oil lamp. "What should I do?" Xiaohua frowned. But then his eyes lit up. He simply absorbed the icicle jus flame into his body. He closed his eyes and cast a spell on the oil lamp. Then he released his Buddhist sense. Xiaohua's Buddhist sense passed through the lamp oil and slowly used a secret technique of the divine fire art. After the time it took to light the lamp, a smile suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's face. Soon after, the lamp oil floated to the blood-colored seal and lay flat on top of it. Xiaohua was very relaxed. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Eldest brother is saved." "How?" Xue Xue could not help but ask. "I can use a secret technique to contact the spiritual fire left in the seal. Right now I'm controlling the spiritual fire to burn the seal. If it can burn it, the seal can be broken." "Your spiritual fire is so powerful?" Xue Xue was dumbfounded. "Even the blood-colored seal can be broken. Doesn't that mean it can break all the formations in the world?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Wife, you're wrong. The Tao of formations is ever-changing. How can a cluster of spiritual fire be able to break it? Even if it's a seal, one must look at its attribute and see its flaws. If there are no changes after it is burned, it should be broken. If it causes other changes to the seal, of course it can't be broken. I'm just trying to see if it has any effect or if it will cause other changes. So it's like that." Xue Xue's tone seemed to be somewhat disappointed. She felt that Xiaohua was omnipotent. "You should cultivate. This spirit fire is only a weak connection. I don't know what's going on inside. Moreover, I'm afraid that breaking this blood-colored seal isn't something that can be completed in a short period of time." After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at Xue Xue, who had been staring at him the entire time, and said, "They." Xue Xue could be considered to be obedient to Xiaohua's words. She stood up and walked out of the formation. "Don't go too far. If there's anything, hurry up and send me a messaging talisman." Xiaohua still didn't forget to warn him. This sentence was very ordinary, but it was also very warm. It was like the wife of a mortal family going out and the husband casually exhorted her. Xue Xue's heart naturally warmed when she heard this. She turned her head and said, "I understand, husband. This lowly concubine will only go out for a moment and will be back soon." "Be good." Xiaohua then turned around and closed his eyes to control the spiritual fire that he could only sense a tiny bit. A day passed by quickly. Although Xiaohua had just entered foundation establishment and his cultivation and spiritual sense had greatly improved, just relying on the secret technique of the divine flame art to control the spiritual fire was like a mortal using a needle to stand upside down on an awn of wheat. The difficulty was self-evident. In just a day's time, Xiaohua was already extremely tired. He had no choice but to stop and rest for a bit. It's time to cultivate a foundation establishment cultivation technique. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the furious flame arts that he had no choice but to be bestowed upon him. First he looked through the elementary cultivation technique in meridians. He hesitated in his heart. My physique has now followed the tempering of my bones and has already become an earth attribute physique. If I cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique, there will definitely be obstacles. Moreover, there might also be other drawbacks. I might not know when I just started cultivating, but if they appear in the middle or late stages of foundation establishment, wouldn't it be very bad? Also, eldest senior brother said it well. There are only 2 sets of meridians to cultivate. One set is formed by qi refinement, and the other set is formed by foundation establishment. These 2 sets are precisely the intersection of dragon and tiger, the harmony of yin and yang. My first set of meridians was tempered by a fire attribute cultivation technique. If the second set of meridians was tempered by an earth attribute cultivation technique, wouldn't it coincide with the principle of mutual promotion and suppression of the 2 attributes of fire and earth? Then, wouldn't it be easier for me to condense my core in the future? Thinking about the earth attribute cultivation technique, Xiaohua thought of the cultivation technique that he had obtained from the spirit husbandry sect disciples. Back then he didn't mean to give it to Sun Shu and the others. He didn't expect that he would be able to use it today. Following which, Xiaohua took out the cultivation technique of the spirit husbandry sect and looked through it carefully. The cultivation technique of the spirit husbandry sect was called the earth expansion technique. It wasn't considered a high-grade cultivation technique. Just by looking at the meridians that it could open, one could tell that it would have limited prospects after successfully cultivating it. Furthermore, Xiaohua had seen many qi refinement cultivation techniques in the Imperial Thunder Sect's library and had some understanding of cultivation techniques. However, Xiaohua didn't have much to pick at this moment. He couldn't possibly go back and ask Wu Hai for an earth attribute cultivation technique. He also couldn't wait to find a cultivation technique before cultivating. Forget it. Since I have the earth crystal Yao milk, even if the earth expansion technique is the lowest grade earth attribute cultivation technique, how can I not condense my core? Even if I take a few decades or even 100 years to condense my core, would I still be afraid of being ridiculed? Xiaohua laughed mischievously. He put away the rage flame technique and immersed his divine consciousness into the jade slip to carefully comprehend the earth amplification technique. As the days passed by, every day Xiaohua would use a secret technique to control the spiritual fire. When he was tired, he would cultivate the earth expansion technique. At this moment, Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to use the earth crystal Yao milk. Instead, he slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and slowly opened up his meridians. The cultivation technique became more and more refined under Xiaohua's meticulous carving. Other than the basic foundational cultivation technique, Xiaohua only comprehended the God Flame technique. He hoped that he could find some secret technique from it to save Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian faster. It was a pity that the God Flame technique was extremely obscure. Furthermore, it was the latter half of the technique and the words were different. Although Xiaohua completely comprehended the jade letter that Gantian Mountain gave him, he felt that there was something wrong with it. There was a lot of content in the God Flame technique that was incongruous with the words, which made Xiaohua feel vexed. However, the secret technique that Xiaohua was using was going smoothly. Seemed like it was the simplest secret technique. Great. Xiaohua had been cultivating in silence the entire time. He silently sat in front of the seal and controlled the spiritual fire. It wasn't until a month later that he suddenly laughed loudly, clapped his hands and stood up. What's wrong, husband? Seeing that, Shueshue immediately stopped cultivating. Her face was filled with smiles as she looked at Xiaohua in anticipation. Xiaohua smiled. Everything that happened before was me using a secret technique to faintly control the spiritual fire. If I had confidence in my heart, I wouldn't dare to pat my chest. However, from today onwards I can pat my chest. Really? Husband, you are so amazing. Shueshue immediately pounced over and hugged Xiaohua. Feeling Shueshue's towering chest, Xiaohua smiled. Husband's chest doesn't seem to have anything to pat? Shueshue's face instantly turned red. However, she didn't leave Xiaohua's embrace. She rubbed against Xiaohua's embrace a few times and smiled. When eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law come out, I will let you pat me properly. Great. Xiaohua kissed Shueshue's cherry lips. In the following days, the smile on Xiaohua's face became even brighter. His expression became even more at ease. Before the seal, he controlled the spiritual fire for even longer. Xue Xue looked at her lover, who was in high spirits, from the side. Her face was filled with a sweet smile, but there was always a trace of gloominess that flashed across her face from time to time. That gloominess was like a dark cloud in the clear sky. Even if the sun was shining high up in the sky, the cool breeze couldn't blow it away. It was unknown when the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds would descend. Like this, several months passed. Counting with one's fingers, Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian had been trapped by the bloody seal for nearly a year. Xue Xue's cultivation didn't make any progress, and there were no signs of foundation building. However, Xue Xue didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. It was as if this kind of life, this kind of atmosphere, was what she needed. If it wasn't for the seal that needed to be broken, Xue Xue almost hoped that this kind of cultivation could last forever. Xue Xue often sat cross-legged beside Xiaohua to cultivate. She liked to see Xiaohua's serious and focused appearance. She liked to see Xiaohua's occasionally frown and the corners of his mouth curl up. She liked even more to smell the scent emitted from Xiaohua's body. She closed her eyes and cultivated peacefully. Of course, if she could be held in his arms and listen to his heartbeat, Xue Xue would be even more satisfied. The Thunder Beast's cave abode was like a paradise. Although the Flame Forest swamp was filled with danger and there were many ferocious beasts, none of them dared to come close. Even the fire rats and fire bats, which were everywhere in the lava, only dared to wander far away from the cave abode. None of them dared to come close. Therefore, not a single cultivator came here for training. Not a single accident came to disturb Xue Xue and Xiaohua's peaceful life. It seemed that everything was going according to Xue Xue's plan. Unfortunately, on this day, Xiaohua let out a long roar. His figure rose from the ground, and with a wave of his hand, the lamp oil that had been spread on the blood-colored light cocoon was taken into the space by Xiaohua. Afterward, Xiaohua's expression was both joyful and dignified. He slowly formed gestures on his hands. As the gestures were formed, Xue Xue felt that the surrounding spiritual energy poured into Xiaohua's body like a hurricane, and all the spiritual power in Xiaohua's body gushed out. Go! Xiaohua loosened his hand and launched the gesture into the seal. Then he flicked his hand and put a few elixirs into his mouth. He stared at the seal with bright eyes where the gesture was launched. In just a moment, a crimson light flashed on the blood-colored seal. The crimson light seemed particularly pure and dazzling in the scarlet seal. Before Xue Xue could see it clearly, the crimson light flowed into Xiaohua's hand like mercury. Isn't it Xiaohua's spiritual fire? Rumble! Just as the spiritual fire fell into Xiaohua's hand, the entire blood-colored seal began to vibrate. The stagnant blood red began to boil like boiling hot water. Immediately, this blood red color seemed to be washed away by rain. It quickly faded away, revealing the original cave of the Thunder Beast. Xiaohua was about to cry out in joy, but he heard a baby cry from inside the cave. Thunder Beast? Xiaohua immediately thought of the female Thunder Beast that was giving birth, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 1909. Eldest Senior Brother. Xiaohua was shocked. He quickly took the spiritual fire in his hand and flew into the cave. At the same time, Xue Xue was also very nervous. In this 1 year they had planned many things, but the premise was that Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian had assassinated the Mother Lightning Beast. They had never thought that the Mother Lightning Beast could survive. If the Mother Lightning Beast lived and Xiang Yang and Yen Qinglian died, then wouldn't Xiaohua's 1 year of hard work be used as a wedding dress for the Mother Lightning Beast? Wouldn't it be helping the tyrant? There was a restriction in the cave, so Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. But before he could fly near the cave, Xiang Yang's surprised voice sounded, "Little junior brother, damn it." Xiaohua's heart was immediately relieved. "Eldest senior brother, you almost scared little brother to death," Xiaohua said with a smile, patting his chest in an exaggerated manner that he didn't even want to pat. "Thank the heavens, thank the heavens." Xue Xue patted Xiaohua's long-awaited chest and cried out in joy. "Ah? Eldest senior brother?" Xiaohua was one step ahead of Shui when he flew into the cave. He was shocked again and Shui's heart was in suspense. Shui hurriedly increased her speed and flew into the cave. The Xiangyang in front of her really gave Shui a shock. Previously, Xiangyang's hair was white and he looked like an old man. But now, although there were still some wrinkles on his face, his hair was already dark and he looked almost 20 years younger. Eldest senior brother. You took the lightning beast's inner core? Shui immediately cried out in surprise. Xiaohua also laughed loudly. Eldest senior brother can't be old even if you want to. Wah, another baby's cry rang out. Xiaohua curiously looked over and said, Good, this lightning beast cub is already a year old. Why isn't it dead yet? This. Xiangyang's face was full of embarrassment. He even said with a red face, No. It's not the lightning beast, it's Xiangjili. Xiangjili? Xiaohua was stunned. He looked over and saw Yan Qinglian turn her head. In her arms, wasn't it a baby? Moreover, the baby's head was covered in white. What? Oh, don't look at indecent things. Xiaohua suddenly called out and turned his eyes over. Shui was standing right next to him. His line of sight. Wasn't it precisely the blindingly white expanse that had been covered? Shui was also stunned, but then she naturally covered her hand, spat at Xiaohua and quickly walked over. On the other side, Yan Qinglian's face was red. She wanted to come over but she was too shy to come over. Eldest senior brother, what's going on? Xiaohua's voice stuttered as he pulled on Xiangyang's sleeve and asked. Xiangyang had a silly smile on his face. It was really a proud smile. He pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, Junior brother, follow me outside to talk. Oh, that's right, that's right. Xiaohua quickly walked out and Xiangyang also came out. When Xiangyang proudly explained the matter, Xiaohua suddenly understood. He laughed loudly and patted Xiangyang's shoulder. Eldest senior brother. Oh, eldest senior brother, little brother and Shui had always been guessing how you and sister-in-law were doing inside, but we didn't expect. Eldest senior brother was really living a comfortable life. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have worked so hard day and night. Maybe later on there would even be a Xiangzi. Everyone, what do you think? It turned out that the heavens really blessed a loyal person like Xiangyang. After the male thunder beast used the blood seal to seal the entire cave, the male thunder beast died. At this time, the female thunder beast was giving birth. It was unknown whether it was because Xiaohua hit the female thunder beast and damaged the position of the thunder beast's fetus, or it was dangerous for a thunder beast to give birth. In short, the female thunder beast had a difficult birth. Blood kept flowing out and it was impossible to stop it. Moreover, the thunder beast's baby was still not born. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian originally wanted to kill the female thunder beast to save their own lives, but seeing this situation, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian couldn't bear to do it. In the end, Yan Qinglian even helped the female thunder beast give birth. However, the heavenly Tao was fair. Thunder beasts were ferocious creatures in the world, and they were always obstructed by the heavenly Tao. The female thunder beast gave birth to the thunder beast's baby. With great difficulty, Yan Qinglian held the thunder beast's baby in her arms. She only licked the mucus off the thunder beast's body clean. The female thunder beast's eyes were filled with love as she passed away. However, the mother and child were connected by heart. When the female thunder beast passed away, she placed the thunder beast's little hand in Yan Qinglian's hand. She also didn't forget to pat her still protruding belly. At first, Yan Qinglian didn't understand. Later, many days after the female thunder beast died, Yan Qinglian suddenly understood. The female thunder beast was talking about its own Naiden. It wanted Yan Qinglian to take its Naiden in exchange for the life of the thunder beast's baby. The female thunder beast had planned this for a long time, but she didn't expect Yan Qinglian and Xiangyang to be so kind. The thunder beast's baby was just born. It didn't have wings at all, but it had a small tail. Its small hands and feet were curled up together. It was so pitiful, just like a pitch-black baby. How could Yan Qinglian bear to kill it? Later, for the sake of his Taoist foundation and lifespan, Xiangyang took out the male thunder beast's Naiden and refined it according to the secret method. The secret method was correct. Xiangyang's Taoist foundation was indeed repaired, but his lifespan should also be extended. However, the secret method didn't expect that the male thunder beast's Niden was so strong that after Xiangyang used it, he didn't fall. For 49 consecutive nights he beat the drum and challenged Xiangyang every night. Fortunately, Yan Qinglian was a foundation-building expert. Could be said that she met her match, a general meeting a talent. After 49 matches, Yin and Yang converged and finally gave birth to the Xiangjili that Xiangyang had been talking about for God knows how many years. And 10 months of pregnancy. That is 10 days ago Yan Qinglian just gave birth to Xiangjili. Now it's not even a month old yet. Isn't she breastfeeding? Xiangyang heard Xiaohua's joke but he didn't laugh. He turned around and called, Qinglian, the lowly concubine is here. At this time, Yan Qinglian had finished breastfeeding Xiangjili. She tidied up her clothes and walked out with a plump and rosy face. When she saw Xiaohua she couldn't help but blush again. Then she looked at Xiangyang. The two nodded slightly. At the same time they bent their legs and were about to kneel down. Oh, you can't. When Xiaohua saw this he was immediately alarmed. He brushed his hand and immediately grabbed the two people's arms. He called out, eldest senior brother, eldest senior sister, why are you waiting? Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian simply didn't listen to Xiaohua. The magic power in their bodies rapidly revolved, and the divine abilities in their bodies surged. They were about to kneel down. Hee, eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister. Are you going to test this little brother's cultivation? Xiaohua chuckled mischievously. True essence flowed and magic power was also used. It was the same situation that Xiangyang encountered before. No matter how much strength the two of them exerted, no matter how much they struggled, they didn't move an inch. They simply couldn't kneel down. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian's eyes flashed with astonishment. Absolute astonishment. The magic power of two middle foundation building cultivators. This wasn't a battle of magic treasures. It was a true competition. They actually couldn't compare to Xiaohua. Chapter 1910. A trace of bitterness and helplessness flashed through Xiangyang's eyes. He said in a low voice, Sai Qinglian, let's leave it at that. Junior brother isn't an outsider. Just let him know our thoughts. I'll listen to Lord Husband's instructions. Yan Qinglian knew that she couldn't kneel down, so she said hurriedly, that's right. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do you have to be like this? Xiaohua hurriedly helped the two up. Xiangyang said with a smile, actually, there are two things I want to thank junior brother for. The first is definitely to break this blood seal. It will allow brother and your senior sister-in-law to see the light of day again. It will also allow you, junior martial nephew, to return to the human world. Xiangyang's words were correct. Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian had also tried countless times to break this blood seal. Unfortunately, they couldn't even leave a trace on the seal. If it wasn't for Xiaohua, not to mention 1 year, even 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years, the two of them wouldn't be able to come out. Then Xiangjili wouldn't be able to see a third person. Eldest senior brother sacrificed himself to let junior brother escape. If junior brother didn't save junior brother, how could junior brother face others? Xiaohua said with a smile. Moreover, junior brother just happened to be able to break this seal and increase junior brother's cultivation by a lot. Why wouldn't junior brother do it? Junior brother, you actually built foundation? After reuniting from the calamity, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian only now discovered that Xiaohua had built foundation. Congratulations, congratulations. Haha. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Junior brother had already built foundation when junior brother saw you two a year ago. Eldest senior brother's congratulations were late by a year. Of course it was too urgent at that time. I really didn't expect junior brother to build foundation so quickly. Xiangyang said with a smile. Oh right, junior brother, inside the 5 elements soul capturing formation. Cough cough. Yan Qinglian saw that Xiangyang changed the topic and immediately coughed twice. Hearing this, Xiangyang immediately woke up and said, oh, just now I wanted to thank junior brother for saving my life. After that, I want to ask junior brother for a favor. Eldest senior brother, as long as junior brother can do it, I will agree. Xiaohua said with a smile. Oh, you're the one who said it. Xiangyang smiled, looking very sinister. What is it? Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart. It's very simple. Just make Xiangji worship you as his master. Yan Qinglian could not help but say, "Ah?" Xiaohua was completely stupefied and stuttered a bit. "You're not mistaken, right, eldest senior sister-in-law?" "Yes, there's no mistake." Xiang Yang nodded. "I've discussed it with your sister-in-law. We want Xiangji to worship you as his master. You agreed to it." "Don't," Xiaohua hurriedly shook his head and said, "Eldest senior brother, this is something that I am unable to do, I definitely cannot agree to." Yan Qinglian was slightly disappointed, but Xiang Yang persisted, "Little junior brother, others may not know about your divine arts, but how could I not know? If I don't worship a good teacher like you, who should I worship?" Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and said with a bitter smile, "I've already used my divine sense to examine Xiangji just now. All of his meridians have been opened and he is born with the lightning attribute. Moreover, his physical body seems to be very good. This kind of cultivation genius is rare in the Imperial Thunder Sect. He can even worship any nascent soul cultivator in the Imperial Thunder Sect as his master, so why must he worship me as his master?" Xiang Yang smiled and said, "I've long known about Li Er's talent. First, it's the power of my lightning beast's inner core. Second, it's Qinglian's secret technique that cultivates the lightning escape. Both of these are inseparable from little junior brother. If you don't want to be his master, who can? This is the will of the heavens." "Eldest senior brother," Xiaohua said firmly, "you also know that I was born as a loose cultivator, and have always lacked a systematic and comprehensive understanding of cultivation. This is something that must be done as a master, right? Just based on this point, I definitely cannot be Li Er's master." "Oh, that's right." Xiang Yang also came to a realization. Xiaohua was good in every way and his divine arts were also outstanding, but his foundation was really too poor. He was absolutely unqualified to teach disciples. If Xiangji were to be taught by Xiaohua, wouldn't he become a loose cultivator? "Forget it, eldest senior brother," Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I originally wanted to give him a gift, but I don't have anything suitable in my storage bag. How about this, when Li Er's cultivation is successful in the future, how about I give him a great divine art?" Great divine art? Xiang Yang stared blankly. He himself knew that all the great techniques of nascent soul cultivators were called divine arts, and great divine arts naturally referred to the great techniques of spirit-severing cultivators and above. It was absolutely a secret technique of spirit-severing cultivators. Xiaohua had just reached the early stage of foundation establishment, and he actually promised Xiangji a great divine art of spirit-severing cultivators. How could he not be stunned on this spot? This little junior brother. Did he get it wrong again? This was Xiang Yang's first reaction. "Thank you, little junior brother." Yan Qinglian at the side was overjoyed. She quickly hugged Xiangji and was about to kneel down again. Don't. Xiaohua quickly held her again and said with a smile, "It's not a big deal. When Li Er grows up, I will find something to teach him." Okay, Xiang Yang quickly put away his doubts and said with a smile. Great divine art, in Xiaohua's words, it's not a big deal. Damn it, Xiaohua. I don't know if he knows what a great divine art is. He actually dared to give it to someone so casually. Roar. A hoarse, weak and extremely helpless voice came out from inside the cave. Lightning Beast. This voice was extremely soft but also extremely familiar. Xiaohua couldn't help but call out. Xiaohua looked up and saw that Shui was also carrying a pitch-black baby that was less than a foot long. The baby's pitch-black skin was in stark contrast to Shui's white skin. Yes, this is the Lightning Beast cub. Xiang Yang said with a bitter smile. This thing is born like this. It doesn't know what to eat or drink. It doesn't use spirit herbs or pills. It doesn't even use your senior sister-in-law's milk. Previously it would often cry, but now it has been more than a month. If it still doesn't cry, I'm afraid it won't make it. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it. Sure enough, the Lightning Beast cub was extremely weak. If nothing unexpected happened, it would die today or tomorrow. Ai, poor child. Shui said in a low voice with a mournful look on her face. Of course, Xiangji's parents were next to him. This Lightning Beast cub's parents had already passed away, so who could take care of it? If a vicious person took it, they would probably use it to refine some sinister magic weapon. Give it to me. Xiaohua said after thinking for a while. Darling Xiao, do you have a way? Shui was overjoyed and stretched out her arm to hand over the lightning beast cub. Xiaohua shook his head. I don't know, but since you all don't have a way, give it to me. Saying that, he took out a spirit storage bag and pretended to put it in, but actually sent it into the space. As soon as the lightning beast cub entered the space was instantly filled with lightning, which crackled as they struck the lightning beast. The lightning entered its body, but surprisingly the lightning beast cub wasn't injured at all. It even opened its extremely cute little paws seductively. Damn it, this young master here. Xiaohua smiled bitterly as he thought of little silver and the water pattern butterfly's eggs. AI, if I had a spirit storage bag, little Lei wouldn't be like this. Xiangyang sighed. Little Lei. Xiaohua was blank for a moment before he understood and smiled. Little Lei, that's a good name. Then he glanced at the cave abode again. Ah, little junior brother, there's no need to look anymore. There's nothing left in the cave abode. I've been inside for a year. Xiangyang said as he patted Xiaohua on the shoulder. It's nothing. I'm just looking at the lightning beast's corpse and helping little Lei bury it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Hee. Xiangyang pulled out 4 storage bags from his waist and handed them to Xiaohua. These are the things inside the cave abode. Apart from Martial Uncle Zhenyez, there's also what I left behind. They're all here. Take them. Martial Uncle Zhenyez. Xiaohua smacked his lips. He really did want Zhenyez's storage bag because there would definitely be pill formulas inside. Unfortunately, Xiangyang said, Martial Uncle Zhenyez's corpse and storage bag will be taken back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. I can't give them to you. Moreover, I've also taken the other half of the male lightning beast's core. After all, I have to give the sect an explanation. Of course, the female lightning beast's core and the 2 lightning beast corpses are all in one storage bag. I don't need to give them to the sect. For storage bags. Big senior brother, you've given me too much. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I only need one. Hee, take them. Xiangyang said indifferently. I've already counted them. My 10,000 Thunder Valley has been poor for a long time. I have to take some things back. In addition, there are some things that I can't give to my master. Otherwise, I'm willing to give everything to you. So it's like this. Xiaohua understood that Xiangyang had already taken a lot. These were all for him, so he took them without any hesitation and said with a smile, Thank you, big senior brother, for your generous gift. It's nothing. You deserve it. Xiangyang shook his head and said, Actually, everything in this cave should be given to you. Don't. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, Little brother's appetite is small. Just give me a little. Just give me a little. Shui looked at the 4 storage bags that Xiaohua took. All of them were high-grade goods. Xiangyang should have obtained them from the cultivators who were killed by the thunder beasts. Needless to say, the things inside these 4 storage bags were definitely not what Xiaohua meant by a little bit. Big senior brother, can we leave now? Xiaohua asked. Of course. When little junior brother's spiritual fire was about to burn the seal, I've already looked through the entire cave several times. Xiangyang replied. Okay. Xiaohua turned around and put away the rabbit formation. Everyone followed Xiaohua and flew out. Outside the mountain peak, the flame forest mountains were still hot. However, Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian took a deep breath, looked at each other and said with a smile, The air outside is still fresh. Of course, after staying in a pile of bones for a year, even if they were newlyweds every night, they probably wouldn't be able to bear it. Big senior brother, I'm afraid you can't train with little brother and Shui anymore, right? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Hearing this, Yan Qinglian's face flushed red again. She was extremely charming. How was she still the same as before? Xiangyang shook his head and said, Of course not. My lifespan should have been resolved. Li'er has also been born. I naturally have to accompany your senior sister-in-law back to 10,000 Thunder Valley. Chapter 1911. Then he looked at Xiaohua. You've also built your foundation and your abilities aren't below mine. With you accompanying Shui, I can rest assured. All right. Xiaohua nodded. I'll accompany senior brother back to Shihuang town. All right. Xiang Yang originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking for a while he nodded. Then the four of them flew out of Flame Forest Swamp. Along the way, Xiang Yang's expression was especially happy. Xiaohua followed Xiang Yang and flew in front. He looked behind him at Yan Qinglian and Xue Xue and said with a smile, "He, senior brother, master will be happy when we go back this time." He even brought Xiang Zhili back. That's one thing. Moreover, didn't you build your foundation too? How can master not be happy? Xiang Yang immediately replied. Core formation after foundation building. Master, won't be happy for long. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. And you should understand master's heart. Xiang Yang advised. It's hard to say. Xiaohua was a bit annoyed. He had switched to cultivating earth-type techniques so he couldn't explain it to Xiang Yang. At this moment, several divine senses swept over and locked onto several people in a very rude manner. Who is it? Xiaohua was angry and shouted coldly. Unfortunately, he didn't know any divine senses that could harm others. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't hesitate to use it. Fellow Taoists. A late-stage foundation building cultivator flew over from afar, followed by several middle and early-stage foundation building cultivators. Fellow Taoist, please. Xiang Yang pulled Xiaohua and stepped forward. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Xiang Yang from the Imperial Thunder Sect. What business do you have with me? Fellow Taoist Xiang, I'm Qiong Ming from the Spirit Husbandry Sect. When the cultivator heard that he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, his expression immediately changed. He smiled and said, I just want to ask fellow Taoist about a small matter. Please speak. Xiang Yang nodded. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiang has seen the soul essence of a ferocious beast? Or a ferocious beast unrelated to the spirit beasts in Flame Forest Swamp? Qiong Ming hesitated and asked. Xiang Yang was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I don't know what fellow Taoist Qiong is talking about, but I'm sure that my junior brother and I have never seen such a ferocious beast. Qiong Ming looked at Xiang Yang, then at Xiaohua, then at Yan Qinglian and the baby in her arms. He nodded and said, then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Xiang. Please. Senior Martial Brother Qiong, a middle-stage foundation establishment disciple at Qiong Ming's side, said in a low voice. Elder Yuan gave the order to strictly interrogate all those above middle-stage foundation establishment. Qiong Ming said unhappily. Elder also instructed that all Aurus Core stage cultivators must report to him. Are you also going to block Aurus Core stage cultivators? Senior Brother Chong's matter. The disciple muttered. Qiong Ming flicked his sleeves. I have my own plans. Please excuse me, fellow Taoist. Qiong Ming cupped his fists and said with a smile, if fellow Taoist Xiang sees this item in the Flame Forest Swamp, please send me a message. I'll be eternally grateful. Of course. Xiang Yang nodded and looked at everyone. Then he left with Xiaohua and the others. Just as Xiang Yang left, Qiong Ming turned his head and said angrily, Junior Martial Brother Li Dongming, since this team is led by me, please don't break the rules of the sect. For the past half a year, Junior Martial Brother Li has doubted my decisions many times. Senior Martial Brother Chong, I'm doing this for the sake of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Li Dongming said with a fake smile, since there are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect coming out from the Flame Forest Swamp. Although the direction is wrong, I still have to ask them. There's no need to search their souls, but they have to swear a heart oath, right? Qiong Ming almost laughed out loud. You want to force the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to swear a heart oath? Why, can't I? Li Dongming said stubbornly, our Spirit Husbandry Sect is no longer the Spirit Husbandry Sect from a year ago. Even if we can't compare to the Imperial Thunder Sect now, we will surpass them sooner or later. Besides, it's just 2 middle-stage foundation establishment stage cultivators, 1 early-stage foundation establishment stage cultivator, and 1 chi refinement stage cultivator. What's the big deal about forcing them to swear a heart oath? Do you think the Imperial Thunder Sect can challenge our Spirit Husbandry Sect? I can't be bothered to talk to you. Qiong Ming waved his sleeves and was about to fly away. However, Li Dongming was still in high spirits. He laughed and said, there hasn't been any news for more than a year. I'm afraid that everyone has slacked off. I'll use the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect to raise everyone's spirits. Which junior martial brother is willing to follow me to take a look? I'm willing. I'm willing. There were actually a few people who weren't afraid of death and were excited. You guys, Cheong Ming looked around and saw that they were people who didn't get along with him in the sect or people who were very close to Li Dongming. He smiled and said, "You guys can go. I'll go back and report this." Hee, senior martial brother Chong, you can go too. Li Dongming laughed loudly. I've vented my anger for the Imperial Thunder Sect. Maybe Elder Yuan will reward me. That's right. The rest of the people shouted and followed Li Dongming to chase after Xiang Yang and the others. Seeing this, Cheong Ming shook his head slightly. Chapter 1912. Damn it. Seeing how Li Dongming was so arrogant as to pin the crime on his own family, Xiaohua immediately thought of the few spirit husbandry sect disciples who were at the peak of the qi refinement realm. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. Birds of a feather flock together. Why are all the spirit husbandry sect disciples the same? But soon after, Xiaohua smiled again and thought to himself, although this guy is extremely boorish and wants to make things up, he's actually right. Xiang Yang's expression changed slightly, but he did not panic. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist from the Spirit Husbandry Sect, I've already explained to fellow Taoist Cheong Ming that I don't know what soul essence you're talking about. Your senior brother has already let us go. Fellow Taoist, how can you pin the crime on us?" Senior brother Cheong was careless and was deceived by you. Fortunately, I realized it early. Otherwise, you would have escaped from the Flame Forest Swamp. Xiang Yang frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, I don't understand what you're saying." "You don't understand?" Li Dongming sneered. "If you're not guilty, why are you running?" "Running?" Xiang Yang smiled. "The Flame Forest Swamp is so big. Do we need to report to your Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples if we want to do anything? No matter what, I'm going to check your storage bags to make sure you don't have Chao's soul essence," Li Dongming said with a fake smile. "Storage bags? Soul essence?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm stupid. I don't know what this soul essence is. How can it be placed in a storage bag?" Li Dongming was at a loss for words. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out his spirit storage bag and sneered, "Fellow Taoist Xiang, this Li doesn't want to pursue the matter. Hand over your junior brother's storage bags to this Li, and this Li will make the decision to let you all go. Don't make this Li lose his temper. These junior brothers of mine don't have good tempers." When Xiang Yang heard this, he was so angry that his nose became crooked. What the hell was this? They had not even said a few words and they had already revealed their true colors. Their goal was the 4 or 5 storage bags on Xiaohua's waist. Were they still disciples of a cultivation sect? They were even more shameless than rogue cultivators. "Eldest senior brother, what's the point of talking to them?" Xiaohua immediately stood up and charged forward, blocking the path between Li Dongming and Xiang Yang. He waved his hands and cast the spell that he had prepared long ago. Numerous fire dragons that were as thick as thumbs appeared in Xiaohua's hands and charged towards the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples. Xiaohua was proficient in fire spells, and in the past year he had been controlling his spirit fire all the time. His understanding and usage of fire spells had reached a new level, and the fire aura in the Flame Forest Swamp was abundant. When Xiaohua cast the fire spell, the fire dragons that were as thick as thumbs appeared in his hands. After flying for about a foot, they immediately sucked in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, turning into fire dragons that were as thick as fists. Although the fire dragons were not as powerful as when Yi Yang's fan flashed, and they did not mimic the fire dragons perfectly, the Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples were still caught off guard when they saw such a powerful fire dragon charging towards them. Fight! Many of them cast spells in panic and some of them even took out the yellow talismans from their storage bags. However, how could Xiaohua's fire dragons be broken by simple yellow talismans? The Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples were shocked when they saw the surging heat waves surrounding them. The yellow talismans that they had shot out were extinguished after spinning in the heat wave for a short while. Even the yellow talismans were burned. They retreated rapidly and wanted to take out their magic treasures. However, just as everyone retreated, the fire dragon's tongue suddenly lapped in the direction that they had retreated. Then it retracted and spread in all directions. The fire dragons connected together to form a wall of fire, separating the spirit husbandry sect disciples from Xiaohua and the rest. The group of disciples could not help but gasp. Putting aside the strength of his magic power, his mastery of fire control was definitely something that they could not compare to. The disciples of the Thunder Control sect indeed live up to their reputation. This was the thought that suddenly appeared in their minds. However, was that all? Just as the spirit husbandry sect disciples were filled with admiration, they suddenly realized that their respected senior brother Li Dongming had actually been separated from them. Furthermore, he had been strangled by a spirit husbandry sect disciple who was in the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The spirit husbandry sect disciples were stunned. They had really only paid attention to themselves and had not paid attention to anyone else, especially the extremely brave senior brother Li. Li Dongming was also extremely embarrassed. Like the other spirit husbandry sect disciples, his first reaction when he saw the ferocious fire dragon was to use the ice shield technique to block the fire dragon. However, the ice shield only lasted for a moment before it was melted by the fire dragon. Seeing that the fire dragon had turned into a sea of fire and was about to drown him, Li Dongming immediately retreated. However, just as he was about to fly, he instantly felt a sharp black iron needle stabbing towards his waist from his back. Li Dongming had no choice but to stop moving slightly. He swung his hand and the thunder palm was released. However, just as the thunder palm was released, Xiaohua, who was standing outside the sea of fire, suddenly moved. He charged into the sea of fire like a ferocious demon, and there seemed to be a spear in his hand. Demonic weapon? Li Dongming immediately understood with a sweep of his divine sense. Slightly startled, he hurriedly made a circle with his right hand, and a mirror-like defensive shield appeared to block the attack. At the same time, his figure once again plummeted downwards. However, it was clear that the defensive shield was easily broken by Xiaohua, and Xiaohua's figure was completely unaffected by the defensive shield. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside Li Dongming. Zilala, only then did Li Dongming's thunder palm hit the black iron needle away. Xiaohua's left hand reached out with the tip of the demonic spear and stabbed towards Li Dongming's chest. Li Dongming panicked and hurriedly waved his hand again, and the thunder palm was released again. However, just as the thunder palm was formed, Xiaohua's left hand shook, and the demonic spear disappeared into thin air. What is this guy doing? Just as this thought appeared in Li Dongming's mind, Xiaohua's right hand appeared around his neck like a ghost. A burst of light flashed, and the defensive yellow talisman around Li Dongming's body was actually crushed by Xiaohua. That ice-cold hand was grabbing Li Dongming's neck. Fellow Taoist, let's talk nicely. Li Dongming was extremely embarrassed, but the irresistible force around his neck made him feel despair, and he couldn't help but speak softly. Seeing this, the spirit husbandry sect disciples looked at each other. They didn't know if they should attack or save him. They were afraid of breaking the vases. Little junior brother. After building his foundation, he has indeed become much more powerful. Xiangyang was also astonished. He knew very well that even if he were to fight against Li Dongming, he would only be able to last a few rounds. If he didn't take out his magic weapon, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Xiaohua didn't use any magic weapon at all, and he was able to grab the neck of a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He could kill him at any time. Xiaohua raised his phoenix eyes and glanced at the spirit husbandry sect disciples outside the firewall. He laughed coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist Li, there are so many people from your spirit husbandry sect. I'm really scared. My hand can't help but tremble." As he said that, Xiaohua's hand trembled and his strength increased again. Li Dongming almost suffocated and he hurriedly said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, I was blind, cough cough. I've really offended you." Seeing that Li Dongming immediately gave in, Xiaohua also secretly praised him. "This fellow knows how to adapt to the situation. Looks like my cultivation technique is settled." "Alright." Xiaohua nodded and said loudly, "If you want your senior brother Li to live, then retract your divine sense. I have something to say to him." Then he swung his hand and threw out a silence talisman. He looked at Li Dongming with a smile. Seeing Xiaohua's malicious smile, Li Dongming suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Like a weak girl he begged, Fellow Taoist. What do you want? When the spirit husbandry sect disciples heard Xiaohua's words, they hurriedly retracted their divine sense, not daring to release it again. Seeing that there was no sound from the other side and that their vision was blocked, they all looked at each other in dismay once again. It was also very fast. It was only the time to brew a cup of tea. The wall of fire quickly faded away, and Xiaohua and Li Dongming appeared in front of them again. Xiaohua was full of smiles, but Li Dongming was a little forced. Haha, fellow Taoist Li, your junior brothers are all looking at you, so you have to smile, okay? Don't let them see that there's something wrong with the two of us, or else they'll be suspicious. Xiaohua transmitted his voice. Haha. Li Dongming laughed as expected and said to his junior brothers around him, it's really a big problem. This junior brother Xiao is a Foundation Establishment fellow Taoist I met 2 years ago when I was training. Just now I said that he looked a little familiar, so I didn't attack him. I didn't expect junior brother Xiao's temper to still be as fiery as 2 years ago when he just entered the Foundation Establishment realm. He didn't even allow me to ask before attacking. Yes, because junior brother Xiao also had some doubts. He used to spell to ask me about the secret matters 2 years ago. Junior brothers, you don't have to worry. So that's how it is. Seeing Li Dongming say with a smile, everyone's hearts also calmed down. Only Shui was laughing so hard that she wanted to break into the sky. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Hee, since you've already recognized me, I'm sure senior brother Li also understands that it's impossible for junior brother to have taken some soul essence from your esteemed sect. Moreover, junior brother is truly ashamed that he didn't tell senior brother about junior brother's origins. Xiaohua said rather sincerely. No matter. Li Dongming waved his hand generously. Every cultivator has their own secrets, so how can I investigate? I hope junior brother Xiao can come to my Black Spirit sect for a chat when you have time in the future. Sure, I'll definitely go and nag senior brother Li in the future. Xiaohua's expression was like that of a good friend who hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was really reluctant to part. Soon after, Li Dongming cupped his hands and left with his junior brothers. When everyone's figures disappeared, Shui couldn't help but giggle. She pointed at Xiaohua and said, Darling Xiao, you actually entered the Foundation Establishment realm 3 years ago. How come I didn't know? Chapter 1913. I can't help it. In this world, only fellow Taoist Li from Spirit Husbandry sect knows that I built my foundation 3 years ago. I can't not give him face. Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. After Shui finished laughing, she quietly asked, Darling Xiao, what did you say to Li Dongming? Hee, fellow Taoist Shui, I told fellow Taoist Li Dongming clearly that only he and I can know about it. Other people can't know about it. That's why I can't tell you. Xiaohua said proudly. Looking at Xiaohua's smug look, Shui pouted and said, Tell me if you want. If you don't tell me, I'm too lazy to know. Ah, let's go. Xiang Yang laughed. He knew that Xiaohua must have gotten something good. Moreover, it was probably some secret of Spirit Husbandry sect. Otherwise, Li Dongming wouldn't have played along with Xiaohua. As they continued to walk forward, although they encountered several groups of cultivators, most of them were early-stage foundation-building disciples. There were even quite a few aura-refining disciples who were respectful and reverent toward Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua had finally gotten addicted to acting as a senior several times with great difficulty, so he really enjoyed watching them bow and salute him. Young Master is now also a foundation-building senior. A few more days passed. Seeing that they were about to arrive at Shihuang village, Xiang Yang asked, Junior brother, have you and junior sister Shui decided on where to go? Xiaohua looked at Shui and smiled. As long as Shui wants to go, I'll go with her. Who cares if it's the end of the world or the corner of the sea? Junior sister Shui, I really envy you. Originally I wanted to go see Kui Hisi. Who knew that the heavens would play tricks on me? I just came out and you want to go back. Yan Qinglian hugged Xiang Zhili. Her charm was really charming. She regained the demeanor of a famous beauty from Imperial Thunder Sect when she was young. Junior sister Shui is so happy. Others can't even envy you. Shui Shui smiled. Then you're still waiting for the trip to Kuehasi? Shui Shui looked at Xiao Hua and said happily, as long as I have you with me, not to mention Kuehasi, I'm willing to go to Tianan or Dibei. Haha, Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua and Shui Shui's lovey-dovey scene and laughed happily. Shihuang Town was just around the corner. Just as Xiao Hua and the others were about to descend from the sky, they saw 3 foundation building cultivators across from them. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they hurriedly flew towards them. The one in front had a face as white as jade and 3 strands of long beard under his chin. He had the appearance of an immortal. This person looks familiar. When Xiao Hua saw this mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He seemed to recognize him, but since he was a mid-foundation establishment senior, Xiao Hua naturally had an impression of him. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had no impression of him at all. Strange. Xiao Hua unconsciously glanced at the cultivator. The cultivator also noticed and glanced at Xiao Hua. Seeing that he was a foundation building cultivator and that there were 2 mid-foundation building cultivators behind him, he didn't say anything and just coldly snorted. He cupped his hands towards Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and left without saying a word. Xiang Yang was also surprised. Looking at the cultivator's back, he asked, Junior brother, do you know this person? Xiao Hua shook his head. He looks familiar, but I really haven't seen him before, so I took a second look. Oh, Xiang Yang didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, not to mention the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent, even the cultivators of my country of Xi are like carps crossing the river. There really are many of them. You wouldn't know any cultivators you've seen before, so it's normal that you don't have any impression of him. And Xiao Hua also didn't think so and said with a smile, forget it, who cares who he is? Let's respectfully send off senior brother, senior sister and Xiao Zhili. Hehe, don't forget your promise. Xiang Yang glanced at Xiang Zhili, who was in Yan Qinglian's arms, and said with a smile, don't worry. Xiao Hua patted his chest. I can still guarantee this. Immediately, Xiang Yang stopped in midair, no longer moving forward. Your brother? Xiao Hua asked curiously, why aren't you moving? Hehe. Xiang Yang clapped his hands and took out the concealed thunderbolt sound transmitting talisman he used last time. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, but then he said with surprise, why is senior brother looking for the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple on duty? Junior brother, just wait and see. Xiang Yang said rather mysteriously. After the concealed thunderbolt sound transmitting talisman was sent out, a middle stage foundation establishment cultivator slowly flew over, looked at Xiang Yang and the others, and also said slowly, which Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace disciple are you? What business do you have? Seeing that the disciple on duty was actually a middle stage foundation establishment cultivator, Xiang Yang was delighted. He clapped his hands, took out 2 tokens and handed them over, saying, I am Xiang Yang from Thunderbolt Palace, and this is I's token. And that cultivator waved his hand, and the 2 tokens fell into his hand. He scanned them with his divine sense, then frowned and said, this is Martial Uncle Zhenye's token. What does it mean? Good, senior brother knows that Martial Uncle Zhenye has already died, and his corpse is in I's storage pouch. Martial Uncle Zhenye was my Thunderbolt Palace's alchemist, and his storage pouch is on I. Moreover, Xiang Yang's following words were transmitted. That disciple's face was shocked, and then he vigilantly scanned with his divine sense. He clapped his hands and handed over his token, saying, I am Qian Ping and this is I's token. Xiang Yang didn't dare to be careless. He took the token, looked at it and smiled, thank you, senior brother Qian. No problem. Qian Ping took the token and returned the 2 tokens to Xiang Yang, saying, Junior brother Xiang, please wait for a moment. I will inform a few senior brothers to come and escort you back to Imperial Thunder Sect. After Qian Ping flew away, Xiao Hua secretly gave a thumbs up, saying, big senior brother, you're really something. I never thought of this before. There's no other way. Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian and the child in her arms and said lovingly, now that you have a child you have to be careful. Moreover, escorting the remains of my Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists and other things is also the duty of disciples like senior brother Qian Ping. Xiaohua understood that Zhen Ye's storage pouch not only contains spirit herbs, but also pill recipes and even cultivation methods. These were all treasures of the Imperial Thunder Sect. If they were lost outside, it would definitely be a loss. If Xiangyang brought them back, it would be a great merit. And there was no need to mention the cultivation methods and items from other sects. Sigh, thinking of this, Xiaohua lost interest in the 4 storage bags he took. Big senior brother will probably take the cultivation methods back. Speaking of this, Xiangyang was slightly surprised and said curiously, but it's also strange. This senior brother Qian Ping is a disciple of Imperial Thunder Palace, and from his name he should be a direct disciple of Imperial Thunder Palace. Why would he be on duty at Western Yellow Village? It's really puzzling. Then I'll have to ask senior brother Qian. Xiaohua smiled, but his heart was moved, thinking to himself, could it be that Imperial Thunder Palace sent a disciple out for Qian Qinghua? Thinking of Qian Qinghua, Xiaohua's thoughts unconsciously flew. Chapter 1914. The place where Qian Qinghua went missing was Linyu Town, which had nothing to do with Shihuang Town. However, both towns could be reached through Yenyuan City's teleportation formation, so it was possible that the Imperial Thunder Sect had spies in Shihuang Town. Thinking of Qian Qinghua, Xiaohua naturally thought of everything that Qian Qinghua did to him. Xiaohua, who had seen the cruelty of the Morning Rain Continent's cultivation world, didn't have too many complaints about Qian Qinghua. Now that he thought about it, Qian Qinghua treated him quite well. That clear flower pill that could take his life was refined by Xiaohua when he was around the 16th level of qi refining. Of course, the medicinal effect was insignificant compared to the fire essence flame crystal. Then Xiaohua thought of Lu Yang's Kai family, Fairy Hongxia and Kai Zhuoxiao. Maybe I should go and pay my respects to Kai Zhuoxiao. Xiaohua's heart was a little sad. When he first entered the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent, Kai Zhuoxiao was the first companion he traveled with. He really benefited a lot from her, but Kai Zhuoxiao died young. Fate really made fools of people. If Xiaohua was alone, he would have already gone after Xiangyang left with Yan Qinglian and Xiang Zhili. But now he had Xue Xue by his side. As a female cultivator, how could Xue Xue not have any thoughts about him and Fairy Hongxia? If he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, then it was better not to mention it. Therefore Xiaohua smiled and said to Xue Xue, "Wife, your husband is still not familiar with the Morning Rain continent. Now that senior brother and senior sister have returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect, I will listen to your instructions on how to get to Kahasi." Xue Xue covered her mouth. She enjoyed being called wife very much. She smiled and said, "From Shihuang Town to QC, I'm afraid you'll have to accompany me all the way to the east. First, we'll have to reach the border between Xi and Meng. Then we'll have to cross the entire Meng before we reach QC. In the country of Xi, there are many teleportation formations that can be used. Using the Shihuang Town's teleportation formation, we can return to Yenyuan City. From there we can go to Chiyue City, Qianyu City, Haoming City, Jingpa City, Suntian City and Tongmu City. But if we go east to Meng Kingdom, we can only go to Haoming City. After we reach Haoming City, we can only teleport to a few small towns in the east. We will need to fly there. Between the country of Xi and Meng Kingdom, there is a Mo Zhao Black Forest. That is one of the 10 most dangerous places in the Xiaoyu continent. Only by going through the Mo Zhao Black Forest can we reach Meng Kingdom. Oh, it's so far. Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Last time when I followed Martial Uncle Zhen Qing to Meng Country's Taiqing sect, it didn't seem to be this troublesome. Okay, I'll let you know." Xue Xue covered her mouth and giggled. The Taiqing sect is located in the south of Meng Kingdom, not too far from Xi Kingdom. It is also at the edge of the Mo Zhao Black Forest. Besides, my husband is riding the Thunder Boat, a flying artifact of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Of course, it is much faster and more convenient. But if we walk the same old path, how can it be of any use to gain experience? But the Mo Zhao Black Forest is very dangerous. It is said that only Foundation Establishment and Gold Core cultivators can enter it. Xiaohua frowned and said, "With my husband, what is there to be afraid of?" Without Xiangyang and the others by her side, Shueshui was not shy at all. She kept calling Xiaohua her husband, as if Xiaohua was really her dual cultivation partner. Hehe, if I am alone I can go to the Emozhao Black Forest. But if I am with my wife I have to think about it. Xiaohua did not hide his love and care, holding Shueshui's hand and said. Shueshui nodded and said happily, we can go to the edge of the Emozhao Black Forest. There is no need to go deep. I will listen to my wife's orders. Xiaohua echoed, and then the two stepped into the transmission array. However, the moment he stepped into the transmission array, Xiaohua hesitated. He thought that as long as he succeeded in his cultivation he would immediately rescue Xiao Xianrui from the abyss of suffering and avenge Xiao Hongyue. Although Xiaohua was only at the Foundation Establishment stage, his strength had surpassed the late Foundation Establishment stage and could even be compared to the early Gold Core stage. However, after careful consideration, Xiaohua felt that his cultivation was still a little lacking, especially when he remembered the collective attack of the sect disciples in the dark knowledge. Xiaohua knew that with Xiao Yuehong's cultivation in the middle Foundation Establishment stage, there was no chance for him to escape. He was afraid that with his cultivation in the late Foundation Establishment stage, he would not be able to deal with the entire 100 Herbs sect. Let's wait a little longer. To deal with the entire 100 Herbs sect, I'm afraid I will need to be at the middle Gold Core stage. Wait until this young master reaches the middle Foundation Establishment stage, then I will go look for the 100 Herbs sect. Xiaohua's footsteps paused for a moment, and then he stepped into the transmission array. Just as Xiaohua stepped into the transmission array, the somewhat familiar-looking middle Foundation Establishment stage cultivator he had met before had arrived at a mountain range in the Flame Forest Swamp. His vicious gaze swept over the blazing fire lake and he said coldly, Xiaohua, this old man has finally found you. That bitch Kaizhuaxiao is already dead. This old man can't turn into a malicious spirit and seek revenge on her. Then watch this old man tear you to pieces, search your soul and shatter your bones so that you will never be reincarnated. Senior brother Yen Yu, the middle Foundation Establishment stage cultivator next to him, frowned and said, although this Xiaohua is a Qi condensation stage cultivator, but he is also a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Now he is with Zhen Yi and there are two middle Foundation Establishment stage senior brothers. I'm afraid it would be inconvenient for us to act, right? This cultivator was actually Yen Yu of the Xuanyan school, and was precisely Yen Wei's blood relative. Junior brother Liang Yu, Yen Yu sneered and said, this Yen only has Wei as his blood relative great-grandson. Since he was young, who knows how much effort I put into him. Originally, I wanted to wait until he reached the 10th layer of Qi condensation before looking for an opportunity to take him into my Xuanyan school. But who would have thought that he would actually be killed by that bastard Xiaohua and that bitch Kaizhuaxia? When this Yen heard the news of Wei's death, it took me a great deal of effort to learn of Kaizhuaxia's name from the Yen family disciples. Then I racked my brains to learn of Xiaohua's name from Lu Yang's Kai family, and I even happened to learn from junior brother Shi that Xiaohua had actually entered the Imperial Thunder sect. This Yen originally thought that I wouldn't be able to personally avenge this deep-seated hatred, but who would have thought that I would receive a message from senior brother Qian? This really is the will of the heavens. That day this Yen merely casually mentioned it after drinking. Who would have thought that senior brother Qian would remember it, and we just happened to meet within this flame forest marsh. If this Yen doesn't seize this opportunity in the future when Xiaohua reaches Foundation Establishment and his cultivation catches up to this Yen's, how will this Yen still have a chance? Senior brother Yen, it's not that Liang Yu isn't willing to accompany senior brother in taking revenge, but there's a Jindan cultivator. Liang Yu explained with a wry smile. Don't worry, junior brother Liang Yu. How can this Yen let junior brother offend a Jindan cultivator? Yen Yu chuckled and said, even if this Yen gave junior brother 10 more medicinal pills, this Yen still wouldn't let you take such a great risk. This Yen only wants to find a suitable opportunity to act after the Jindan cultivator leaves. And since senior brother Yen hasn't let hatred get to your head, Liang Yu can be at ease. Liang Yu nodded at first but then frowned and said, the message talisman has already been sent out for so long, why haven't I seen senior brother Qian's reply yet? Sigh, Yen Yu sighed and said, this Yen went out to gather medicinal herbs and just came back. I only just found out that senior brother Qian sent a message talisman last year and immediately invited junior brother over. I'm afraid senior brother has already left? Right at this moment, two familiar divine consciousnesses swept over from afar. Yan Yu laughed loudly and said, "It's senior brother Qian, you've arrived." Indeed, not far away, Qian Han and Jiaming flew over, looking exhausted. The moment they saw Yan Yu, they said unhappily, "Junior brother Yan, why did you only arrive today?" Yan Yu immediately smiled apologetically and said, "No, this Yan didn't come because this Yan went out to gather medicinal herbs. I just came back. Oh, I see." Jiaming nodded. Junior brother Yan is a famous alchemist in our Xuanyan cult. He's very tired, so it's normal for him to go out to gather medicinal herbs. Haha. Yan Yu laughed and clapped his hands, taking out a bottle of medicinal pills and handing it over. "Senior brother Qian, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't dislike it." Unfortunately, Qian Han didn't reach out his hand. Instead, he glanced at Jiaming and said with a bitter smile, "This Qian wanted to take this spirit pill, unfortunately." "What?" Yan Yu was shocked, his expression changing. "That bastard Xiaohua has already left Flame Forest Marsh? Could it be that he hasn't?" Qian Han hesitated and said, "Even if he has left, he can't leave." "Very good." Yan Yu was overjoyed. "Then what about Zhenyi? Did he leave long ago?" "Zhenyi? I'm afraid he can't leave either." Qian Han said with a bitter smile. "Oh, that's not good." Yan Yu frowned and handed the medicinal pills to Qian Han. "No matter what, since senior brother told this Yan about that bastard's whereabouts, this medicinal pill should belong to senior brother." Seeing that Yan Yu was in the middle of the situation and didn't understand, Liang Yu reminded him from outside. "Senior brother Yan, senior brother Qian means that Xiaohua has already died, right?" "Ah?" Yan Yu was stunned at first, then he looked up to the sky and laughed. "Heaven follows man's wishes, heaven follows man's wishes, ha, I just don't know if senior brother Qian saw how that bastard died with his own eyes." Sight, senior brother Qian, junior brother Yan is not an outsider. You should explain things clearly, don't talk in riddles. Jiaming sighed and said to Qian Han. "Fine, let's find a quiet place." Qian Han nodded. After Qian Han finished speaking, Yan Yu finally understood. It turned out that Qian Han and Jiaming didn't catch up to Jiang Zhucheng and the others. At first, they didn't dare to send a message for fear of disturbing the Thunder Beast or disturbing Jiang Zhucheng. It wasn't until 10 days later that they sent out a summoning talisman. However, at that time, Jiang Zhucheng's corpse was covered by the Thunder Beast's blood-red seal. The summoning talisman flew in the air for a while but couldn't find a trace. After flying back and forth, it returned to Qian Han's hands. This caused Qian Han and Jiaming to be bewildered. After all, if Jiang Zhucheng had died, the summoning talisman shouldn't have been able to fly away. Since it could fly away, it meant that he hadn't died. Since it couldn't find the direction, it must have been disturbed by a restriction. Thus, Qian Han and Jiaming searched all over the Flame Forest Mountains. However, they didn't know how many summoning talismans they had sent out in the past year, but they were all in the same situation. It wasn't until a few days ago when Xiaohua broke the Thunder Beast's blood-red seal that Qian Han's summoning talisman stopped flying. Naturally, Qian Han already knew that Jiang Zhucheng had died. Presumably, Zhenyi and the others had also lost their lives. As for Xiaohua, he had long disappeared when the 5-element soul-capturing formation collapsed. Qian Han didn't think that an aura-refining cultivator could survive when the formation collapsed. Hearing that even a golden core cultivator like Jiang Zhucheng had died, Yan Yu was relieved. However, he still felt somewhat uneasy. "So you're saying that senior brother Qian didn't personally see that bastard Xiaohua die?" Chapter 1915. Qian Han said discontentedly, "Xiaohua, Li Fengzhu, Qinghao Zhuming, and Li Mian all disappeared at the same time. I have Li Fengzhu's summoning talisman. When I first got separated from Master, I sent him a summoning talisman. At that time Li Fengzhu had already died." Yes, Yan Yu smiled apologetically and handed the pill over. "Since senior brother has passed the information about that fellow to me, how can I go back on my word?" Senior brother, please take it. Alright. Qian Han nodded and kept the pill. It's a pity that I can't let junior brother Yen take revenge with his own hands. As long as that bastard dies, it's better than anything else. Yen Yu said hatefully, it's a pity that I haven't seen that bastard even after Xiaohua died. That day the disciples of the Yen clan only paid attention to Kai Zhuxiao, and the people of the Kai clan had never seen Xiaohua. Even now, I don't know what that guy looks like. What's so good about an aura refining disciple? Qian Han sneered and described Xiaohua's appearance. But just as Qian Han finished speaking, Yen Yu said in astonishment, what? Xiaohua? Xiaohua looks like this. He's an aura refining disciple, not a foundation building disciple? Of course. Qian Han frowned. How could this Qian make a mistake? Yen Yu glanced at Liang Yu. Liang Yu similarly came to a realization and said anxiously, then, the other disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Other disciples? Jie Ming was also stunned. He said curiously, aside from Zhen Yi, there's a man and a woman who seem to be dual cultivation partners. They're both middle-stage foundation building disciples. There's also a female aura refining disciple like Xiaohua. Her attitude toward Xiaohua was also very intimate. Yen Yu said anxiously, is there one? No. That baby is less than a month old. What? Qian Han was also greatly shocked. She practically moved in front of Yen Yu and said, you all have seen Xiaohua? When did he see her? What do those 3 Imperial Thunder Sect disciples look like? Naturally, it was when this Yen had just arrived at Shihuang town. Yen Yu told him about his encounter with Xiaohua. No, the 2 female cultivators look the same as Xiaohua. That Xiangyang is obviously different. Qian Han shook her head. Senior brother. Jie Mingze exclaimed in surprise, did you forget about the Thunder Beast's inner core? Although Xiaohua didn't say what he wanted the Thunder Beast's core for, Xiaohua isn't of the lightning attribute. His senior brothers all have the lightning attribute, so the Thunder Beast's core. More than that. Liang Yu smiled and said, Xiaohua has 4 storage bags. Chase. How could Qian Han and Jie Ming not know what had happened? They shouted in unison without hesitation. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect had disciples on duty at Shihuang Town's transmission array, there was no need to talk about Xuanyan School. Although Qian Han and the others were Foundation Establishment disciples and didn't have too much authority, wasn't Yen Yu an alchemist? After sending out a summoning talisman and giving them some medicinal pills, Yen Yu obtained some information. He found out that Xiang Yang and the others were escorting 4 middle-stage Foundation Establishment disciples back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This time, Yen Yu was extra careful and inquired about the appearances of the 6 disciples returning to the Imperial Thunder Sect. When he found out that Xiaohua didn't return to the Imperial Thunder Sect, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. However, when he asked about Xiaohua's whereabouts, the disciple on duty at Xuanyan School couldn't say anything. After all, Xiaohua was an early-stage Foundation Establishment disciple and Xue was an aura refining disciple, so it was unlikely that they would attract the attention of the disciple on duty. Later, after Yen Yu took out some rare medicinal pills, the disciple on duty returned half a day later and received some vague information. Xiaohua was probably heading in the direction of Haoming City. As for whether he was heading to Haoming City or not, there were so many transmission array towns in between and there were also direct flights, so who could know? After the disciple on duty at Xuanyan School left, Yen Yu looked at Qian Han and the others and said with a smile, Senior Marshal brothers, I have a blood feud with Xiaohua, so I must make a trip to Haoming City. If you 3 want to return to Golden Goose Mountain Range, I'm afraid we can't go together. Qian Han glanced at Jie Ming and the 2 of them quickly exchanged glances. Just now, Yen Yu had carefully observed the movements of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples, so the 2 of them naturally knew that Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't have the 4 storage pouches on their waists. All 4 storage pouches were on Xiaohua. Qian Han and Jie Ming probably knew more about the contents of the 4 storage pouches than Yen Yu and Liang Yu. Since the storage pouches were on the body of an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, how could they not covet them? Ahem, Qian Han coughed twice and said with a smile, my master died in the Flame Forest Mountain Range. Xiaohua, a lowly person, actually took my master's storage pouch. As his disciple, how could I not ask him for it? This trip to Haoming City, I can't not take it. Ah, that's great. Yan Yu's divine sense swept the surroundings for a moment and he said in a low voice, since that's the case, the four of us should still travel together and kill that bastard Xiaohua. The things on his body. How about the four of us divide them equally? We'll do as Junior Marshal Brother Yan says. The three of them all had the same idea. Since they were fellow disciples of the same sect, they didn't have to worry about anything and hit it off. Of course, there were many routes to Haoming City, and they couldn't be sure which route Xiaohua took, so they could only search for him along the way. As for Xiaohua, he simply didn't know that Yan Wei, whom he killed more than 10 years ago, actually only caused trouble today. He even took Shui to leisurely pass through a small town's teleportation array, and they flew hand in hand in midair. Shui, do you think the great Tao of this world is heartless? Or is it sentimental? Xiaohua looked at the changing scenery under his feet, which was either blooming flowers or overlapping mountain ranges, and couldn't help but ask. Shui was obviously stunned, but then she pursed her lips and said with a smile, the heavenly Tao is heartless and regards all things as straw dogs. This is common knowledge in cultivation, why do you ask? Xiaohua said with a smile, look at eldest senior martial brother. He was loyal and considerate all his life. But because of my master in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, his Tao foundation was damaged and he couldn't build his foundation for 60 years, suffering the ridicule of others. After building his foundation, his lifespan was shortened and he couldn't advance for a long time. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have long given up or even cursed the heavens for being unfair, but eldest senior martial brother still cultivated diligently and faced people with a smile. Now, on this trip to the Flame Forest Mountains, not only was his Tao foundation repaired, even Xiangjili was born. What eldest senior martial brother said for many years. I'm afraid his self-deprecating words will come true. Tell me, isn't this a gift from the heavenly Tao? What husband said is somewhat partial. Shui shook her head slightly. There are many unjust things in this world and eldest senior martial brother is just one of them. He could achieve perfection. To be honest, it's all thanks to husband. If it wasn't for husband's help, he could only end up dying of old age in the blood-colored seal. As for senior martial sister and Xiangjili, they're also ordinary. How could there be a distracted Xiangjili? What about the others besides eldest senior martial brother? From what husband knows, how many people have achieved perfection? That's right, the heavenly Tao is unpredictable and not something we can predict. Husband still hopes that fairness under the heavenly Tao can become justice. Xiaohua sighed. At this moment, Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed again, and he used his hand to pull Shui. Chapter 1916. Xiaohua suddenly sensed some changes in the starry sky of heavenly Tao in the space. He hurriedly pulled Shui's hand and said anxiously, wife, your husband has gained some insights. Go into seclusion with me for a few days. How could Shui not be happy to see Xiaohua's cultivation progress again? Xiaohua landed in midair and found a clean cave. After setting up the rabbit array, the two of them cultivated in seclusion in the cave. Xiaohua sat cross-legged, his mind entering the space. He saw the young thunder beast curled up with its legs curled up, sparkling blue lightning hovering above it. It was sleeping soundly. Goldie also used its big tail to cover itself, its small eyebrows slightly furrowed. It was also sleeping soundly. Only little Silver was on top of the extremely exuberant spirit grass, sometimes nibbling and sometimes playing. It was very leisurely and carefree. Little Silver seemed to sense Xiaohua's mind. Its little tail curled around the stem of a spirit grass, and its two little front paws cupped together. Its two bright little eyes looked around as if it was looking for Xiaohua. Hee. Xiaohua's gaze swept over everything in the space, and his mind immediately soared high into the sky. The original engravings of the starry sky of heavenly Tao, which had been brought in by the origin of fire, became even clearer. At that moment, because of some of Xiaohua's insights, there were some changes. Xiaohua's mind welcomed the trajectory of the starry sky, and he let it go limitlessly as he carefully sensed the changes in it. Xiaohua sat there for 100 days. There were no fluctuations in the spirit chi of heaven and earth on his body, nor was there any flow of magic power like when he usually cultivated. Shui was very surprised and couldn't help frowning. What kind of cultivation is this? But just as Shui was feeling a little anxious, she saw that Xiaohua, who was sitting upright, had a change. Xiaohua actually started to fade away as if he was about to fade into the surroundings. But just as Xiaohua was about to disappear, his entire silhouette became clear again, and when it was incomparably clear, it slowly expanded as if it was about to fill the entire world. When it reached an extreme, it then started to shrink and fade away. This cycle repeated 360 times before it returned to normal. At that moment, Shui felt that the true qi in her meridians had also changed slightly following Xiaohua's changes. It seemed to be faintly condensing and faintly dispersing, as if the foundation establishment stage was right in front of her. But how could Shui care whether she reached the foundation establishment stage or not? All of her care and concern was on Xiaohua. However, when she looked at Xiaohua, Shui had an extremely strange feeling. She clearly knew that Xiaohua was sitting in front of her, yet Shui felt that Xiaohua did not exist. It was truly an empty space. Shui stared at Xiaohua and bit her lip. She came from a cultivation family and had dabbled in many things. However, she had never heard of Xiaohua's current situation. She wanted to confirm her guess, but she was also afraid of disturbing Xiaohua's cultivation, so she endured it. After a moment, she released her divine sense and carefully scanned the area. Shui almost jumped up. Xiaohua really wasn't there. Don't let anything happen. Shui was restless. Her previous calmness was nowhere to be seen. If he has gone berserk, can he be awakened now? What if my dear Xiao hasn't turned into a devil, and I've disturbed his cultivation by touching him? After thinking for the time it took to eat a meal and her divine sense had scanned Xiaohua's empty image countless times, Shui finally stood up, lightly walked in front of Xiaohua, raised her hand and very carefully pushed. Ouch! Shui was immediately dumbfounded. Her push actually hit nothing and her hand stabbed into Xiaohua's back. Husband! Shui cried out in a sobbing voice. She was extremely regretful that she did not wake Xiaohua up earlier. Wife, what's wrong? Just as Shui cried out, Xiaohua's voice rang out. That voice was incomparably heavenly, and even had a slight rumbling of thunder. However, when it fell into Shui's ears, it was truly an indescribable pleasant surprise. My dear Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua's puzzled and smiling gaze, Shui had long forgotten everything. She immediately threw herself at him. Unexpectedly, what welcomed her was still the extremely familiar warm embrace. Shui hugged Xiaohua with all her strength, as if she wanted to use all the strength in her body. She tightly hugged the thing she had already lost in her arms. Shui, what's wrong with you? Xiaohua felt a little strange and asked softly. No, nothing. Shui's face had some tears. It was unknown whether they were tears of joy or emotions. I've been cold to you these days. Xiaohua somewhat understood and hugged Shui affectionately for half a day. When Shui's face and ears were red, Xiaohua smiled and said, It's really been hard on you, my wife. It's also been hard on me. Shui shyly blinked her eyes and whispered, Husband, give me the jade slip that this lowly concubine gave you. Does my wife want me to see it? Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the pink jade slip. However, after Shui took it, she only wrote a few things inside and returned it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took it and was very confused. Wife, what are you doing? Although I didn't dual cultivate with you, what can't I say? Why are you being so secretive? Shui said with a sly smile. Husband, with Sister Hongxia in front, how can this lowly concubine compare with her? If this lowly concubine doesn't have any secrets in front of you, how can you cherish this lowly concubine? It can't be. Xiaohua didn't think that Shui would have such thoughts. She actually wanted to compete for his favor. How could Shui not see it? She hurriedly explained, Husband, don't think too much. This lowly concubine just feels that there are some things that are not the right time to say. When the time is ripe, even if husband doesn't mention it, this lowly concubine will tell husband. So it's like this. Xiaohua was somewhat skeptical. Husband, have you finished cultivating? Shui changed the topic. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Not yet. Wife, wait a few more days." Hehe, it doesn't matter. Shui said with a smile, "You can cultivate for as long as you want. This lowly concubine is not in a hurry." Looking at Shui's appearance of a virtuous wife and loving mother, Xiaohua's heart was warm. To be honest, helping Shui to build her foundation was just a matter of a hammer. However, Xiaohua faintly felt that helping others to build their foundation was always going against the heavens. It wasn't something that would happen naturally. It might not be harmless to other people's future cultivation. Therefore, last time he didn't help Sun Shu and Qian Diheng to build their foundation. This time he also didn't have the intention to help Shui. Wife, stay away from this husband. Finally, use some magic tool to protect yourself. Xiaohua said with a smile. Shui was shocked. Oh husband, when you cultivate, will there be a big movement? That's not necessarily true. Xiaohua didn't hide it and said, it's just the first time cultivating after building my foundation. I don't know what will happen. The first time cultivating after building your foundation? Shui didn't understand. However, she still walked to the farthest corner of the cave and threw out a protective yellow talisman. Seeing that Shui didn't have a protective magic tool, Xiaohua's heart was moved. In the 4 storage pouches that Xiangyang gave him, there were a lot of spirit stones and medicinal pills. There were also magic tools and cultivation methods. Although he didn't carefully count them and threw them into the space, he still roughly checked them with his divine sense. If he couldn't use the magic tools, wouldn't he be able to give them to Shui? Presumably, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a storage pouch. He casually looked at it and clapped his hand. A palm-sized magic tool that looked like a fluttering butterfly appeared in midair. Wife, this seems to be a defensive magic tool. You should take it. Take advantage of this time when your husband is cultivating. Why don't you refine it? Don't tell your husband that you don't know how to refine it. Hehe, you only took it out now. Shui pouted, seemingly rebuking him. This concubine thought that when eldest senior brother gave it to you, you would pick one for this concubine. You actually made this concubine wait for the stars and the moon until today. That. Xiaohua was really anxious. He really didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to argue, Shui looked at his storage pouch and said, "Husband, at this time, you still don't want to give this concubine one of the 4 storage pouches?" Of course, Xiaohua immediately realized. That's right, he was used to being stingy. He really didn't think about it. He hurriedly handed the storage pouch to Shui and took out another one. He smiled apologetically and said, "Wife, what's yours is yours. I'm just taking care of it for you." And that's right. Shui nodded and said, "This concubine really likes this attitude. However, since you said so, what's yours is mine. You can take care of it for now." Then, you can take care of it for now. When this concubine needs it, I'll ask you for it. As she spoke, she took the butterfly magic tool and playfully winked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled knowingly and nodded slightly. He put the 2 storage pouches into the space again. Seeing Xiaohua make the 2 storage pouches disappear very strangely, Shui turned a blind eye. She sat down cross-legged and immersed her divine sense into the magic tool, preparing to refine it. Seeing this, Xiaohua naturally sat beside her with a smile and released his divine sense to protect Shui. After waiting for 3 days, a group of fluttering butterflies flew out from the magic tool and fluttered around Shui's body, tightly protecting her. Xiaohua praised, "A beauty like jade, butterflies like orchids. This magic tool should be called Butterfly Orchid." "Ah, thank you husband for giving it a name." Shui opened her eyes and said, "From now on, this magic tool will be called Butterfly Orchid." "Great." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Wife, watch carefully. This husband is going to start cultivating." As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand and a drop of black earth crystal yao milk was taken out by him. Naturally, this time Xiaohua didn't use any magic power to take out the earth crystal yao milk like the first time. Instead, he wrapped it with a layer of magic power. Soon after, Xiaohua silently recited the refining method of the earth crystal yao milk in his heart and clapped his hand, just like the fire essence flame crystal, on his shoulder. As soon as the earth crystal yao milk entered Xiaohua's arm, a layer of black mist immediately spread out from his arm. In just a moment, Xiaohua's entire body was shrouded inside. Then the black mist began to condense again, like a layer of solid mud, sealing Xiaohua's entire body inside. Husband. Seeing Xiaohua actually become like this, although Shui was fully prepared, she still turned pale with fright. PS HTTP form. Chidian. Com thread detail new. SPX. Thread ID equals 171993010. It was a suggestion made by a book friend in the book review section. Here the third flower wants to express some thoughts. Nowadays, there are too many cultivators who seek advantages and avoid disadvantages in web novels. Each and every one of them is selfish, or they act according to their abilities. Why is this so? The third flower feels that this is because writers are looking for the so-called human nature. They want to write to a high level and write to a profound level. But in reality, why do all the demonic beasts have to transform into human form? Why is it that among all the cultivation techniques, human cultivation is the smoothest and fastest? Since this is the care of the heavens, then human nature cannot be as cruel, selfish, heartless, and unjust as beasts. People must use human nature with love and affection to repay the heavens. Only this kind of person can have success in cultivation and obtain the true essence of cultivation, and not simply increase one's magic power or realm. What is human nature? It is truly profound and has already been written countless times by countless people. In the future it will still be written for who knows how many years. Can be seen how complex human nature is. Let others write about the dark human nature. The third flower still likes positive and joyful human nature. In addition, although human nature has an ugly side, there is no need to infinitely magnify it and roar in every place, making people feel that there is no sunlight in this world. The third flower's living environment and growth experience may be different from Wang Yu's, so his perspective on problems was naturally different. Thus the characters he wrote were also completely different. If Xiaohua did not help Xiang Yang fight over the Thunder Beast's inner core, then he would not be Xiaohua but Han Li. I haven't nagged for a long time. Everyone please forgive me. These words are all free of charge. Chapter 1917. Shui, don't worry. At this moment Xiaohua's voice came. Your husband is practicing a secret technique. Just wait. Then with a clear cry, Xiaohua's phoenix dharma body came out of the black gas, spread its wings and flew in the air. Above the phoenix dharma body, there was also a layer of faint solid black gas entwining. Hearing Xiaohua's voice and seeing the phoenix dharma body, Shui felt relieved. She stared at the black statue like Xiaohua for several days before starting her own practice. As soon as the earth crystal Yao milk entered Xiaohua's body, it immediately turned into a flood of earth element spiritual energy, rushing into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua hurriedly used the secret technique of Sun Shu to refine the Zhongyao milk, trying his best to absorb this huge amount of earth element spiritual energy into his meridians. However, at this moment, just as Xiaohua had expected, the 13200 small dots in his physical body, the 13200 small dots in the phoenix celestial body, his bones, and meridians all began to appear one after another, absorbing this huge amount of earth-type spiritual energy, leaving Xiaohua with only 30% of it. Another 100 days passed, and the black gas around Xiaohua's body began to gradually fade. Finally, it was absorbed back into his body and disappeared. By now, that drop of earth crystal Yao milk had been completely absorbed by Xiaohua's meridians, turning into tens of thousands of tiny black spots, which were visible to the naked eye, floating in Xiaohua's meridians. If Xiaohua could refine all of these tiny black spots into his energy, presumably, his power would be able to improve by another level. Boom! Xiaohua's body moved slightly, and the phoenix dharma body that had been coiled above his head flapped its wings. The black gas around the dharma body had faded a lot, but it seemed that there was still a lot that had not been refined. However, after 100 days of hard work, the phoenix dharma body had become more solid. After Xiaohua absorbed the phoenix celestial body back into his body, he slightly released his divine sense. He couldn't help but feel slightly happy. Previously, Xiaohua's divine sense could only cover a distance of several tens of li. Although it was a lot more than the 10 li of Foundation establishment, it was still a lot less than the 100 li of Jindan. But now, after refining the earth crystal Yao milk into his meridians, his divine sense had increased by another 10 li. Needless to say, his cultivation had increased by a lot. Go Xiaohua opened his mouth again and the execution dream flew out. It turned into 8 rays of sword light and sat cross-legged in the cave. Split, Xiaohua shouted again. The 8 rays of sword light flashed and split into 16 rays of green light. Haha, that's great. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that sword plays the world, which hadn't made any progress all this time, would also make progress as his realm and divine sense increased. Divide again. Xiaohua felt that he still had some strength left in his heart, so he unconsciously shouted again. Sure enough, the 16 sword lights swayed again and with great difficulty, they turned into 32 green lights. After practicing sword plays the world for a while under the 32 sword lights, Xiaohua put away the execution dream and stood up. Seeing Xiaohua stand up, Shui smiled and also put away her cultivation. She scanned with her divine sense and said in surprise, "Husband, isn't your cultivation too fast? Just 200 days plus the 1 year after foundation establishment, you've only cultivated for 2 years. Why do I feel like you've already been in foundation establishment for more than 10 years? Huh, Xiaohua laughed and said, how can it be as fast as you think? It's just that your husband's divine sense is slightly stronger. Maybe. Shui only cared about whether Xiaohua was safe or not. As for the level of cultivation, she didn't care too much at this time. Let's go. Xiaohua put away the rabbit formation and said with a smile, for your husband's cultivation, I've already delayed your time to look at the sea. It's your husband's fault. Hee, knowing your mistakes is the greatest virtue. Shui pursed her lips and said, then why aren't we hurrying? So Xiaohua took Shui's hand and rushed towards Meng Kingdom at a leisurely pace. At the border between the state of Xi and the state of Meng, not far from the Mozhao Black Forest, Yan Yu and the others were standing in midair. Yan Yu frowned and said, Senior Marshal Brother Qian, didn't Xiaohua go to Haoming City? Why haven't we seen any traces of the two of them after chasing them here? Yes, we couldn't find them in Haoming City at all. We also couldn't find any traces of them at the various teleportation arrays. It's as if the two of them disappeared into thin air. Qian Han also said in distress. If we continue forward, we'll reach Mozhao Black Forest. After passing through this dangerous place, we should be in Meng Kingdom. The two of them went out to train, they wouldn't go to Meng Kingdom, right? Jiaming looked at the Mozhao Black Forest in the distance, which was like a monster lying on the ground, and said hesitantly. Liang Yu looked at the three of them and said slowly, unless the two of them didn't come to Haoming City, the four of us will search separately. We won't miss such a large area. We'll go back to Haoming City first. After resting for a few days, we'll go back to search. Yan Yu gritted his teeth and said, this bastard cut off my bloodline. We're absolutely irreconcilable. I must kill this bastard with my own hands. Ahem. Qian Han coughed twice and said, Xiaoyu continent is so big. Since this bastard didn't come to Haoming City, who knows where he went? Junior brother Yan may not be able to find this bastard even if we go back to search. In fact, we should have asked our fellow disciples in Shihuang Town to kill Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the others who returned to Yulei sect. Humph, Senior brother Qian, are you doubting my choice that day? Yan Yu sneered and said angrily. Qian Han was about to refute, but Jiaming laughed and said, look at what junior brother Yan said. In fact, I had the same idea that day, but I saw that junior brother Yan had a blood feud with Xiaohua. That's why we rushed to Haoming City to look for Xiaohua. If junior brother Yan accuses us like this, we really have nothing to say. Yan Yu knew that this matter couldn't be exposed, let alone turned hostile, so he quickly said with a smile, I spoke rashly because I was impatient. Go. We'll go to Haoming City. I'll prepare a banquet to apologize. Let's take a rest first and then we'll discuss what to do. Qian Han and the others naturally turned their anger into joy and returned to Haoming City together. More than half a year later, Xiaohua and Shui appeared in a small town not far from Haoming City. This small town was located on the side of the river, and there were majestic mountains on all sides. The river was turbulent all the way, but it suddenly slowed down here. Countless fish in the water reproduced here, and the aquatic products were abundant. Not only cultivators came and went here, but there were also many mortals living here. Therefore, the water and mountains were beautiful and the water birds were soaring. It was really a beautiful scene out of this world. The riverside restaurant that Xiaohua and Shui stepped into was opened by a mortal. When they saw Xiaohua and Shui walking in hand, the waiter who had been waiting at the door immediately came forward and called out respectfully, "Welcome to my Cold River house, Senior Immortal and Fairy. Please follow me upstairs." "Yes, please lead the way." Xiaohua nodded slightly and followed the waiter into the Cold River house. Senior Immortals in the private rooms on the 4th floor. The waiter was very happy and shouted loudly as he led the way. Hearing that Senior Immortals were coming, the short and fat shopkeeper standing behind the counter couldn't stand still anymore. He quickly walked out from behind and waited respectfully. Xiaohua entered the Cold River house and looked around. He saw that there were more than a dozen round tables in the restaurant that was about 40 to 50 feet in size. It was noon and there were many people eating. The noisy hall immediately became silent when they heard that Senior Immortals were coming. Dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at Xiaohua and Shui with respect and envy. Shui frowned slightly, obviously unhappy. She only looked at the stairs in front of her and ignored the mortals. Xiaohua smiled at everyone and even nodded slightly. Chapter 1918. Welcome, Immortals. When the shopkeeper saw Shui's celestial demeanor, he knew that the waiter was right. He bowed respectfully and said, "I am Han Jiang, the shopkeeper of this restaurant. Please come upstairs, Immortals." Shui didn't comment and stepped on the stairs. Xiaohua fell behind Shui and said with a smile, "Thank you, shopkeeper Han." When Han Jiang heard this, he was flattered and said with an apologetic smile, "Immortals coming is already my humble restaurant's honor. Immortals, please." And Xiaohua asked at the side of the stairs, "Shopkeeper Han, is Cold River Restaurant's business good?" Business? Han Jiang seemed to be very surprised by Xiaohua's question and almost forgot himself. He immediately said with an apologetic smile, Barely making a living, barely making a living." Hehe. Xiaohua smiled. He pointed at the fishing boats on the river as well as the passers-by and said with a smile, "This is a paradise, all the passers-by are resting here. Even I, a cultivator, have to stop when I see such beautiful scenery. How can your Cold River house's business not be good?" Hehe, Immortals really understand the people's feelings. What you said makes sense. Han Jiang's fat face was filled with a charming smile. When Xiaohua saw this, he didn't ask any more questions and quickly went up to the 4th floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were obviously much less crowded. Moreover, they all seemed to have some status or were refined scholars. It was much quieter. When these people heard footsteps coming up the stairs, they all raised their eyes. However, when they saw the two immortal-like people and the respectful Han Jiang, they immediately understood. Therefore, their gazes became the same as the diners on the 1st floor, filled with fear. "Immortals, my humble restaurant is divided into 4 floors. Only the top floor is prepared for immortals. The other 3 floors are for us mortals." Seeing Shui frown again, Han Jiang didn't dare to be negligent and quickly explained, "There are already a few immortals on the 4th floor enjoying the scenery. Perhaps they are familiar with fellow Taoists." Xiaohua smiled. He clapped his hand and took out a spiritual stone. He gave it to Han Jiang and said, "We came from afar, so we won't have any friends that we know. Also, we came here to rest and enjoy the scenery. This is a spiritual stone. I wonder if shopkeeper Han will accept it?" Withdraw. Han Jiang's eyes fell on the sparkling and translucent spirit stone, and a trace of greed appeared in his eyes. He immediately took it and nodded vigorously. "That's good. Find some fresh fruits and bring them up. If there are any delicious wines, bring some too," Xiaohua said as he went up to the 4th floor. Sure enough, just as Han Jiang had said, the 4th floor was even bigger than the 1st floor. All 4 sides were hollow with 3 sides facing the river. There were only 3 huge tables in the spacious pavilion, and these 3 tables were placed on the side facing the river. At this moment, there were already several qi condensation cultivators sitting in the middle facing the river. They were holding wine cups and looking at the beautiful scenery while shaking their heads and talking about something. Hearing Xiaohua's voice and the footsteps of the shopkeeper, these cultivators very casually turned their heads to look. First they saw Shue's beautiful appearance and peak qi condensation cultivation. They were all shocked. They looked at each other and were about to stand up. However, when Xiaohua walked up, they didn't dare to hesitate and immediately jumped up from their chairs. They bowed and saluted. "Greetings, senior." Xiaohua looked at these 5 cultivators. There were 3 men and 2 women. They were all around the 10th layer of qi condensation. Seeing that they had similar appearances, Xiaohua knew that they were probably disciples from a cultivation family that came out to experience the world. Thus he smiled and waved his sleeve. "You can sit as you pleased." "Yes." The oldest disciple respectfully replied. Xiaohua looked at them and was about to walk to the table at the side. The oldest disciple quickly pointed at his seat and said, "Senior, this place is the best. Senior, please come here and sit." "No need." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Just wait and enjoy. I and my lover will be right next to you." Hearing Xiaohua call her lover in front of strangers, Shue's face slightly reddened. Even her head slightly drooped. She followed Xiaohua to the table at the side like a little girl. "Yes, we will listen to senior's instructions." The oldest disciple could only respectfully reply. Seeing the group of disciples respectfully addressing Xiaohua as senior, Han Jiang was happy and at the same time a bit afraid. He only thought that Xiaohua was young and would have the same status as these disciples. How could he have known that Xiaohua was a senior? How could he not know how powerful Xiaohua was? Moreover, powerful seniors mostly had strange tempers. If he wasn't careful, he could suffer a calamity. "Why aren't you taking out all the specialties of Cold River House?" The oldest disciple saw that Han Jiang was in a daze and immediately scolded. "If senior isn't satisfied, don't blame me." Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't scare shopkeeper Han. Sit down, I will only stay for a while." "Yes, senior, please do as you wish." That disciple shrunk his neck and raised his head to signal the other 4 to sit down. Soon after, Xiaohua said warmly, "Shopkeeper Han, go down and prepare." "Yes, I will come right away." Han Jiang seemed to have woken up from a dream and promptly rolled down from the 4th floor. After Han Jiang left, the entire 4th floor regained its tranquility. The 5 aura refining cultivators who were gesticulating and laughing non-stop were now all obedient. They obediently sat on their respective chairs with their heads lowered, looking at the fresh fruits and delicacies in front of them. Alas, Xiaohua sighed. He looked at Shue beside him somewhat helplessly and transmitted his voice. "It was originally a good atmosphere, but it was ruined by me, a foundation-building senior. Aura refining aristocratic families' disciples are too reserved." Shue disagreed and also transmitted her voice. "You're a foundation-building senior, so they should naturally be respectful in front of you. If they don't respect you and cause trouble, then they wouldn't be disciples of aristocratic families." "But wouldn't that make them lose a bit of their spirit? Lose the vigor of young people?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought back to that day in Flame Forest Swamp, when he argued with Zhenyi, Xiangmin and the others, and his eldest martial brother kept his head down and didn't dare to say anything. Wasn't that exactly the case? "Forget it." Xiaohua raised his head and said, "Which aristocratic family's disciples are you?" Reporting to senior, junior is from Mo Cloud Village's Chong clan. The eldest disciple promptly stood up and said respectfully. Ugh. Xiaohua saw that the disciple didn't say anything more or less and was abnormally obedient in his introduction. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. His gaze swept over them and he asked again, "What are your names?" Reporting to senior, junior is called Chong Li Hao. Sure enough, after the eldest disciple finished speaking, he sat down obediently. Then the other 2 men and 2 women reported their names in order of age. They were Chong Li Min, Chong Li Qiang, Chong Yulian and Chong Xuemei. And seeing that they were so obedient, Xiaohua also felt a bit awkward in his heart. He didn't say anything else and turned his head to look at Shue with a smile. He pointed his finger and said, "Wife, look at that fishing boat in the river. Why are there so many birds standing on the side of the boat?" Before Shue could say anything, the female cultivator named Chong Yulian not far away laughed out loud. "Liankra." Chang Limin was shocked and hurriedly scolded, quickly apologized to Senior. Senior. Chang Yulian immediately stood up. She was very frightened and wanted to apologize. But when Xiaohua heard her laugh, he immediately knew he was wrong. He had always been modest and didn't think much of it. He waved his hand and said, "Little girl, what's the matter with these birds? Come here and explain to me." Chang Yulian's small face was full of excitement. She trotted to Xiaohua's side. After bowing, she respectfully said, "Senior is talking about cormorants, not birds. Senior, look, there is a thin rope around the cormorant's neck. It was made by a fisherman. Cormorants are good at swimming and live by eating fish. The fisherman tied the cormorant's neck like this. The cormorant couldn't eat the fish it caught, so it could only be stuck in its throat. The fisherman only needed to stretch out his hand and pinch the fish out." There is such a fishing method? Xiaohua was surprised. In his memory, it seemed to be something like fishing nets. After Chang Yulian finished speaking, he carefully looked again. Sure enough, it was like this. This fisherman. He really reaped without sowing. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. It's just a pity for the cormorant. It worked hard for nothing and became a wedding dress for others. Shui curled her lips and said, "I'll let the two seniors know." Chang Yulian smiled apologetically and said, "In the cold river there are only thumb-sized fish. If it was a fishing net, I'm afraid the harvest would be very little. This junior has been used to seeing cormorants fishing since young, so I didn't think much of it." That's right. Under the heavenly Tao, everyone has their own opportunities. As long as you can see your own path, that is the path to heaven. Xiaohua said with a smile. Unfortunately, not only did Chang Yulian not understand these words, even Shui was confused. Just as Shui was about to say something, the shopkeeper of the Cold River House, Han Jiang, personally came up with a large plate of fresh fruits. Looking at the sweat on Han Jiang's forehead, it seemed that the fresh fruits were very heavy. Han Jiang put the plate of fruits on the table and said respectfully, "Immortal Senior, please eat." "And thank you for your trouble, shopkeeper Han." Xiaohua smiled and nodded. Han Jiang was even more flattered. Chang Yulian looked at Xiaohua with interest. It seemed that she had never seen a senior so polite to a secular person. Although fresh fruits were delicious, they couldn't be compared to spirit fruits. Xiaohua ate a few and felt a little bored. Han Jiang saw that Xiaohua's face didn't have any joy, so he quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Immortal Senior, just now, a fisherman sent over a special cabbage from the cold river. I wonder if Immortal Senior wants to use it?" "Cabbage?" Xiaohua was stunned and said curiously, "This thing is often found in the mortal world. Even if it's a special feature of your cold river, what's so strange about it?" When Chang Yulian heard the word cabbage, her face also froze. Then she heard Xiaohua's question and knew that Xiaohua had misunderstood. She quickly said to Han Jiang, "Shopkeeper Han, since there is such a precious thing, why ask? Quickly make it and send it up." Yes. When Han Jiang heard, he quickly rolled down the stairs. When the water comes, I will wait for you in the water. When the fire comes, I will wait for you in the ashes. Chang Yulian whispered. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. The scholar surnamed Yu was so infatuated with the world. That's right. When the female cultivator finished reading it, she was filled with great sorrow and shouted, "You, I have wasted your life. Today I will follow you into the water." Chang Yulian continued. Thus, the female cultivator sealed her magic power and jumped into the Han River. At that moment, thunder roared and the entire Han River overflowed with brilliance. From then on the 15th day of every month, a pure white, almost transparent fish would swim out of the Han River. Because the scholar surnamed Yu called the female cultivator Little Cabbage. The fisherman by the river also called the fish Little Cabbage. Phew, Xiaohua let out a long sigh. He clearly felt that there were some flaws in this story, but he still felt sad. He looked at Shui again and saw tears flickering in his eyes. Shui sadly said, There are always joys and sorrows in this world. I don't know when all the lovers in this world will be together. You owe my wife. Xiaohua held her hand and said, it is precisely because of this love that this world becomes beautiful. And this beautiful love is also the manifestation of warmth in this world. But at this moment Tong Yulian whispered, all lovers, no matter if they are mortals or cultivators, as long as they come to the side of the Han River, they will eat the little cabbage as an auspicious omen. Moreover, there are only 2 little cabbages every month. Senior actually managed to come across them today. This junior will go and take a look. Why is the shopkeeper so slow? Wait. Shueshue's expression changed greatly and anxiously said, husband, quickly go and stop the shopkeeper. Why is he still eating such a pitiful little cabbage? That you're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.